It's live, so it's just on the 20-second delay still.
Yep, it just came up. All right, go.
Cool.
Abi, more like Hasan a billionaire. Second Thought, more like second tank.
Thoughts on this guy being
was
a
awful.
tanky? I hope he fucking drives a tank to your house, okay?
ContraPoints, more like pro status quo points. Who is a dirty lib, godforsaken tanky, or the worst of them all, a dirty shill? These eternal callouts thrown around in
Hey, shout out to Bad Empanada. What a fuckhead.
the gladiatorial arena, which is online and left-wing propaganda.
Also, it should be Vosh being the one kicking cunts. And Bad Empanada should be where ContraPoints is, or even the guy in the background that's dead. Because he's fucking irrelevant.
Or as us kids call it, left-wing YouTube content, have left so many confused on who the hell they should even listen to. But before we begin answering that question, what even is a left YouTube, breadtube, the swolletariat, or whatever you want to call it? Depending on who you ask, they will give you different definitions.
I've never heard that used ever. Ever.
But as an unwilling member of this so-called community, and to avoid infighting before this video even starts, let me give you a definition.
You want to know how you stay out of the community, my dude? Don't make videos like this.
He's never touched grass before. He's seen it's the gift of the puppy who's never touched grass.
Which we'll use as
Have you ever seen
baseline.
this guy's videos? This is your
I've
first time
never
seeing
seen this guy.
Okay, yeah, so he's on the podcast with Hakeem and Second Thought, and he just made this new I'm going to explain the left to you video. Noah Samson made one of these like 2 or 3 years ago that was like a smash hit that everyone's wanted to watch and react to.
Okay. Never saw it.
And it was like a guide to breadtube thing.
Oh, okay.
And it basically catapulted Noah Samson into like the creator space where he was just like a little lower before, but it like catapulted his career.
Good for him, I guess.
And for this entire conversation, they're simply a loose cluster of channels advocating progressive ideas based on culture, race,
my man, my dude, my guy.
Channel.
One Piece.
Progressive values.
One Piece.
Are you fucking kidding?
Well, who knows? You don't even know if he's going to insult him or not.
It doesn't matter.
Bro, give him a chance.
Progressive values.
No. He's saying that these are what people think. Come on. Don't be so bad faith. Let's wait to hear what he has to say about Bad Empanada before we judge him.
Advocating progressive ideas based on culture, race, and
Michael
most importantly,
in there?
class.
You know, from Useless Farm. Literally, icon looked like Michael the llama from Useless Farm.
That's
that goat with it's the one next to it with the red boa.
Progressive ideas.
It looks like Michael the llama.
I don't know.
Is based on culture, race, and most importantly, class, characterized by infighting and a constant disagreement on what is to be done. Noah Samson had made a fantastic guide to the basics.
Look at me. I already told you.
Of leftists on YouTube. Go ahead and check out his work, especially if you're still confused about what any of these words coming out of my mouth even mean.
Hot tip. They don't matter. Touch grass.
Good. Now that we have that out of the way, let's get to what we're actually here for. Me telling you which channels are good and which you should avoid like the plague because of my very specific niche political disagreements.
All right. Finally got a good view. Let's go. Left to right, top to bottom. No, don't know. I don't know who that is. Sure, no.
Not Just Bikes is pretty good.
Sure, no, absolutely not.
Not Just Bikes is like really well done though.
Not.
You know, like Not Just Bikes, like you have Sean in there who's like just like a dude who writes an essay and puts a picture of a skull on the screen. Not Just Bikes, like he's literally like he has a degree. in like climate change, whatever.
Really?
You know, he has a specific degree in the subject. He is very like, if you get into his politics, he is very, very, very left. But like his videos are just like information videos where he like is outside and is doing like walking.
Actually,
there's like a camera on like a steady going away from him while he's walking towards one. I just watched his video today, and like a guy comes in who also like comes in and talks to him in the shot. He uses like different B-roll and stuff like that, but his thing is that like climate change is not just about bikes, I think.
Bikes.
And then
well,
I think
everybody's saying
there's another one who's also really good, who's almost the exact same thing. Climate Town. Climate Town is basically the same thing, but they're both like basically the same guy. I think Not Just Bikes is better though. I'm confused though. I don't remember.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is.
I
don't know who these two are or these two.
That might be Anarch, but it might be like his old logo. It might be another anarchist channel.
Okay.
I'm not sure. And then I can't see some of the ones behind you besides Sean.
There's chick with a plant, and then it says first thought above you.
Chick with a plant. Yeah. First thought. Oh, that's so second thought is on there twice.
Is that his second channel?
Yeah, bro. Okay, so the top line is literally all his branding because that's their podcast as well in the fourth one. Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And so the next line after that is people who everyone hates, I assume, because it's Vosh, Dusty, and Bad Empanada. So like these two probably like, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I remember Sean's content back in like Gamergate days. Is it still bad?
It's just a fucking guy reading a script with a skull on his screen, bro.
Yes.
it's if you whether you like it or not, it's kind of perspective, but
I guess
it's with them. No. What are you telling me? Hundreds of those have already been made. So now I can't just score each shit. I really want to do a video, and most commonly for
what is happening.
One of these videos, you know. Yeah. We have one of these.
Yeah, we do. We do actually. Completely unintentionally. That's really
no. It was intentional.
Oh no, like the video was intentional, but this was unintentional, at least for me. Are you releasing it tomorrow?
No, it hasn't been quality checked yet.
Or in it for a better world for themselves, and most commonly for both. So instead of looking at them individually, let's look at this left tube pipeline in general by exploring how it works.
Yeah, I don't know if you would call it a pipeline.
Works. Is it cringe? Is it not? And most importantly, what can be done to maybe, I don't know, improve it?
Yeah, no, Destiny.
Delete your channel.
I don't really like Destiny. Vosh is like okay most of the time, but like the point is that they're divisive. Those guys, like people are either in their camp or they hate them.
Fucking ad. What the fuck? Okay.
A funnel, or a pipeline as it's more commonly known in this context, is not much more than marketing terminology. When you want to sell a product or a service.
I don't know about that. I mean, pipeline and funnel in a political sense have very literal terms that define them. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
To people who don't know anything about your business, you need to put them through a few steps before they're ready to buy.
Cool animation. I kind of like that. That's cool.
All these steps.
Putting his head on another guy.
No. The blackboard thing. I kind of like that.
I looked away.
It's a good idea.
Combined, they're simply called a funnel. At first, you need to inform them about the existence of your product, then tell them how it can solve some of their problems, give them some data on how it helped others in the past, some stats about how it works, and finally, a deal you're willing to propose. Political funnels work in a very similar manner, albeit a bit more complicated, because you see, these different steps.
Do you really need to explain how a fucking funnel works, bro? All you need to do is show the funnel and be like, it's a political funnel. Move on.
All right, let's get past all this.
Now we're going to get stairs explained to us. Hang on, we got to get the stairs explained to us.
Do we want the stairs explained to us?
We'll see. Keep going. Just go ahead.
different steps in a business funnel are managed by a tight group of professionals, while political
Do we care?
Keep going. I haven't even
ones
heard
are
anything,
managed by
bro.
a wide range of disconnected individuals and organizations from all over the world. Instead of selling a product, they're pitching an idea. Instead of leading you to a sale, they're leading you to, in this case of the left, an elevated class conscious perception of the world, while hopefully entertaining you in the process.
So
You know what the
steps.
funniest part
It's
about
not
this
a
is?
pipeline now. It's now steps.
You know what the funny thing is, though? The right wing would explain this as a slippery slope. Which is just very funny. I find that very funny to me.
You should.
Now, while this funnel is much bigger than a bunch of people on YouTube or Twitch, it would be foolish to ignore a little thing called the internet.
Christ, bro.
Hence why we'll concentrate on just that. Specifically,
nobody cares. Everyone here knows what they're watching. They know they literally, you already announced, I'm going to tell you what YouTube channels to watch.
Website, YouTube. The current lack of organizational structure among the
Didn't see that coming.
I think he only knows 6 channels.
These free-floating radicals simply leads all of them to naturally kind of fall into different parts of the funnel. Some contribute to people going down the pipeline, while others, well, not so much. And this is exactly what I would like to explore with you today. Building a grander schematic while using examples of what this funnel looks like now.
How I can't wait to see your grand schematic, bro.
It, but also more importantly, how with a simple shift we could be far more productive while also doing what we love, making a living off of internet shitposting.
Capitalism.
Do you think shitposting is genocide denialism to you?
I guess so. Crazy.
Look at this graph. First, I had to define the goal of this left-wing funnel. For right-wing funnels, it would be making people blame all their ills on everything except the capitalist system, be that minority groups, gay frogs, vaccines,
I've
or
never
lizards.
seen this guy before, but it's like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, can we just get to the fucking chart already? Like, we know you made a graph.
An example of such a right-wing funnel would be,
I could make the graph in the time that it took him to get to the graph, bro.
Transphobic propaganda. Then you spoon feed them a bit of xenophobia and you top
My God.
What was that there? There's a lot of conditioning
propaganda. Then you spoon
going on here that we're trying to condition people before we get to our graph. Oh wait, schematic. Remember, it's a grand schematic.
Yeah. Very interesting. This is a very interesting thing to put in there.
Feed them a bit of xenophobia and you top that off with some heavier conspiracies once they're deep enough in the rabbit hole.
Do I really need to deconstruct that? I don't think so.
You're good.
No.
And you've done it. Perfect drones. For the left, the end point of any online funnel, when you bring it back to the basics, would be getting people to actually apply their beliefs.
Appropriate use of a picture. Because it's the only type of people that will actually listen to you.
It's like, if this was on in the background, right? So, like, that's kind of their goal, is it just wants to fade into the back of your mind, they're doing a fucking subversive implant, they're inception in your brain. But that doesn't work when your whole video is supposed to be based around a graph. Like, get to the graph, dude.
In the real world. Do shit, organize,
Hey, look, touching grass. He can find pictures but can't do it in real life.
Organize, protest, and other things I cannot say if I want to keep this video up on YouTube.
Genocide denialism.
I think this is a wide enough, fair goal, which doesn't get too entangled with whatever Marxism, Leninism, anarcho-feminist, Judo, Bolshevik, democratic, POC, cracker, liberal, communist.
Interesting connection between Jewish and Bolshevik.
No, he's just saying that this is all.
I know. I was just
labeled this same thing. Like all these people are labeled different terms.
Yes.
school of thought you all belong to. The funnel should build socialists and anarchists who act on their ideas, because without that, this whole thing is just a circle jerk. So
I guarantee you this whole thing is a circle jerk.
Yeah.
Here we go. The grand schematic, bro.
Oh, are we at the graph yet?
Bro, 6 minutes
came
in.
up with.
Give us the goddamn graph.
Amazing.
Thank fucking God.
Amazing.
You showed me this, didn't you?
I showed you the picture of it.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Bro, it's got tumors.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Mm.
So you notice how it's supposed to be a pipeline and then it became a funnel?
Yeah.
And now it still says pipeline?
It still says pipeline, yet it's the interesting. Who's at the bottom?
We'll see.
Hmm.
Let him go. Let him explain his
Not the
schematic.
prettiest thing, but let me walk you through it. Each layer has multiple types of creators. These types are pretty simplistic, and most of these people fit multiple categories and even funnels. But I had to stop somewhere in the name of your and my own ever-deteriorating attention span. Many of the people on this list will likely not identify with the position I'm giving them, either because of humility by saying shit like, well, we just make entertainment, or that there's...
Hold on. What is that news one in the top left-hand corner?
We'll get to it, man. Let him play it.
Either because of humility by saying shit like, well, we just make entertainment, or that they're small-headed dum-dums that you shouldn't listen to while managing to deliver brilliant insight time and time again. And the most important category of people on this list who will not like being identified with their label are, well, I call them tumors, my man.
Why have we spent a minute on this slide and not a single explanation has happened yet?
Bro, we're come on. We'll get there.
And funny enough, this is the only category that permeates all the layers of the funnel. Well, you know what else permeates my existence as a proud second?
Fuck off, dude. Are you fucking serious, bro? All of that lead up just to get to the ad. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? What a shit content creator. Truly, truly the bottom of the barrel type of shit of going into like the craft that's going into there is so fucking produced and slimy. Like,
yeah, 8.5 minutes, and we still haven't gotten
now
there.
It's going to be explained right now that we hit your ad break, right?
Gotta be right. And he got 3 ads, his own and 2 other ones. Very cool. Love that.
Awesome YouTube. Love this.
Yeah, really good. And on top of that, one of them was a scam ad too. Thanks, YouTube. Really fucking cool.
Yeah, I know. I but this pizza, you know, and it's got me thinking.
Within certain parameters can go very differently. For some, it takes decades, while others get a matching Mao and Lenin tattoo 10 minutes after they date their...
Oh my God. If I ever saw anybody with a tattoo like this, I'm leaving.
The Mao tattoo is really not good. The
No.
Lenin one is fine. I can't really tell on the Marx one, but the Lenin one is okay.
Yeah. I don't know why you would get any of these people tattooed on your body. It's pretty crazy. It's like, hey, look
I
at
could
my
see
genocidal dictator tattoo.
I
Pretty
could see
cool, right?
Marx. I could see Marx, but yeah.
First communist. Hell, some never even make it down the funnel and remain liberals at best, or whatever ideology your uncle has at work.
Yeah, liberal is better than whatever the fuck you are.
Why this happens, both through the online and other political or sales funnels, is
Now it's a black hole.
incalculably wide.
Kind of like this content, 9 minutes black holed into oblivion without a single fucking explanation yet.
I just want to learn about this graph.
And diverse. We all come from different worlds, different realities, ideologies, call them whatever you want. And it's obvious that one method cannot work for everyone, no matter how much you've been taught to hate or love your boss in the first place. So then, in the funnel, who exactly are the so-called tumors? I didn't name them that out of spite, but because they simply do operate like tumors. Swelling, growing, swelling, and growing. No other reason to exist. The tumors refuse to participate in said funnel, and instead they become channels, writers, content creators, and so on, whose entire purpose is mostly growing their own image, brand, and audience.
Bro,
Well, there's nothing wrong in
don't
trying
leave
to grow.
Mr. Beast out of this, all right? Mr. Beast, as much as you want to shit on him, he just built a bunch of wells in Africa, so
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty fucking cool.
yeah.
What are these
so
guys doing?
I don't care if he profits off it and gets a video out of it, as long as he builds
Yeah.
more wells.
Yep.
And he makes kids think it's cool to build wells in Africa.
Yeah. It also makes him think. It makes kids think that what's the word for it? Not charity. The other one.
Mr. Beast has made kids more socialist than any of these people.
Mm.
You know, he's the real praxis warrior.
He's actually doing not that bad, to be completely honest. I mean, the blind thing that he did was kind of strange, but also like,
yeah, the thing is
Who
that he
cares?
makes it into a 10-minute video.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
like he could make an entire documentary. Mr.
That
Beast
would've-
could run for president in 2036. I could see that.
I agree.
I could see that.
I agree. I honestly, I think he'd probably win.
I think he's just. I think it's natural that he's going to really mature and get out of this, like, yeah, bro, you know, like type thing, and he like starts getting more serious into like philanthropy.
Yeah,
He's
that's,
just
that's,
like
that's
he
the word I
really
was
like
looking
is
for.
like. Have you heard him talk about like just like making content? Like,
No, but I'm sure it's much better than the Paul brothers. I'm sure he's actually like philanthropic and good-natured and actually a decent.
well, he just talks about
human
how
being.
like why he like how he'll drop like millions of dollars on like a 10-minute video and stuff.
He makes it back. I mean, I bet he doesn't even give a fuck about the money either.
No, he
And
does.
that's
He's
exactly
definitely no. He's that's the whole point is that he's definitely a capitalist
Oh
and
yeah,
doing it for his own gain. But I don't
Of
care if
course.
somebody gains off of building wells in Africa as long as the wells are built.
exactly. At the end of the day, it's the end goal that matters, not how you get there.
Yeah, he's not solving problems. Building wells in Africa is solving problems, though. It's doing a lot more than other YouTubers have done. Is at the end of the day.
Yep. I mean, look at the big YouTubers, right? PewDiePie, what's he done? I'm sure he does some charity behind the scenes and doesn't really want attention to it.
Well, they've all probably donated to Ukraine.
Yep. And then you have people like Logan and Jake Paul.
Yep. Which
Who
are in
would
the
you
same
prefer?
brand as Mr. Beast.
Yeah, and who would you prefer? Would you prefer a world of Mr. Beast or a world of Jake Paul?
I've never
tell
watched
me.
either one, so. But if we had a lot of Mr. Beasts, who would make the Mr. Beast videos, you know?
It would just be normal. Mutualism.
I think
as they would
PewDiePie did
say.
it like accidentally, like he just did like 5 or something. I don't know. I don't
Fiverr.
also.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Everyone did neo-Nazis at this point.
Yeah.
We're literally watching one.
The only reason you end up in this category is if you grow it at the expense of the funnel. You see, the problem with pushing people down the funnel for them is that their
Pushing.
content stops being
Sounds like force.
engaging for people who've actually moved further down, who managed to, for the lack of a better word, outgrow them. People moving down the funnel means less views, listens, or streams. Less views, listens, or streams means less money, popularity, and relevance.
Okay, so you don't like these people. He's mad because the tumors are taking it out of his profits.
It sounds like it. You know what's I think the funniest part about this is if you actually find out who he's talking about, I bet you they're higher quality content, actually informational, and on top of that, doesn't care about the metrics. And this guy, probably lots of views, awful content, only cares about metrics. There's a reason.
So sometimes subconsciously, and other times with very real strategy and intent in mind, tumors shit talk and smear other creators from the funnels below them. They often
Really funny.
camouflage that as being principled, fighting against problematic schools of thought, or my favorite, purity checking. Instead, most of the
I
time,
prefer
it's
spine
simple
checking.
drama
The books.
Yeah.
and content baiting. These are mostly debate bro channels and streamers, often liberal elements LARPing class consciousness in the beginning, but as time goes by, show no real signs of any even slightly radical political thought. The both-siders, the lib apologists, the ones who spend 5 hours shit-talking past socialist experiments and then tell you to vote
That's
because
tick history,
Biden is
gotta
the
be,
best
right?
we've got.
Only tick history would be unhinged enough to fucking make a video called Socialist Leaders Were Worse Than Hitler plus Why I Hate Tankies, and it be 40 minutes long. Gotta be tick history, right?
40 minutes? You mean 4 hours?
Yeah. You know me.
I
have a disability.
Like, it's 4 hours.
I have a disability.
I don't know who that is.
Tick history?
Hmm.
He's the big-headed guy who says that everyone is fascist in World War II because he can't cope with being a fascist in the modern day. So he tries to say, no, Stalin is the real fascist, which is like, we can say Stalin is fascist, but I think it's different. I think left-wing fascists are different than back then.
Yeah.
I think he stole it. The thumbnail's not labeled. I'm just saying, like, that's a tick history ass video, whoever he took this from, unless he made this and it's just a fake thing. So it looks like tick history.
The constant conflict-prone behavior and totally embarrassing lack of self-awareness. But also, on the other spectrum, there are the elitist theory academics and
that's got to
campists
be
who
fake,
completely
right? He's just making, he's making straw mans, literally, for his video.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's no way that's real.
That little point of philosophers changing the world, not just being the most right. And while disagreements are bound to happen wherever there are two dudes and a cup half full, it's only when friendly fire becomes pretty much your most successful.
You can't friendly fire on Halo. I can get the Xbox. We can play Halo.
No, okay. Why are there so many dead Spartans?
Of growing your online presence that you've become the tumor. It doesn't matter if they see themselves as such or if you like them or hate their guts. Hell, I'm even going to go so far as not to ascribe them as necessarily bad or intentionally malignant. Probably half of them are doing what in their ideological sense seems right. But when it comes to what we're talking about here, the online left-wing political funnel, they are unfortunately not one of those harmless tumors. They keep people from advancing ideologically.
Okay, then what was the whole point?
For even greater.
Like, what was, like, bro, you can delete 2 minutes of what you previously just said.
Well, I mean, you could delete 10 minutes of this
video.
Never
do this, by the way, kids.
Pour gasoline onto a fire because the fire will go up the gasoline inside the tank and set you on fire. Yeah, very bad idea. Don't be stupid. Don't listen to these people.
Also, that's probably water.
Greater than usual infighting. They dilute the movement and, most importantly, dilute ideological growth into a simple childish game of I'm right, no, I'm right, no, I'm right.
Didn't you already say this?
Criticism should, of course, be shared amongst people on the same team, but in one-to-one conversations, not through
oh my god, bro,
it's just
this is like this is literally a YouTuber apology video, bro, about hey, I may have platformed genocide and got deplatformed by Nebula, but you are all tumors.
This whole video is cope, which is why it's been 12.5 minutes of nothing. Yeah,
we still haven't covered the graph.
Yeah,
we've only talked about the tumors now on the graph. Not what's in them, just general vagueness of what these people are that he doesn't like.
Practical unless all you want to do is grow your YouTube presence. We don't all have to agree, and realistically can only guess what school of thought.
We don't all have to agree. Shut up. Nobody's
right in the end.
Nobody needs to say that ever again. Like, it can just be deleted from all conversations. Nobody ever needs again to say, hey guys, we don't really need to agree, do we? Get rid of it.
Erase it from the lexicon.
Yeah, we don't need it.
If we don't all die by then. And it's exactly in accepting this modesty of uncertainty that we should treat others in the funnel with all due respect. Who in the fuck says we are the ones who got it all figured out? All you can do is push your ideas and let others push theirs in this beautiful ideological family of ours. Don't operate like a dirty capitalist.
It's very
Bro,
telling.
You're the
language
one
that they
who's the
use.
dirty capitalist. You're the one. You
la-
literally just explained how your operation is like fucking dirty capitalist operation, and the tumors are like leeching your profits. This is you, bro. You're the capitalist. Wake up.
This market. History will show what will work or won't. It's on us to push people to action
Well,
and not just
history
petty,
has
stupid
shown what
infighting.
didn't work.
And the
What?
He said history will show what will work and what won't.
Yeah, it already
And then he
has.
showed communism, right?
Most successful ideology ever.
The best part is that it's a total myth that by pushing people down the funnel, you will lose an audience. Look at plenty of creators ranging from Second Thought, Philosophy Tube, or Hasan who dedicate their time to informing, entertaining, and teaching.
Hasan
Informing.
does anything but inform people.
He's entertaining.
It's literally he's in the entertainment sector.
Mhm.
Like, same as Second Thought. He doesn't teach shit. That's just propaganda. That's just
it's
bullshit.
false information, yeah.
Yeah. It's insane.
Hasan isn't a tumor.
At a relative entry level, and yet manage to
Hasan
keep
is
some
the
of
worm.
the biggest audiences on here without
the worm.
living off of cannibalizing other left adjacent channels they might not
What are you
fully
talking?
agree
Whoa,
with.
whoa, bro! Hasan
okay.
literally, like, is like one of the like problem reactors because he'll like cannibalize other people's contents and walk away and profit off of it more than that creator ever did, and not even be at stream. Bad
A
example.
literal tumor.
Well, literal cannibalism of the.
Hey, we've spent enough time on these tumors. Disagreements will exist, but the funnel takes precedence. Blah, 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 blah. We should all get along. Yugopnik should run for the Miss World pageant. Yeah, you all get it.
Now we're getting
Originally,
to the blah,
I was
blah,
going
blah,
to
blah,
actually show
summarized. We should have blah, 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 blah.
The last 14 minutes.
At least 12 minutes ago. You blah, 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 blah. You get it. I made a graph.
The creators I would consider the tumor category, but I decided against it. Out of
you already
lazy
said that.
or
Who
hope
edits your
that they might
videos, dude?
eventually step out of this
He keeps
role.
repeating himself. It's like Ethan in couples therapy now, bro. I'm getting PTSD. I'm taking frags out here, man.
They might not even be realizing they're playing. We're still on the same side, I think. Anyways, now let's actually take a peek into the meat of this chunky ass funnel of ours.
Come on,
Insane.
bro.
I paused that
This
to
is straight
pause.
cable television shit, bro. Where it's like they tease it like the Bigfoot show, right? They're gonna tease you along what's gonna be the conclusion of all the scientific evidence. You get back from the third commercial break and they're like, it's not shit. Turns out it's two camel spiders hooked together. It's not a giant thing at all.
I mean, 14 and a half minutes.
Yeah, it's just a guy in a suit. Thanks for giving us your time. We made money.
We all start from somewhere. Our initial trigger to changing our mind can be anything from personal experience to watching a dude we follow get dunked on in a YouTube video. There's no right, no wrong approach, and that's exactly.
I don't think Hakeem has dunked on anybody once. Like, come on.
The Kurds.
Why this
Holy shit.
section of the funnel is so important and not to forget, kind of fun. Let's start from the reply guys.
Okay,
Their lore
finally.
takes us back.
Like, hit the clock. How much?
NISJW.
Two full ad breaks, a sponsorship, bro. What are we at? I can't
2
see.
ads, a sponsorship.
What's the time
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Awesome, bro. Great content creator.
Very cool.
And not only that, he repeated himself on 2 different points at 2 different times. Said almost the exact same thing twice. That I even recognized.
era, a dark and sweaty time which gave birth to many variants of
This
the
would
Ben
never
Shapiro
pass my
virus.
quality check.
This
if somebody
virus
sent
would
this to me.
seemingly
No. Awful.
Never would pass.
Awful.
attach itself to unsuspecting videos of progressive feminists or 18-year-old college kids saying something only to be completely obliterated by the superior minds of facts and logic. Well, until people started actually questioning those facts and logics, giving birth to left-wing ownage corn, or what we call the reply guys. This can be done in many formats, through long-form essays like those of H. Bomber Guy,
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
That's hilarious.
Have you seen that video?
Or
No.
Oh, that's like one of the notorious as something that is like peak content that's come out of like left-wing YouTube. That video responding to Ben Shapiro owning people about selling their houses after flooding comes. He builds an entire wall just to drop to it for the ads for that joke.
Hilarious. That's a lot of dedication. I appreciate that.
He puts a lot of effort into his videos, but he also does like gaming stuff too. Like he has a great like Deus Ex video and stuff.
Okay.
Dunks like from the Cavernacle, edgy punches like with Bad Empanada streams, or just classic humorous annihilation like with Noah Samson or Hakeem's famous response videos. These videos feel like cold water being splashed in your face. Just instead of waking up from your fever, you're being shown that, hey, that the really smart dude you've been basing your whole personality around.
Remember when we did Hakeem
bloody stupid
and Ben Shapiro at the same time? Did we QC that yet?
I definitely haven't watched it yet. Is it a long one? I'm assuming it's a long one.
It's when we do Hakeem and him. It's about China.
Is it on the list? I'm not sure.
I don't know. You tell me.
I was going to go through. I went through.
We have a name for fantasy realized. It's called Nightmare.
Edgy punches.
Moving to the second type, probably what I spend most time watching personally, media analysis. It's the people you should blame.
Is that how you got 15 minutes of a video without explaining a single fucking thing? Media analysis?
Why'd you blur this?
Why is saying that everything?
Hey, he's gonna fade in. I'm so stupid. I'm so bro.
Thing is political, which it is, no matter how much we try to forget. Media analysts.
Okay, no, just no.
Most people don't care.
Yeah, no, nothing is political until you make it political.
Again, like, bro, if I brought Emily here, she wouldn't know what any of this was. If I
exactly. And like, if you literally just watch a movie as a blank slate, movie analysis levels, right? You are analyzing a movie. Unless the movie is explicitly political, there's no politics. It's just stories. Like fucking hell. Unless it's Star Wars, then it's all fucking politics. Jesus Christ. It's not that hard
it's like
to understand.
They rhyme.
Let's take our favorite films, books, series, music, or art in general and show us the underlying ideology of the whole thing. Why we relate so much or why we hate it. What?
Bro, it's like 300 is fascist. Okay? Bro, you mean the Spartans? The Spartans, known like as one of the most brutal authoritarian regimes of all time, are fascist in the movie about 300? They depict fascism? Really? Wow, the Spartans? Wow. Bro, did you know they had slaves? Did you know they have slaves? And like to get into the Spartan army, your mission to be a full-fledged Spartan when you came of age, you're like 12 years old, to become a Spartan, you have to kill a slave without being seen or caught or anything. That's how you become a Spartan, bro.
Crazy. But like
they did have women also did fight though. Also, that's what's cool about Spartan society. The only thing cool really about them, besides like they were the first military dictatorship for starters. But the women were actually trained fighters too, but they're trained in a completely different art of war, where they were the ones who are going to be defending the city if all the men die. Because the women, they valued the women as like childbearers. That they knew that they were men, but they could not make more Spartans. You know, they didn't understand how sperm
Yeah.
worked. They just knew
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
women gave them Spartans.
Women give Spartan. We
So
must protect women.
The women would be, if all the Spartans die, the last line of defense would be the women, and they were also like more trained in like dexterity and like stealth fighting, where you sneak up behind people and stab them in the neck and shit. You know,
very cool. But like also attributing a modern ideology with an ancient society is,
I think you can
retarded.
You can say Sparta was a military dictatorship for sure.
Yeah, right, and that's a general term, but to like attribute,
300 the movie is even more fascist. I agree. It's a very fascist. Like that's the whole point. Is like it's a very very like fascist undertone. Like they make you want to hate Persians in it even.
Oh, that's right, because the bad guys are Persians, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
But
I haven't seen that movie for so long.
But it's like
also
it's like almost like
hated it, moved on.
It's almost like how Spartans saw themselves and saw the outside around them. You know, like they were not good people.
No, but was anybody around that time? I mean, the entire MO of civilization
specifically the
back
Spartans
then was
were not good people, though. The Persians were okay, you know, for like conquerors and empires. You know, the Egyptians were kind of cool, but like Sparta is like I'm sure other people were Bronze Age nerds in here. Okay, so Bronze Age nerds, how are Spartans? Like, are they after the Mycenaeans? You know, and how many years after? You guys let me know.
Weren't they before?
I don't care. Hit play.
I'm pretty sure it was before.
Message was it trying to put across? Why some of it is propaganda, or why it's, you know, just really bad or good? Media analysts get a lot of shit from people further down the funnel for not really doing anything, but how can you say that about some of the greatest propaganda?
Media analysis is the most important part of this entire thing. To truly understand what people are saying, you need media analysis. Good media analysis.
Works of our time, like Shrek, a Marxist analysis by Jonas Chayka, and kid you not, Azure Scapegoat. Yes, there are two analyses of Shrek, or the greatest takedown of how Enemy at the Gate lies to you by Kay and Skittles. Shows like Renegade.
I mean, we're going to do this kind of stuff as well.
Renegade Cut's kind of cool.
I mean, we want to do this kind of stuff as well.
I mean, I can do. I'm literally my background is film.
Yeah, well, I need to learn a lot.
But like you know, like I can talk about like the films that I talk about. I'm not going to be sitting here talking about how 300 is fascist. I'm going to talk about the virtue of self-destruction and annihilation.
Yeah. I mean, we literally do have a video about Ghost in the Shell, which everybody should go watch. It's a good video.
I'm going to do a video about why live-action Ghost in the Shell was woke and not whitewashed.
Or the
Spartans came later. Thank you. How many years?
Later.
That's what I thought. Because they were like officially, because they were like city-state. Mycenaean was before the Bronze Age collapsed. Mycenaeans were like became Philistines or Phoenicians.
Were the Spartans sea people or not even related?
No, Mycenaeans might have been though. The Aegeans.
Yeah. Okay.
By Alexander Avila. All the creators on this list are pretty great, and not all of them only focus on media. And while you might
just while I've got this thought, because you showed Barbie, now that Barbie's like out, we should do a proper breakdown of it and explain why our position is the position that we have on it. I think it's almost Confederalist in a way.
Yeah.
Like forget his name. God damn it. Oshalan.
It's like, very Oshalan.
Very, very around that point. I think that.
I mean, we kind of explained it in those videos. So
yeah, but it would be.
I mean, I could do. I could do media breakdowns around 100 years.
Okay.
Not too bad.
Call most of this either over intellectualizing or contrastingly not much more than consumerist obsession over art. All I can tell you is, well,
recording.
It is actually woke, bro. It's about a white capitalist who came and stole two Japanese refugees' identities, right? Like he literally stole everything from them, and is marketing off of them and profiting off of them. And not only that, how can you say a movie is whitewashing when they literally have a guy who only speaks Japanese with subtitles in the movie? Like, are you kidding me, bro? I do think the movie should have ended with her like going into like a new like shell, and she like takes back her identity. But she goes to like the grave, and it's more like she lays her old identity to rest.
Yeah.
I would have liked them to like prop up another like Asian actress on a sequel tease. Because that's how they normally would like. They do that a lot with like the show and stuff. She'll like reshell at the end.
Okay, interesting. That's funny. Barbie cops don't exist. Ken just knows his place. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. News is, well, the news. Arguably a section of the media landscape we lack the most in. The libs are out here performing group fellatio on the Bidens and Macrons of the world, only outpaced by the giant orange man statues erected hard, deep, and long by the conservative echo chamber. It's kind of hard to compete with.
Echo, bro. Echo. It has a H in it. It's ECHO. Echo.
Oh, okay. All right, bro. That's racist. Making fun of people's inability to speak English.
Well, eco is a different word.
$1 billion industries, but some are still ready to take this on, pushing through the sludge, getting us informed, and somehow staying away from the big old Murdoch bucks. Some of my favorite are the excellent Democracy Now!
They're still harping on Murdoch. You know, Murdoch has one outlet in America, and it's Fox. And that's it.
Yeah, but that's the worst one, bro.
It's just because there are no other conservative outlets. If there were other conservative outlets that actually had a pull, like Fox News,
well, that's because
Fox News would just be another MSNBC.
They created conservative outlet. They literally created that shit.
Well, that's what he started when he was in Australia. Like all the country news here is Murdoch, right? Which is it's kind of an issue, but not really. And New York Post is a tabloid. But yeah, magazines is mostly what he's in, right? Magazines and newspapers, that sort of stuff. Like that's his big conglomerate in Australia. And then I think Sky News is Murdoch.
Interesting.
Newsmax is Newsmax is just diet Fox News. It's just Fox News for the spastics. That's all it is. But what's Schizo Gun posting channel?
I don't know. Just keep playing.
Wow. PLN, or Positive Leftist News, run by Mexi. Contrastingly, Good Morning Bad News, mostly over on TikTok.
Okay,
entertaining some.
I want to see that.
Hey, it's your guy. You like this guy?
He's funny. He's not news though. Really, it's like joke. It's
entertainment,
bro. They have a puppet reporting like the news.
It's almost like an SNL skit.
It's actually funnier than SNL though.
Yeah,
but like that girl, I might look at because like anything that he recommends here is potential. Hey, put this in the bag.
Mine. Yeah.
More news. I even run a flip.
Yeah, Sky News is Murdoch. I'm almost certain. I will double check that, but yeah, Sky News is hardcore. Crazy people. Like if you know anything about Australian politics, like Pauline Hanson, who is like Australia should be whites only kind of person, she goes on Sky News all the time. There's another guy who works for the Herald Sun, Andrew Bolt, I think his name is. He's just an absolute cunt of a human being, but he's always on Sky News. Rita Panini, she's like fascist bootlicker. She's pretty shit too. There's a bunch of them. Paul Murray is another one. And then there's Paul Murray is like a Alex Jones type, just not as nuts and not as entertaining either. At least Alex Jones looks like a tomato when he starts yelling.
Fledgling openly biased news channel with my boys from the Deprogram podcast called First Thought, where we post
First Thought is news.
Maybe
No, that's the whole
3
point
times
of
a
his
week.
channel.
it is news.
Yeah, his first thought is his news channel. Second thought is his like, I'm gonna
Mm.
radicalize you to be a Stalin bootlicker channel.
Yeah, nice.
Not the best source.
And are soon launching our first long-form content. Anyways, while the news section of the funnel won't always directly push someone down, it plays a critical role in fighting against right-wing advancement into the mainstream and hopefully introduces most viewers to critically viewing establishment.
I mean, this is because they're mostly all paid, or they only listen to paid people and then get their narrative from them. That's
also
why.
they have sponsors, and
Yeah.
their sponsors may not want them going there.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I never actually thought about it like that. That probably has more to do with it, honestly. Is that the sponsors who give them money are probably like, yeah, we kind of like Russia. Don't talk about Ukraine in a good
Yeah,
light.
we have business contracts with
Mm.
Russia.
Yeah.
Billionaire-owned media mouthpieces.
They love this clip. Everybody
Bro,
loves this clip from the
bro.
left to the right. Everybody. Like
Like-
it's conglomerate news. What do you expect?
But like, we're local reporters, bro. Like, we have to do 24-hour news because CNN invented it and shit. You know,
Yeah.
like they're conglomerately owned. It'll be like ABC, like WXOYZ
Mhm.
12. You know,
Yeah.
like it's always been conglomerately owned for the local channels, right?
Mm.
So like when I've worked for ABC, it's been like not actually ABC. You know, it's like a building. You know,
It's a
downtown.
subsidiary. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a building
Yeah.
with some satellite dishes on the top, right? And it's like, you want us to write every fucking story?
Yeah, especially if you're in New York and something happening in California, you're not going to write a story for that. You're just going to use the script from the guys that are also in your network from LA. Hey, can I have the script, please? We want to do
No.
it too.
You don't even do that. It's entirely built in. You know how like we use Google
Seriously?
Docs internally? Yeah, bro. We can
Interesting.
access anyone on the wire. So
No
anyone
shit.
who's like
That's
affiliated with that,
interesting.
we can pull up their show scripts, their graphics, and everything.
That's way better than having to call them. I just assumed that they're like, hey, we're on the same network. Can I have your script, please?
No, we
Right?
can
I just
take
assumed it was that.
basically.
That's way simpler. Okay, that makes way more sense. This is okay. You know,
I forgot what the
you call
program
this?
was called though.
But you know what you call this? This is called media illiteracy.
Yes,
People
this
who
person is
use
not
this
media
clip,
literate.
they
Yeah,
are media illiterate. This is what this is. If you ever see anybody use this in a non-ironic or non-satire way, they are idiots. They have no idea about the media ecosphere. And I didn't even learn this. I just learned this through experience in the industry.
bro, produce a show every day and get back to me.
Yeah. Let me know how
Like-
that goes.
Like I've produced actual, just like I've produced like some level.
But we will have to start doing it eventually. Like
No,
actual,
not like on local news
scale
level,
production. No. But like production at a bigger level than we are already.
Controlling exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our
Dude,
democracy.
he literally took Second Thought. Literally had this in his video.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I remember.
We're about to get hit with an ad.
The introduction funnel is there to tickle the curiosity by killing your idols, connecting to you through media and art, or by giving you a new perspective on current events. Lighting the fire is half the work. Part of our lives,
Copyright.
entertainment. Get radicalized in the toilet seat, at work, during break, at school, while driving, while drinking, before sleep, or right when you wake up. The opiate of the masses is no longer religion or even opiates them.
Well, yes, it is. The religion is just communism now. So what happens when you eliminate idols and religion is the state becomes God. It's a very simple thing.
All right, we
Like-
have to get through this because we're going to do the Taliban interview with James next. So,
Yeah.
hey, it's the
Cells.
Pope.
It's 24/7 nonstop
You know the difference
warfare.
between Catholicism and Protestantism?
We need to get through this video.
I know. Go ahead.
For your screen time. How then, in the nine hells, do you expect any self-respecting movement to not utilize that? Entertaining people and helping them forget about their worries, if only for a moment, are relatively noble goals by themselves.
This weird new tool is quickly becoming
Let's
the
do
most popular Christmas
1.25
gift
because
of
he
Swear
already
to
does it.
fucking God. I literally clicked the time and it gave me
Yeah.
an ad.
Just do 1.25. Yeah.
He points out.
Oh,
that
you
one
fucked
of
up.
the-
Ah, blinker. Blink, 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 blink.
The blink guy.
Hasan Abi.
Son of a bitch. What time was I at, guys? Come on,
Go-
stream. Tell me. Go
Yeah,
back.
It's,
You can
it's,
go back.
it's where
we
the
can't.
next ad is. Hang on. Hang on.
No, this is
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. 208.
Hey, there
Right
we
there.
are. Good shit.
If only for a moment, are relatively noble goals by themselves. But add an extra ingredient to that concoction, and you get the goddamn powder puff girls of ideology. Political entertainers stem from the early days of late-night talk shows combining comedy, news, and hot takes, which themselves stem from thousands of years of deeply politicized written, spoken, and performed entertainment. In our era, this field has transformed into a whole mega industry of podcasters, streamers, comedians, and just general people looking to give you a good time. Well, maybe, hopefully, teaching you something along the way. To start off with streamers, they give arguably the biggest bang for your buck of any video entertaining category
they?
I can think of. Some
Do
of these
they? Hassan sits at a stream, eats, and yells at his chat. What value does he add to the conversation? Seriously. What value beyond propagandizing
We get some value
people?
out of him.
Well, we do, sure.
Bro,
but what do the people
Bro,
watching
why would
his
you be
stream
like, this
get?
is Hassan, the political streamer, and show him just playing fucking Monopoly, bro?
people
Just
spend
show
between
an
5 and
empty
10
chair.
hours a day, every day, pretty much living with their chat. They react to others' content, world events, shoot the shit, react to what chat sends them, or analyze this or that subject. Because so much time is invested by viewers who consume this sort of content, there is an inexplicable bond
Mark
built
Riblet
between
is
the
a good
host and the
streamer.
audience.
He's the
don't
music
think
guy
so.
who like
Is
makes
that-
songs on the fly.
I don't think that's how you say his name, is it? It's like a French
oh.
name, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't
No,
remember.
I know the guy you're talking about because the video I saw was him in New York where he stopped the TikTokers. He's like, "Let me play you a song for your TikTok because you're clearly more important than me doing a show here." And he like stopped the music for them and like pointed them out specifically, like, "You guys are being assholes."
He did this song where it's just like called I'm late, and it's about going up to your boss and you're an hour late, and it's like, yeah, no one else is gonna be here. Deal with it, bitch. I'm late. I'm late.
You hear that THC carts are killing people.
Mm-hmm.
You hear that mattresses are killing people.
This bond leads to far deeper trust than with most other formats of entertainment or content in general. And this trust, which translates into quite real and literal power, can be used to direct, often unexperienced people towards a more factual and kinder way of looking at the world.
Factual is the wrong word to use. Also, this is called a parasocial relationship, and it's incredibly detrimental to you.
Yeah, it's how they get the money out of you.
Yeah.
By the way, I
Parasocial
think you can send us money
on this.
I think so. I'm not sure.
Interesting, but yeah, like a parasocial relationship is one of the most toxic things that you could ever get into, right? Because the streamer, you know them. They have no fucking clue who you are. You are a name and a money box to them. And that's about it. Right? At the end of the day, streamers don't care about you. It's a job to them. It's very simple. Just keep that in mind.
In an era plagued by rampant antisocial tendencies, people, especially the young'uns, are looking for role models outside of their homes, but now also schools and friend groups.
Also, streamers are not role models. Stop. Just stop.
That's where streamers who treat their role responsibly come into play. From the likes of Hasan, who's basically a one-man Gen Z leftist CNN at this point, or the many different stripes of leftists from Mike from PA, The Serfs, Central Committee, No Justice MTG, Rob Ross at TRRS.
Don't know who a lot of these are.
I knew like 3 playing of those, the role of either role model or main source of the correct takes, streamers, when not embracing the tumor path, will continue to grow into some of the most influential people of our era. Like it or not. Next on, we have the jokers. They either tell us
this is us as well.
This us?
Yeah,
or make us laugh.
We're the tumor here too. We're a tumor, and I think 3 out of 4 or something. I don't know.
That's all right. I'd rather be a tumor than in this fucking.
No, I
cancer.
want to be a tumor specifically for him.
Chunk of the entertainment funnel. Some of them you
Chunk.
call comedians.
Buy his book, the
Yeah.
Nazi book.
Yeah, the Nazi book.
Others, video essayists and commentators. I cut them into two subtypes. Edgelord internet humor, the likes
Hey,
of
Shadow.
Wow Mao, who apparently, yes, is an actual leftist. Juche Co-op Gang, a very tall Bart.
What?
Aim on animation, which still haunts me in my dreams to this day.
But then pretty much that things just become like
That looks like Halo 2.
I'm fucking better than you.
Yeah,
Might
he
be
uses
first.
like I don't.
Indeed.
He uses like a actual like animation engine. I'm not sure.
Well, like Unreal Engine or something.
Yeah, but he also like ports in like video game characters like Master Chief and stuff.
Oh,
Like he
interesting.
specifically, that's part of the style is like looking video gamey. That's kind of
Interesting.
the point of his style.
That's cool.
He did the
OG
Steven
who was
Crowder
here.
video where Steven Crowder gets the limp gun
I
and
haven't
like
seen
he
that.
ends up on the beach and Arthur and Brain come up to him and give him his heart back.
I haven't seen that.
Steven Crowder's nightmare
That's hilarious.
he-
No, I
Sam-
haven't seen that.
running down the hallway from Sam Cedar. Bro, I've literally watched it with you.
I don't remember that at all.
Before it was even a thing,
Object
Batcom,
permanence to
and
this
many,
motherfucker.
many other edgelords. And the second subtype, the long-form jokers who make pretty
Uh-huh.
much everything from essays to short documentaries, like one
Uh-huh.
of my personal favorites, the two insane boyfriends over at Boy
Oh
Boy.
God, no!
Awful content. They
awful
are
people.
terrible
people.
content. Except for their video on the military-industrial complex where they take a leg to the expo
Yeah, that was
in
fucking
Melbourne is
awesome.
fucking hilarious. That's about it. Watch I Did a Thing. Much better content.
Yeah,
The brilliant Mia Mulder, Spooky Scary Socialist, with his whole two videos. Sean the Talking Skull, Mooncat,
Uh-huh.
who, by the way, almost drinks as much as me, which is very comforting to say the least. Anyways,
That's
a recent rising star,
Don't
And-
drink, smoke weed.
don't.
GDF.
I actually just started watching this guy. Good content. Solid content.
Yeah.
Yep. I think the video that
Oh,
I
is he the
watched
guy
was
who's like
him-
how the Iraqi got so good at smoking the Americans?
Possibly that might be that guy. It could be a different channel, but the
How
video
the
that I
IRA got
watched,
so good at smoking the people and stuff.
yeah, I'll double check. But the video that I watched was him running down how Israel is an apartheid state because Amy Schumer said that Israel was justified in doing what they were doing.
Uh-huh.
So he made a 30-minute video talking about how Israel's an apartheid state.
Philosophy Tube, Balkan Odyssey, and many, many
Awful.
others.
Oh, bad one.
Awful content. Terrible. Really fucking bad.
By phrasing their content as more generally educational, historical, or as cultural analysis or whatever not so scary term, they manage to pique the interest of people just browsing the web looking for a good laugh or to satisfy their curiosity on this topic or another. They're the shit YouTube will actually recommend. The shit that changes your worldview without you even noticing it. King content, baby. King.
Hey, that was you.
What?
Huh?
What? The Jokers.
No.
Yeah, I'm a
Content.
Joker.
Now, next. Podcasters. I mean, do I have to say anything here?
It's
Man, the shit that changes your worldview without you even noticing it.
Mhm.
King content, baby.
That's me.
King content. Now, next. Podcasters. I mean, do I have to say anything?
Balkan Odyssey is key content, apparently. Jesus Christ.
Here,
There you
it's,
go.
it's
It was that guy.
podcasts. Radio killed the TV
I
star. If
haven't
you're gonna
seen him
spend
yet.
your time listening to something while you're driving, cooking, working out, pushing out those dark thoughts of cosmic insignificance as you fantasize of the warm embrace of non-existence, wrapping you in
Yeah,
its
no,
arms after
no. You
excruciating-
shouldn't push out those shot thoughts. Death is the natural order of the universe.
Oh, I just saw one title that I'm like, ooh.
Come on, we got to get through this. We're almost there.
There was no Cold War.
Okay. I mean, there wasn't.
experience of being.
It was
I mean,
a hot war.
It was a proxy. It was just an endless string of proxy wars.
Yeah.
Technically Cold War.
life
Not
without
really.
having ever asked for it, or cleaning, redecorating, or gaming. Podcasts are a constant. I have personally learned a lot from incredible shows like Chapo Trap House for the humor and interesting
Lol.
takes on theory,
You're
TrueAnon
okay.
to grow my hatred of
QAnon's
pedo
no.
capitalism, Revolutionary Left Radio, and Guerrilla History
QAnon,
Pod on my
QAnon
praxis in
are
history,
Aaron
or
Monte
blowback.
platformers and Assad apologists and Putin bootlickers, but I have used them to de-radicalize people.
I was mostly watching their Epstein stuff.
Yes, their Epstein stuff is fine.
Really good.
What is this? What does this say?
Blowback. Oh, that's one of the channels we
Blowback.
didn't know.
Yeah, they're doing like this whole thing about basically how the Iraq War was bad. That's like basically their podcast.
Very revolutionary.
It does really well. So, I
Yeah.
would do a show like that. Like,
Sure. It's got 3 videos.
no, there's more than that. They've done they're new. They're very new.
It's an interesting concept. I don't know how much content you could get out of that.
A lot.
From a 10-year war?
Bro, 20 years of the war on terror and the blowback of 9/11. Come on.
I mean, I guess if you're
Bro,
doing it as
literally,
a
we do it
wider
every day.
subject. No, I know,
Every
but
day.
if you're doing it as a wider subject, I guess, but like specifically Iraq, that seems very specific. and
Nah,
not-
there's like a bunch of stuff. It's like a 9/11, post 9/11
Okay.
thing.
Interesting. You should get them on.
For their incredible storytelling. Oh, also a little
Also, we don't do a podcast. It's a show. Podcasts are lame.
podcast called The Program that yours
We
truly
can
runs
also
with
put
a team.
ourselves in this category too for tumor.
We could, yes.
Yeah.
Because we specifically don't want to call it a podcast.
Well, as long as we're a tumor for them.
And Second Thought, link below. But yeah, contrary to the news sphere, the left has managed to find its place in this media.
If we do another podcast or we do another show or a second show or whatever, we should call it CIA Programmers.
With some of the most grassroots financially backed pods out there being the very ones which are working towards the good old cause. The entertainer step of the funnel in general.
We've done more in 40 episodes than these guys ever will.
Just keep going.
Is pretty exclusive to the internet.
I gotta see another
Grassroots
ad before we get
organization
to another
is too busy
platform.
feeding and housing people to also give them a laugh. It's also the perfect stepping stone one can take because, let's be honest, it's mostly not that heavy. None of us can bear to sit through books and documentaries and heavy-handed videos all the time, especially when we're not really that involved with a thing in the first place, which people at this stage of the funnel really
We get it.
That's exactly what our darling entertainers managed to do. Bridge that gap between a slight interest and real
You
passion,
already said
totally
this.
normalizing a school of thought that should have been the standard in the first place. The right might have war movies, billionaire funding,
Hurry the
and countless
fuck up.
others, but they will always be, well, boring. You've opened up your mind to it.
Right, man.
All
This is
those years
this
of
is us.
indoctrination
This is
have
us
finally
again.
been
Tumor
flushed
team.
out along with your daily intake of cigarettes and vodka. You've had an ideological enema and are now finally ready to learn.
Okay.
So, just
I haven't had one of those.
Vodka sucks. Drink whiskey.
Yeah. Also, I don't want an ideological enema. Like, who says that?
just like in IRL, there's nothing you can't do without the.
So if a Trump enema, what would that be? Trump spitting in your asshole? Is that what it is? Or
Peas
is
in
it
your
just
butt.
Right, hype man. This
It
section of the
comes out
funnel,
like
as I
Jay.
just said,
I'm just laughing because James is listening to all of this in the back.
Yeah.
is there to actually show you why the current status quo really isn't doing it for you. Something happened in your life, or you spent enough time around
Dugan?
leftist ideas, and
Empanada's
it
in here
triggered your
again.
need to
Wait, Dugan says what? I'm so captured by this. What?
What? Huh?
learn more. But it's not like you'll
Dugan
actually
says
sit through
what?
difficult to understand theory and
I don't know.
ideas, and you're still skeptical of the concept that there might be actual alternatives to the current system. It's not that bad, you know? And that's exactly where these hype man channels come into play. They, while on the surface having been cut into different
As long as
categories,
you're a tumor,
really
you're
only have
growing,
one
I
role.
think Dugan
Touch
says.
on particular
Oh,
people's
okay.
particular pain points and explain why, very truthfully, they're directly or indirectly systematic and therefore fixable. How capitalism
Yeah,
hurts you is
shit
somewhat
sounds
of my
like
channel's
something you
specialty,
say.
focusing on how you're screwed over financially, emotionally, in spirit and soul. How your boss twists modesty on you as some sort of virtue while siphoning almost all the money you generate for himself.
Okay.
How your inability to find
Aren't
true
you the
community or
one who's
love is
talking about
stifled
how
by-
you want to stifle our money though?
Mm.
Because we're too
Yeah, that's
because we're
that's my
tumors on you?
narrative. That's why I don't want to work, because I don't want to work for someone making tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars while I get fucked and still can't live. Fuck that. That's my argument. Go fuck yourself.
the ever-growing commodification of all relationships, including the family. How dreams which would have been considered modest in the middle of the last century are now borderline impossible for you to achieve, and so on and so on and so on.
They've
Channels
always
like
been
my
possible.
dear friend JT over at Second Thought, who introduces his viewers to a more material
Well, we'll get
understanding
to
of
more
how
of
things
his stuff
really
after we watch this Taliban interview.
We'll get there.
working capitalism through the brilliantly written and produced videos. One Dime's crazy insight into the economy, ideology, and the future.
Oh, look at the related channels. I can't imagine.
Look at all the
why
Russia
you're boosting that
stuff.
person.
What are those 3 Russian
Mm.
videos? Unlearning economics is fucking kind of cool though.
Oh, Jesus.
They're like actually like pretty good like
Mm.
economic. They understand. They actually have like definitely have economics like degree background
Okay.
and like just dissect why like capitalism is shitty and stuff.
So the 3 videos: the nature of Putin's Russia and its causes, the real ideology of Putin's Russia, and Russia became anti-West.
Okay, I want is the real
Sounds-
ideology. I want to see what the real ideology is. That would be an interesting
I'm
one.
kind of interested too.
Yeah, we'll look at
note,
some of these. in
note
the
that one
future.
down. Yeah.
Future. Unlearning economics is unlearning of economics. Niche but incredibly important topics like the ones covered by the likes of Catherine or Andrewism, history deep dives by Freda, history civilis, or the brilliantly passionate Lady Izdihar. How we're impacting our very own planet.
She's a
explained by
fucking
channels
Assadist.
like Our Changing
Like
Climate.
she's she's super bad. She's a fucking straight Stalinist, bro. He scrolled over her so quick.
Yeah, that's probably why.
I wouldn't have recognized the name. I recognized her face. And I have nothing, anything bad or at all to say about this guy. Nothing at all.
What a weird video.
Nope.
The hidden truth behind running backs.
Nope. Never said anything about this guy ever. Moving on.
Commentators like FD Signifier, Best D Marks, Luna Oy,
Okay, we talk shit about her now. We can talk shit about Luna Oy.
Compete, or John the Duncan, and many others. The hype men are the breaking point, the closest to an actual PR team of the online left pipeline. They're supposed to be direct, honest, clear, and if possible, just a little bit entertaining.
And you put Bad Empanada in this category.
Mm-hmm.
The guy can barely talk. He is the most smooth of smooth brains. Like, my man.
This is where the marketing of ideas kind of stops. For the only people moving to the next step are those looking for solutions of the problems defined.
The actual people, the actual revolutionaries.
Solutions?
Here we go. This is what
Final
we've all built up to.
solutions?
The bottom of the funnel. Everyone pushes. This is what it's all about. They all push them here.
People who finally understand this shit makes no sense and ask the scariest question.
Oh, scary
what
question.
is to be done?
Oh my god, hurry up.
This whole class is gonna feel my wrath. Now be nice.
You mean Denise?
The teachers
The
represent
teachers,
the free online universities of modern ideological education, just like professors in any college I can think of. Most of them often disagree among themselves.
Is it the Black Revolutionary Network?
I didn't see.
In most key
I
issues.
didn't see.
But
Only
with the
news.
students coming from all walks of life and incredibly eclectic material conditions, it's this very diversity of teachers the online left has that can be its strength. The teachers outline the many schools of thought of our relatively young tradition, from the Marxists to the Kropotkins and the Luxemburgs and Lenins. They go in depth about how the current
The
system
only part
functions,
is
how it
lacking
informs history,
paying to go
what
up a
has
tier.
predated it, what
Bro, you
For
think
what?
you don't you think you don't pay to go up a tier with these people? That's that's how they get you in. They get you in as first you're a moderator, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you work for free. You get a little bit closer to your parasocial relationship with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cult.
Pay pigs.
alternatives to it exist, how they may be brought.
Isn't that what what's her face calls her patrons? Pay pigs?
Who?
With a chick from Sam Cedar's show. The commie.
Oh yeah, Amy. She's great though.
What the relationship is between man and labor, man in the material world, man and purpose. By teaching, they are fulfilling the very ideals set out to them by the oldest minds of these philosophies, changing the world. Their job is to give the tools needed to generations of self-conscious individuals to build not only progressive
a
minds
lecture by any of the people he's about. I think Zoe is in there though. They're fun. They're cool.
Hands which act. Together with the obviously far more important knowledge one gains from actual IRL organizing, these teachers, just like a mama bird, help chew through the heavy, often boring, long,
that
and
is a male
complicated
cardinal
history and philosophy.
So, female cardinals are brown, not red. Not a mama bird.
And carefully drop it into all of our hungry, angry mouths. Spit that pure ideology into my mouth, mommy.
I was close. I was very close. We need that as a soundbite, though.
What?
Am I right? Oh, Jesus, why did I keep this in the script?
Hold on.
Ideology into my mouth, mommy. Am I right? Mouths. Spit that pure ideology into my mouth, mommy. Am
I'll
I
try and
right?
remember
Oh,
to
Jesus,
grab
why
it.
did I keep this in the script? Where was I? Yeah, the teachers. Their job.
You left it in the script
Oh
for
my
our
God.
sound bites.
Bro, 3
never really
minutes
even if
left
they get
at
someone
the
to move
bottom.
on
Come
through the
on, here
funnel,
we
because
go.
as they say, the more you know,
Oh
you
my
know
God, he's still
nothing.
not
So,
talking about it.
who are
bro.
they? Well, some of my favorite and most impactful channels of this finishing
video
line of
could have
ours are
been
people like
8
my dear
minutes
brother
long.
Hakeem, who somehow takes the Alexandrian library he has in his head and gives us what we need to know. Theory channels like Marx.
Awful channel.
In a good way? Are we
No,
are we
Hakeem,
dying in a good
awful.
way? As
Awful
in,
channel.
haha, we're so funny. Ha ha ha.
What does he say about
Marxism Today, the Marxist Project, Prol Cult, and gives us what we need to know. Theory channels like Marxism Today.
Barbie ushers in world communism. What
Okay,
an
we'll
awful
watch
title.
a Barbie video. We'll do another Barbie video. I can talk about
Marxist
Ashlani
Project,
and
Prol
the
Cult,
imagery
Apple
of Barbie
philosophy.
all day.
And how it's not communist.
Zoe Baker for the anarchist, or the Finnish Bolshevik for the MLs, Jonas Jacob from philosophy for those in between, and probably plenty other.
I'm pretty sure that Zoe chick blocked me.
Probably because
Hell,
you're an
I'll
asshole.
probably get into so
Probably shouldn't be a communist.
Nowadays, I'd probably block you. She's an anarchist. She's an ancom. She's fine. She like
much
she has
trouble
her
for
videos are fine.
even putting them all on one list, but that's Papa Yugopnik's burden to bear. I might like some of my kids more than the others, but I'll never, ever tell them. The teachers are here to help learn and wave as the new generations of terminally online humanoids slowly creep out to touch the grass.
Are we finally done?
Yeah. Pretty much. Taliban time. Taliban time.
Hello.
Hello. Did you have fun listening?
Yes. I was starting to throw together an article thing on how Israel cannot in fact nuke its way out of a regional war.
True.
Are we doing the Dankula one? Is it the Dankula
Yes,
interview?
the Count Dankula interviewing Lord Miles. You know who Lord Miles is?
No idea.
Okay, James, you think
When you hear
we
about
could
the whole
give some background of what happened to Lord Miles and how the Taliban fake page ties into it?
So the Taliban kind of arrested him after he was doing goofy shit, right? So he was in Taliban custody for like.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to interrupt because I believe why he was arrested is because he had a Bible with him and a Taliban handler told him that book was fake, and Miles threw a mug at him in response to him, the Taliban handler, calling the Bible a fake book.
I think that might be what he's saying. I'm not sure entirely.
That's what he posted on his Twitter, and people were joking like, "This is what happened. This is why he disappeared, guys."
I think it's so we kind of did some work to get him released, right?
I know.
He was arrested because of he and some of his mates were off where they couldn't be. And that was, as expected, I guess.
So, one of the fucked up things with Lord Miles is we had to prep his evac for him when the fall of Afghanistan happened, and then he ended up like taking those resources that were used to like the CIA had to put him in a compound for protection for like evac compound and stuff because he got too scared during the fall of Afghanistan, and he just wasted these resources that are there for like people that we needed to get out.
Wait, what resources?
Just resources that we have to evac people from Afghanistan during the fall.
No shit.
So he went there to like fuck around and like, because that's what he's one of those people who go, it's like Baldwin Bankrupt, except he's the worst of them all, right? Because he now is like doing like why Sirajuddin Haqqani is the man type stuff.
That's cool. Okay. What an asshole.
Oh, he sucks. Anyway, what else do we want to add as context here?
Let's just go with the video then.
putting out the.
you
I
made
just
the
made the
title.
tweet, so
Yeah.
yeah, change the
change the
title.
title.
And then also, like, one of the main things that we're reporting on this was the so-called Taliban public relations page.
Oh yeah, we're still not sure what that is. I think that's just an Afghan or maybe a Westerner who, in Afghanistan or in the West, not at all affiliated with the Taliban. The other actual Taliban got very mad at him.
Yeah, the Taliban think that he's CIA trying to make them look bad.
Yeah, something of that sort.
That's very funny. Oh man! All right.
Welcome back to the land of living.
It's good to be back, man, but I kind of miss it.
I know, but before we get started, you fanny. You absolute fanny. I told you so many times, don't go. How many times in my DMs to you have I said, I don't know, Miles, that sounds like a bad idea?
Well, I'm here now, so I kind of manifested this, haven't I? It was a lovely holiday, my friend.
Don't get me wrong.
We want to keep it sped up.
No. I mean, we'll probably eventually be like, oh my god, I can't stand this.
Yeah.
Alive.
There's an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. See when you came up to me outside, I actually had this. He's home, right? He's home. He's safe.
Expect to
He's
see
fine.
some Taliban guy go, I am Miles.
I was worried you were going to come back like Homeland.
like 1,000 yards there, like.
What's the rug for, Miles? But yeah.
Uh-huh.
And the comment
that was the sting he chose?
I guess.
Strange. That is not what I would have chosen.
Well, who knows? That might be the best part.
That might be the best part.
Video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before we get started, this video is institute.
Fuck off. At least he's putting his ad in the beginning.
Yeah, he always does it at the beginning, which I appreciate. There are no ads.
I actually don't. As much as I don't want to watch a Count Dankula video, I have to say, like, when it's always Raycons. You know, he only gets like 3 ads.
Or Raid Shadow Legends.
Yeah, and like the whole thing is like he knows people are skipping it, and he's like he just doesn't care. You know, he just does the ad read, and like doesn't fuck around with it.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly,
like he is a good content creator. Like the videos he produces are good. Especially like the Mad Lad ones, they're really good.
You know, where he just reads Wikipedia but does it in a produced way.
Yeah.
Welcome back. I think you've got a wee bit of story. Elizabeth being in Taliban. How long were you in for?
My holiday was 8 months long in Taliban custody, so it was lovely stuff. Their intelligence, by the way, their GDI. So that's like their CIA, MI6.
Don't compare them to. Do we really want to compare them to CIA though?
Haqqanis.
I mean, probably sort of, because technically, the Taliban's GDI is doing a lot of close work with the Chinese Ministry of State Security. They're piggybacking. It's to be honest, the Taliban's intelligence agency jumped from like the negative rankings or like the 190s, 180s to like top 10 just incidentally. It's kind of bad.
I don't know work. Yeah.
Technically the best ever prisoner in Taliban history. But the best treated prisoner. No joke. I'm actually in records. Yeah.
That's it. So you've got a record for that in Afghanistan.
Yeah, no joke. The British Foreign Office were like really.
I'm not sure that is.
Wasn't a soldier in Taliban custody for a long time, like a deserter?
Bo Bergdahl, right?
Yeah,
Why
Bo.
do I know that name?
It was Bo, right? Yeah.
Why do I know that name?
He was in Taliban custody for a long time. There's no way, like, bro, he was treated like pretty well in Taliban custody. Like he was like their token guy.
Yeah.
It might have been TTP though.
I think he was technically captured by the Pakistani Taliban.
That's
where
what
it was but he was definitely held by the Taliban umbrella. Oh yeah, he was held by the Haqqanis, so that's any. The Taliban are very weird, right? If you're a foreign prisoner, they'll either treat you super well, right, or you'll probably wind up in a few months with your head missing. in a ditch somewhere. They're kind of fun, kind of.
Fun. It's the hoot.
I'm pretty sure they treated this guy fairly well, though.
I'm finding it hard to believe that like Taliban insurgents were pure like, look, I know we're maniacs and all that, but like he's just so nice.
Yeah,
he's so charming.
Yeah, they were like, if this guy's a little bit whimsical, a little bit goofy, a little bit silly, we'll accept him as one of our own. With your tally bros, not your tally foes,
For God's sake.
Jesus Christ,
So like,
bro.
we'll start at the beginning.
So shit.
Bro.
It kills me. I love that shit humor.
Because I know that
dude, they're like
been to Afghanistan.
crazy. Would you believe it? The Taliban are also regular fucking people, but like,
Yeah, go figure. People are people. Crazy.
you were in the fucking Haqqani network, bro. It's just not like
done a few times, but then you were also in Afghanistan during the American pullout, and that
the
was
best of us, yeah, man.
yeah,
I've been around a lot of pullouts, trust me.
Well, it's just nice wee holiday and war breaks out. I've been there. It's called Tenerife.
I want to go there. It's pretty dangerous, mate.
I know. Don't go
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Don't go to Tenerife. Jesus, man. Anyway, Afghanistan. But like you were there during the pullout, and then you were in the news, and you had people attacking you, but then you had people like
Bo
says
says the Taliban treated him better than the U.S. Funny, the same guy who defected to North Korea said the same thing, and then they said, "We don't actually want black people in this country. You need to leave."
Isn't that? That's just so ironic.
It was so fucked up.
And I did by the Taliban. You see what I mean?
No,
Like,
I believe that completely.
Yeah, 100%, mate. Like, so I was at the fall of Kabul. I'll do a recap for the viewers over there. I was at the fall of Kabul as the last ever tourist in the old government. So I didn't know the country was going to fall. I'd booked the flights and the holiday many months ago.
You were guaranteed. You wanted it to
by
fall.
all the journalists, everyone at Kabul would hold. But then I realized,
it makes sense.
Journalists. yeah. So then the country fell apart around me. Like when I flew in, I got into Kabul. And I was
hilarious. Isn't that hilarious how that happened?
Well. And I saw some.
But
it was really funny when people were fucking falling off the airplane.
Oh yeah, hilarious! Wasn't
hilarious,
it?
Bro. Epic.
Yeah, people desperately trying to get out of the country. Very funny.
Epic prank. Executions, epic prank, bro. I remember you were crying like a bitch in your fucking CIA bunker.
In special forces American geezer, and he was like, "What are you doing here?" I was like, "Holiday." He just looked at me like, "This fucking guy," and he just said,
"Yeah." He looked at you like you're a fucking asshole.
Yeah, man, he knew. And I mean, it'd be nice for him to tell you. He's like, that shit's about to fucking go down. Do you know that?
Yeah, he could have said, "Oh, you should buy a camera or something so you get really good footage." I was just goofing off. I had a lovely holiday. Taliban were coming at me and stuff.
Yeah.
I was just trying to get to the airport. My bank card got blocked, so I was trying to buy a flight on my way out. But of course, big transaction in Afghanistan got flagged up with NatWest or whatever.
Yeah.
So I was calling their Indian customer service line like, "Taliban are coming! Fucking unblock my card, you banker!"
I'm sorry, sir, but I need digit 3 from your telephone password.
Yeah, and I'll read crazy. So my PIN code and my sort code is 3773-457. No, stay on camera. But I got unblocked, got the airport, all flights are grounded, and then I got a notification saying, "Oh yeah, you've got like a flight cancellation insurance, so you got like a payout." And I was like, "That's nice, but if I'm fucking dead, I can't use that."
I was gonna say.
I was like, "Oh, my look's changing a little bit." Yeah. So when I started walking towards a compound that was apparently housing all the foreigners, and then 2 Taliban bros came up to me. And they were like, "All right, mate, what are you doing here?" I was like, "Lovely holiday, isn't it?" And he was like, "No, I don't believe it." It's obviously, some Fed or something. So he starts questioning me, and he goes, "Where are you from, mate? You British? You NATO? You from NATO?" And I go, "I'm a Wales, mate." And he's like, "Wales? Where is Wales?" And I go, "Oh no, we're next to England, but we got invaded by the British. One struggle, brother. I'm with you, man. I have your sympathy because we both got invaded by the British. Geez, man, we're the same." And they were just there like, "So true, just like
so true, bestie.
So true, yeah." Hey, we should link up there. They were like, they were like, "Fair enough, mate. Enjoy your holiday." And I got to this compound, right? and there was a bunch of people outside. And of course, I'm British. I'm like, hey, I'm white. I push through, you know. I was like, hey, I'm a tourist. You know, I paid for a special package. Got to the front, and there was some. I think it was like I can't remember which way.
Bro, yeah, I'm white. I can just push through. Meanwhile, at the airport, a fucking Daesh bomb goes off, and fucking bro, there's literally like the sewer drain is just like filled with blood and bodies at the airport, like babies and pieces and shit.
Yeah, it's very
hilarious, bro. Epic.
So funny.
You fucking did it, bro. You showed them.
Greek, and he was like, no, British, only Greeks coming in. I was like, don't worry, man, I'm not Turkish. And he just started laughing his ass off. He was like, hey.
Here you go. There's a joke for you.
And then he knocked on the door. He's like, "You're all right, mate." And then some British soldiers let me in. And you know what the first thing they did? They didn't ask for my name, didn't ask for my passport. Give me a piece of paper with the Wi-Fi password on. Oh,
that's good.
That was the stupidest thing. So I fucking started live streaming. I'm hearing bullets in the background, and I'm just like, "Hey guys, soy face." Yeah. Apparently, my university was watching the live stream, and I was just like ranting about Israel.
Look, everyone, what's going on in there, Kramer?
Yeah, mate.
Why would you be ranting about Israel?
20 years of American hegemony is going down the fucking toilet. That's what's going.
Mate.
Free MRAPs, though.
No, well, here's the thing, too. When I did fly out, too, I met some SAS soldiers. I drinking with them in the compound. So like, you're the guy off the telly. You're that region. Come with us, mate. Yeah, so I got that video. I'm never going to release it, of course. But
It sounds like an SAS soldier. Sounds like something they'd say.
Yeah.
Me shots and stuff. First time I ever drank,
don't dox the SAS.
No, I think it was the second time I've ever drank alcohol was the fall of Kabul. So it's bloody worth it, mate. Yeah.
You have booze there?
Yeah,
Right.
they snuck them in through diplomatic pouches.
Ah, right, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so I was just chilling, man. And then, you know, I kind of networked with him. I was like, hey, can I join your WhatsApp group chat? The SAS guys were like, hey, he's chill, he's goofy, you know, he's a little bit silly. Absolutely, mate. So I'm still talking to him to this day. Met them in Ukraine, by the way. Long story. But when I flew out and everything, it was just chill, mate. It was a lovely holiday. I took some level 3 plates with me. I took because I put on like I think it was this exact black shirt, you know, just normal black shirt, had some sunglasses on, and I carried some level 3 plates and some other military stuff I just took from the armory that was going to be left behind anyway.
Yeah, is this what you're talking about? He's just taking shit.
Just in general, bro. They had to fucking put him on a That's a seat in a helicopter to get to the airport to fly out. That's a seat on the plane to fly out, bro. And he went, and it's so funny. He's like laughing about it and joking around and shit. And it's like people's lives are ending. Not even just like physically, but like, you know, like how many business owners gone, you know?
Yeah.
Musicians done. You want to talk about fucking where LGBT genocide is?
Yeah.
But I was carrying my stuff. I walked through Dubai airport, just acting really confident. Like, yeah, I belong here. This belongs on my arm. I am, you know, I'm military. Look, don't question me.
Yeah.
And they just let me have it. So I got back to the UK with these plates and sold it to some really dodgy Pakistani geezer on Facebook.
Bro, that's illegal.
Well, speaking of that, there was an event that
Aren't plates illegal in Britain?
Armor plates? Not sure.
I think body armor is banned in Britain. I think Jake has said that to me before.
That honestly, that wouldn't surprise me.
It just happened in Hartlepool the other.
It's not in the U.S. It's a violation of the firearms trafficking. What the acronym for the firearms trafficking law is? In the UK, it's illegal to buy and sell it, but you're only supposed to sell it and buy it if it's Home Office approved.
Okay, so yeah, he literally just admitted to a crime on camera.
A little bit, yeah.
Just wait. He's. I don't think he's going to go back to Afghanistan. He's going to end up getting arrested by the Brits in a few days here.
Yeah, might be right,
bro. Like they aren't already looking at you as like a terrorist asset at this point. Like the first person I would be looking at is literally this guy as a fucking terrorist asset. Not anyone else who got off the plane, you know?
Yeah.
Well, Carry on, that was a joke.
I'm
that was a bad joke.
guy,
Too soon. That was literally yesterday. That was a.
Well, you gotta shoot your shot quite literally.
Fuck me, man. So
yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's probably the beard. I'm not into that, but yeah, appreciate that.
No, but it was like, so you got out of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And then you went back.
Is there only one mic between the two of you? And it's only like.
That's what it seems like.
He's close enough to the mic, but the Miles, you need to move your fucking guest closer to your mic, man. Sorry.
Well,
but the time you went back.
First time I was like, hey, I need to pop down to South Sudan and wonder what's going on there. You know, it's like a lovely holiday. Media's like foaming at the mouth at this point, like, this fucking guy. And I was like just goofing off, you know, having a whimsical time, you know, just white boy summer type stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, the average female journalist who's really autistic, but not in a cool way. They just understand the grind set. 100%. Yeah, I should do. So went to South Sudan, went to Afghanistan again to chill with the Taliban.
Even you can tell even Count Dankula at that point when he's like, yeah. He's like, come on, man. Like he's like, I don't know if it's a good idea to be talking to him.
Yeah, it's like he makes a lot of jokes in his videos about women and shit, but I don't think that he's like that. You know what I mean? Like that seems like a comment that he makes on a regular basis. You know what I mean? You know how you can just tell that someone says something like that on a regular basis? That's what that sounded like to me.
I'm going to goof off a little bit. I went to this old compound that used to be a hotel, and I actually had the ID pass. So I went there, knocked on the door. It was like near midnight. So I knocked on the door. This guy with a beard on, so I think he's just an Afghan geezer. He goes, come on in. So I go, okay. And then turns out it's a bloody Taliban compound that's been converted, you know, for military use. So I just walk into a Taliban compound. I'm like, well, he's got the pass. Let him in. And then he realized, oh crap, this is some British tourist geezer. And they were like, wait, you're a guest. Come and watch cricket with us, my friends. And I'm like,
bro, it's called Pashtunwali. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And I had a copy of my.
If you knock on an Afghan's door, they're supposed to let you in and say you are a guest. Come watch cricket with us. That's literally like.
Is that the actual term of it? Is it?
Well, it isn't. So it's different in Afghanistan. It's like a lot of places. It's like give people shelter, right? But Afghanistan Pashtunwali is literally like a Scythian code that's been passed down through generations. So it's like a warrior's code that comes from Scythian warriors.
Okay. Interesting.
My book with me, I got published talking about me goofing off in Afghanistan. And they were like, wow, this is great. They started signing it and stuff. I'm like, lovely holiday part 2, mate.
That's funny as hell.
Yeah, I saw we had these the new Afghan Taliban flags, you know, we had the headbands, and I was like, geez, I really want to like, you know, never get a job again. So how do I buy these and resell them? And they were like, oh, there's this geezer, Abdul, down the market, mate. You know, tell him Abdul sent you, and you know, you could buy them for dirt cheap. So I was like, holy moly, you know, a good moment right here. I bought up loads of Taliban headbands. I actually got them custom made. So instead of saying, you know, some stuff that might be questionable, I got them to say live, love, laugh. Resold them. And like these
honestly, that's honestly fucking hilarious. That's genuinely funny.
Housewives that stay in Barrett estates will love that stuff, man.
Of course, man. Yeah, it's good for Halloween too. You can really scare the Afghan veteran with PTSD.
That's less funny.
Yeah, mate.
Fuck you.
Just shaking.
Have you seen the thing where it's like the guy who's the Vietnamese tour guide, and he pops out of the hole to scare the war veteran?
Dude, that's fucking hilarious.
Like the war veteran was there in Vietnam doing the tour. And like,
oh my God.
Like, it's like this whole rant, and the meme is just like a Vietnamese guy, and he's like just sticking his hat out of the ground, and it just says "boo."
Allahu Akbar. Yeah, but like, so you went back there and like we were all like memeing and joking. You were always messaging me every time like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to this fucked up place. I'm gonna go to that fucked up place."
And you were like, "Don't do it, man."
I was like, "Don't do it."
Me at some point.
I was feeling like I've grown to find you very whimsical and interesting. So can you like not die?
It's called
please?
autistic, mate. But fair enough.
I prefer the term whimsical, but
yeah, same, mate. That's what my doctor uses.
But basically, you went back and you went radio silent, and that's when we were all like, "Has anyone heard from Miles?"
That was my 5th time in Afghanistan. So after the front lines of Ukraine and Snake Island,
What everyone wants to know is what actually happened, because we were getting different information from Home Office and all that stuff.
This is going the other way. Why does it? What it's one of those websites where you have to zoom out to make it bigger.
Yeah.
Dad yelled at him for 10 minutes. Look at this guy's face. And it's just like
he's like, this is the best idea ever. This is so funny. That's so good.
Boo.
Apparently, you tried to purchase, or you tried to make a cash withdrawal of $1,000, and that made the Taliban suspicious.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that exactly what happened?
Basically, yeah. So what happened was, ahead of time, on my I think after my 4th trip to Afghanistan, the Russian government sent over a notification to the Taliban going, "Hey, we think this geezer is like the Lord of War right here." I'm Lord Mars. I'm not the Lord of War, of course. But they were like,
Russia's got the Lord of War. His name's Victor Book.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like his brother or something. But
they don't like competition.
They were like, geez, this Mars guy, he's probably like playing 5D chess. He keeps going to the front lines of Ukraine and he keeps going to Afghanistan. So he's like buying up old US armory stuff and reselling it to the Ukrainian government.
So it was the Russians that dobbed you in?
Well, it's a small part of it, yeah. But
Bro,
like, this guy's
probably,
a major, like,
you literally admitted to selling arms earlier.
Yeah.
You think that has something to do with why you got flagged? Because you actually literally just said it. You sell arms. You said it earlier. Remember, guy?
You're only allowed to do that if it's sanctioned by the state. Like arming Saddam. That's fine as long as the state says it's okay. But this guy just bought it off his own back and was selling it privately to Ukraine.
No, he stole it. He stole it.
Oh, he stole it. Okay.
Yeah, because it was going to go to the Taliban anyway.
Okay, okay. I misunderstood. Still, my point about Soganalian fucking selling literally every weapon that Saddam pretty much got to him is fine. Unless it comes out and then the US government has to act and fine you and put you in jail and put you out of business and shit. What do you want, dog? That's fine. Yeah. Unsanctioned arms sales. Can't have that.
Weapons dealer, bro, you need to check him out. So they were like, they heard of me at this point. Their intelligence agency, the Taliban intelligence, GDI, had heard of me and they thought, this guy's like a whimsical geek, kind of tells the truth. He seems chill. He's our guy. But he might be dodgy. This report seems a little bit, silly. So we'll check him out. We'll check him out next time he comes here. And so I went to Western Union because credit cards don't work there. The US has kind of blocked all SWIFT transactions.
Bro, your last time you literally said your last time in Afghanistan, you stole shit from the armory and sold it in the UK. And now you're telling me that the GDI is like, hey, this guy might be an arms dealer. We're investigating him. I wonder fucking why, dude. Because you did.
The sanctions are cringe, man. Joe Biden, sort that out, man. Anyway, he watches you 100%, mate. Anyway, anyway, just drooling in the chair, watching in the White House, like. But anyway, I went to Western Union. I was like, $1,000, please, haha. And that's like half a year's salary. So it's like coming to England, withdrawing 20k, raising some flags. And they called up the GDI. They're like, hey, there's a goofed up white boy right here, quirked up. He's withdrawing like half a year's salary. Better check him out. So when I came out, there was some guy pointing a PKM at me, the other guy with a handgun. And I was like, oh, it's lovely holiday part 3 or something. So
Didn't go to plan this
I had
time
my
around,
two
yeah.
I had my 2 friends with me, and they were shaking, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be something, isn't it?
That's sick.
Yeah, so we get to the GDI building. They're like checking out my passport, inspecting it, and I was like, yeah, mate, I'm Lord Mars. You follow me? You should follow me.
Where does the Lord come from? Is that like a British thing?
He's a douchebag.
That's it?
Yeah, I think so.
It's just because he's a wanker?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I saw searching my phones, my Twitter. I'm like, hey, you follow me right now. They read my book and stuff. I actually like, this is good literature. These guys read English, and I was chill.
Yeah.
And then after a while, they were like, hey, Mars, got some red flags about you. You know, something doesn't add up. I'm like, yeah, fair enough. I kind of question myself too, mate. So they took me to Kabul, to the main GDI headquarters. And all along the way, they take us out for a meal and stuff. And they also let us take photos when we got the bag put over our head and also tied up. But let's take photos of that. We were just smiling, man. We had no idea what's coming. We'll put that photo on the screen a little bit later.
Bizarre.
Yeah, I would like some of the photos to show you on this video.
Trust me, you will.
Look, if I got kidnapped by the Taliban, I'd want that picture too.
They let us take ransom photos.
They're ransom photos.
Come on, why do you think they took these photos, man?
That's so funny. No, I would want that photo anyway. Fuck
yeah,
that's so funny. What a gangster picture.
The Taliban are probably laughing at him, being like, "This guy's an idiot. We're gonna get tons of money for him."
That's so funny. That's so funny. You know what? Yeah. So what? It's the British government. Who cares?
But we got to the main GDI place, and I could see through my bag, so I'm just walking. I'm like, hey, come on, guys, we're actually in this place in Kabul. And the Taliban, like, this fucking guy is just doxing us right now to his friends. Because I know Kabul. I was like, yeah, we're like 10 minutes from a Russian embassy, man. I know this place. I know this building.
Yeah.
They're like, how the fuck does this guy know anything? But we get into this main compound. It's a holding cell. And when we get in, they close the door. And I'm like, it's so over, mate. Yeah.
Was the whimsy starting to die down in reality?
Yeah.
It was starting to set in a little bit.
Like, how can I tweet about this in a positive manner? You know? Yeah. But there was some other dudes there. They were like, I've been here for like 30 days.
Bizarre.
Mm.
It's very strange. The guy is very odd. He's very odd. But he's like reminds me of soldiers that have had a few nuts knocked loose. You know what I mean?
Days, man.
Sort of has that.
Good thing I'm not going to be here for 30 days.
Wow.
8 months later, you know. But
sick.
Anyway, my friend starts crying on me.
Sick.
I'm like,
hey,
man, we have to manifest a good holiday, man. Don't worry about
it. Manifest a good holiday.
Yeah, man. It could have been a lot worse, you know. And then some really, there was a kind commander who came in. I knew who he was at the time, so I read a BBC article about him. This geezer, 1 month earlier in Jalalabad, a city. I call it Jalalabad, but he killed like 200 Daesh and just left them in the street. So 200 ISIS members murdered because they have a big feud with ISIS, and ISIS has been eliminated from Afghanistan, thankfully. And inshallah, they will not come back. Mashallah. Hey, I'm used to their terms. Why not? You know.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Hey, what do you need, man? Do you need some toothpaste? Do you need like some? Do you need some towels?" I'm like, "Yeah, mate, sound." And they start interrogating us the next day. So first thing is they tested from a soldier. So they hand me an M60, and they say, "It's loaded, my friend." And I go, and they go, "We want to test if you're a soldier. Show us how you'd, check if it was loaded or not." So they expected me to pull out the clip and stuff. I get it, and I know it's a test. I'm like, I'm gonna fuck around a little bit. Full auto, point at the Taliban's head, click, and then I point it, click, and then I go, I was like, I could have got an easy way out, mate.
That was dumb.
It was great.
Machine guns have magazines, pouch magazines. You fucking idiot! It's not a video game.
It was great because
listen.
At first they were all very serious, like, and then they started laughing. They're like slapping their knees and stuff. They're like, "Oh, this guy's all right." To be fair, they were like, "That's pretty funny." It broke the ice. It was a nice break. You know how you got those YouTubers who do chat up lines and stuff.
Do you think this is a coping method? Like this, the joking about it is a coping method because he spent 8 months in prison in Afghanistan?
the thing is, I think at this point he could say anything, and people would believe it happened. I doubt he pointed a gun at Taliban members as a joke.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm sure he wasn't afraid ever.
How to break the ice? I can do like a top 10 methods to break the ice with the Taliban. You know what I mean? Like I was just goofing off and they admired it. When they read my book and they were like, "Mashallah, this is excellent, good stuff, man." And I was like, I was like, "Can you sign it? Like, it's gonna be quite an experience when I get out in a few days." And they're like, "Yeah, sure, a few days."
Fucking hell.
Yeah, no, it's chill. And they were searching my phones, and I've got some dodgy memes on there, mate. Like some funny.
Oh, they don't care.
Yeah, they found it funny.
The Taliban probably agree with us on a lot of stuff.
You have video of Bin Laden singing.
Bro, I'm just looking at the comments just to see, like, I gotta see what's in these comments. But the first comment, it says, "Back from Taliban prison, straight to another beardy guy with strange language."
Yeah.
They saw that. They were like, "Is this real?" I was like, "Maybe." That's real. I know, because I don't think they know about deepfakes, and I said, "Maybe." I was like, "Big if true," and they were just all watching it.
There's a bunch of fucking Taliban now that think that dear leader was singing Numa Numa.
Well, you still believe he's alive, so they're manifesting it.
I think he's still alive.
Yeah, man, I think so too.
Yeah.
He's actually he's in Leicester, by the way.
In Leicester.
Yeah, man, he runs a kebab shop.
So see as you were getting like led away with the bags over your head and stuff like that, was there, or even like just during your imprisonment, was there talk of executions or anything like that?
Man. They were like, even
no shit, they're not gonna fucking talk about
executed unless if you were like Afghan.
Yeah, dude, they're not gonna fucking talk about the executions in front of you, bro. They were under fucking watch from fucking, like, they're not about to say that shit. Potentially have you, because that's bad PR for them. Bro, these comments are just like, none of them are like aware.
I think.
Right.
So if he killed someone, maybe execution,
Yeah.
I think we would chill. But one day in, man, another prisoner came in, another one who spoke English. And I can't tell you too much about his identity, because the Taliban national security might be there, might not be.
Yeah.
Big American dude, 6'7", black man. And I go, "Oh, hey, hello, mate. Good to meet another English speaker. What are you in for? Do you know what's going on?" And he goes, "Yo, fuck white people. What the fuck are you talking to me for? I'm a terrorist. You're infidel. Fuck you." I'm like, "What? He's like, I'm ISIS. I'm a mujahideen. I will kill you." I'm like, fucking hell, man. I'm like, this is gonna make a great book. Oh, it's gonna be like great. Yeah. It turns out he's under the delusion that he is like.
Yeah, that guy's real, by the way.
Really?
That sounds exactly like ISIS, though.
No, he's not an ISIS. The Taliban are also very confused by him. He's. I think he had too many brain traumas. I don't think he's 6'7", though. Maybe 6'4", 6'5".
Oh, is he actually like an American?
Oh yeah, he's actually an American veteran.
Oh, okay. So yeah, this is one of those. They get loony. He had the Rambo syndrome. He couldn't he couldn't come home.
Something like that. His face
soon he's gonna be, being a snake handler, a snake catcher, and then bring him for the snake shows.
Maybe. I don't know. He really seems the one to join ISIS. he confuses ISIS and the Taliban and Al Qaeda, and so the Taliban are like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?" Right? And he'll sometimes say shit like, "I am the most ISIS," or "I am the most Al Qaeda." And actual
Al Qaeda one here.
Yeah.
the actual Taliban and AQ fighters are looking at him like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?"
Listen, I am the most Al Qaeda one here.
America, we're the Mujahideen. We're the Mujahideen.
Crazy is in the beginning of that speech, he fucking tech fears the Taliban. Right? And it's like, bro, like that's like this is like shit, like fucking around with tech fearing and stuff, and like it's like excommunication basically. Like people take that very seriously, right? So it's like to open it saying that the Taliban are tech fear because they sell drugs in America are the real Dean did not go over well with the Muslim.
Probably not, no.
Joining ISIS. So his American dude came to Afghanistan, and I'll run through it. I spoke with him over space of my detention, right?
Right.
And turns out he's a complete schizophrenic. He was in the U.S. Army at one point, so he kind of lost some marbles, I imagine. He converted to Islam. Can't recite one line of the Quran after like 10 years of studying. But yeah, the Taliban are like, "What are you doing here?" He's like, "I'm American Mujahideen." and he's like, he's like, "No, brother, there was no American Mujahideen. What are you on about?" And he's like, "Nah, I'm the leader of Al Qaeda. I'm the leader of Al Shabaab." He's like, when I make the Facebook post about the terrorist attack, my network make it happen, you know? Yeah, so he honestly believes there is a 9/11 about to happen on the Burj Khalifa. I'm like, why would you do that to a Muslim nation? It makes no sense, you know what I mean?
Did we just find Al Qaeda Christian?
Yeah, you're basically, yeah. No joke.
Whoa. Bro, they would totally bomb the Burj Khalifa. That is like if they bro, that would be honestly like, why not?
Yeah, what does that building actually do? Nobody actually lives in it, I don't think.
Also,
I'm pretty sure it's condemned.
They hate the monarchies anyway.
Yeah.
The thing is that like Dubai does a lot of Dubai is like also, and Qatar, right? Like those, they're like kind of like terrorist friendly. They like do a lot of like they'll be like holding states for people who do prisoner exchanges with like a lot of these groups. So that's why they probably wouldn't attack specifically that nation. But like they try to fucking like, do you know how many fucking like terrorist attacks probably happen in Saudi Arabia that just nobody talks about? Nobody ever is going to report on it. You're never going to know they ever happened.
Quite a few.
Guarantee you. We'll never know about them.
I would speak to him throughout.
The merge is happening, inshallah.
Oh, God, we really got to gatekeep white people from that. I'm really on board with gatekeeping inshallah from white people. The worst thing that ever happened is them figuring out that word, honestly.
He comes to me and he goes, and I go, "How you doing, man? Like, how are you holding up in this situation?" You know, because obviously he's burned some bridges with
I'm still finding it funny that the Taliban went, "This guy's mental."
Yeah, they were like, "This guy's too radical." But I literally go, "How you doing, man?" He was like, "Pretty good, man. The chip in my brain that Joe Biden put in surgically and personally at the end of my penis, it's degrading, man. It's degrading. So we can't send the signals through the satellites. Joe Biden talks to me and I go, 'Fuck you, Joe Biden.' And I'm in the constant mental and spiritual warfare with him and him and Kim Kardashian. I'm like, all right, mate. And I go, actually, what did you do for a living? You know, what was your job? You know, what did you do on the outside? I'm trying to create.
I have no idea. Honestly.
No idea what they're talking about.
No, just like I don't know if they watched a movie, based their the guy who's in the custody, maybe, I don't know. I think he doesn't know what he's doing, or if he's even seen a movie, he might not know. But he definitely lost some marbles.
So they're like trying to jot down notes and they just don't know what to make of it, mate.
It's just breaking down absolute schizophrenia.
They're like, wow, this guy's speaking code, you know. But he actually did get mailed on his brain, see there was a chip in there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just in case, man. I mean, to be fair, you can't be too sure with American like fucking technology, so why not? Yeah, but they was like, holy shit, he's got like an iPhone in his brain, you know. But,
oh my god.
But he's like, oh, for money, man.
This is so weird. This is really weird.
So he was like, I'm a big terrorist.
Uh-huh.
This is about what I expected. Like this whole like, oh, it was fun being in Taliban prison.
Yeah. Do you want to skip some?
I want to hear a little bit more like the.
Okay.
First, I finance all this stuff.
I'm a big terrorist. What do you do for money? I'm a big terrorist.
Yeah, man, put up a mortgage application.
I put that in your fucking CV.
Yeah, well, to be fair, with Leicester, it's probably common nowadays. But anyway, he says, before I was like, I'm actually Michael Jackson's long lost brother. I'm like, so true, my friend, so true. And he goes, if you Google my name, you'll find that I'm like the big dude. You know who I am. You just don't recognize me because I've grown a beard out and stuff. Googled his name, nothing comes up, mate. And he goes, I did all this singing, and then all the celebrities, they wouldn't let me join. Like, they wouldn't. I would refuse the invitation to join the Mossad and the Illuminati. So I got headhunted, and I said no. I'm like a big G with the Islamic State, and they're trying to kill me, man. So that's why I fled to Afghanistan. I'm trying to give up my U.S. citizenship, and I'm taking my $100 million with me. And then he also said like, what else? Yeah, just trying to remember this.
That guy honestly sounds way better than Miles. I rather hang out with that guy than Miles.
I've done a temporary stint in a mental health institute because you're not allowed to say asylum in it. It was a loony bin. It was a loony bin. And see, everyone you're saying, there was like 3 guys in there that all said, but like microchips in the brain, celebrities talk to me. All of them said that stuff.
If I retire, I'm working that place and writing a book, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, then he also, this is what he said. He said, I fled to Afghanistan to get the citizenship so I can join, the Taliban Mujahideen. And the Taliban then intervened and said, why didn't you come here when the war was happening? And he was like, I was in Thailand prison. And then he didn't ask why, but I asked later. I'll bring that up. I said, hey, okay, mate. How are we going to get citizenship in Afghanistan as an American? He was like, I was going to go to the US Embassy and renounce my citizenship. And I was paying my way into
Declan! And bankruptcy!
I was like, you're a libertarian? But
fucking hate that.
Yeah, I'm kidding, man. But I was like, hey, mate. A little bit dodgy, and then he goes, I wouldn't have sex with her. He's not sweating bullets, and like his eyes are darting. Like he's like the worst Ben I've ever met. I'm
done with this mentally ill person. Let's jump forward a little bit to see what happens next.
10 or 15 minutes.
Whatever. It's all gonna be the same thing.
Skip. So I was there smiling like so.
I have to say, I'm starting to warm up to these guys.
Yeah, they're chill. They're chill, honestly. So I was just chilling them with my laptop. I was writing my second book, and I was goofing off a little bit. I was putting together some business documents for the Taliban about the gold mine. I was researching this stuff, going through the numbers. I had this master Excel documents. It was solid. And they like System of a Down. They also like ABBA.
So everybody likes ABBA.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's yeah. Dancing Queen. I can't sing.
I was just picturing the Taliban doing that.
Well, it was more kind of they started playing some. It wasn't music, but it was like there's this thing called Taliban music. It doesn't have instruments, where it's like some guys just singing and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's about like GTI. The Tally Bros are watching. They know what I'm talking about. They're on that real shit. And I was like, hey mate, you got good music. To be fair, it is kind of catchy. Fair enough. Do you want to listen to my music? And they were a bit wary at first, but they were like, hey, as long as we listen to it objectively, just out of respect, and don't obviously let it inflict our emotions.
Yeah.
I guess we'll listen to it once.
Bro. Oh my God, he's so culturally ignorant. That was nice of them to let you play your music, though. Like, bro, that's like the conflicting with Pashtunwali and there where they're like, well, we're not supposed to listen to music. Like we laugh at like Omar being afraid to show his face and shit. Like these dudes, like that's why there's no instruments in their music, man. Like they didn't want you to play your music, and they said they were going to be nice and respectful about it. Like. I bet you they danced though.
It was working out a little bit because it wasn't too bad. They was like, yeah. I mean, ABBA, they were like, yeah, go white boy, go sing. Yeah, I started singing. They was like, yeah.
It sounds like overall, like your treatment was really good.
No, it was really good. Honestly, like I said, my Tally Bros from the Tally Chads, it was the best holiday I've had in a long time. I really outdid myself.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I'm really proud of this situation. I wish it lasted a little bit longer because I was allowed to send myself money. All right. So it's quite funny. I got in trouble for collecting money out of Western Union, but I was allowed to send myself even more money.
Yeah.
So after a while, I spent £1,000. I bought some workout equipment. You see the picture here. Right now, I got quite swole. So
you're the first hostage I've ever seen gain weight.
Yeah, mate. Honestly, the food was decent. I could have as much food as I want. I mean, obviously, meat was not exactly, just free flowing. So how it worked was, Taliban walked to headquarters. They collected some food from a big pot, and then they gave us the servings first to us detainees, and then they ate the remaining stuff. So we always got the food first. They eat the same stuff as us.
Yeah.
So everyone got equal treatment. Everyone was treated very, very well. And jokes aside, with all this goofy stuff, they were actually solid. They were very kind. They treated me like a brother. And you know what? It sucked being in detention, fair enough. But like, I did commit a crime. I do apologize to Taliban about that. But it's a permit. It's like jaywalking in the US. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
But it was
Bro.
solid. I gotta say thanks for good treatment because I couldn't stand.
It's just jaywalking. I was just trying to buy some arms and sell them illegally back home.
And how it could have gone. I've heard horror stories.
Do you think if we made Scott watch this, how do you think it would make him feel?
I think he'd be screaming the entire time.
He'd be slightly irritated.
No, he's a silent professional. He'd just sit there and just watch it, and on the inside, he would be like,
heavy breathing.
The amount of work that man did.
So much fucking work. You have no fucking idea.
And he's just gonna go back to Taliban prison. You know it's gonna happen.
Yeah, bro.
He's gonna go back there and be like, "Hey, I'm back here to buy body armor," and then goes back to prison.
Been so long.
Yeah, so they have a zero tolerance on foreigners committing crimes and stuff like that.
Right.
Because obviously, did 20 years.
They have zero tolerance on crime.
They just don't want any trash.
Touch sensitive.
Yeah. It makes sense to be fair. The higher ups are like, hey, we've just gone through all this crap. We don't want anyone causing trouble in our nation. We're trying to sort things out. We want to be completely safe. We don't want any corruption digging in. We don't want anyone blowing the lines in the law. So the law is very straight. If you commit a crime, you do go to jail, or you do get detained for a little bit. I didn't have a permit for that gold mine area. It was a restricted area. I went there. My bad. And the investigation took a while. They found out I wasn't a spy. They were like, "Yeah, you might always be, but Miles, we will keep an eye on you." And I just said, "You know what? Here's the thing. How about if I pay for the GDI, one goofy guy to." If he knows English, he hangs out with me 24/7. He can watch me all the time. I'll pay his salary, and he can make sure I'm chill. He can make sure I'm not doing anything dodgy. And they're like, "Yeah, to be fair, that's a good offer." To be fair, I'm like, yeah. So it was meant to be 6 months, but apparently the paperwork, because there's no diplomats that were coming to Afghanistan from England and Doha. That's where the embassy was.
Yeah.
Communication was slow as hell. Of course, I oversaw it. God, British government, man. And
there was a thing I heard that I wanted to ask you that was meant to be part of the negotiations for your release, and I want to know if this is true, right? I heard through our connections to people that fucking are part of that and all that, man. I hate people that glow, but unfortunately they have good information. Apparently one of the things where it's like, oh yeah, we are totally happy to take Miles off your hands. The British government was saying this, but we want you to instate women's rights in Afghanistan first.
Oh,
that was part of the offer, but it's
they were tweeting about it too. I oversaw the negotiations between MI6 with this stuff, and they were talking about women's rights. And I was like, you might as well ask for a Hooters in Kabul with a strip club as well and a beer fountain. It's just as likely, you retards. You know what I mean? It's like it's an Islamic nation, and to be fair, it's not gonna happen, is it? Even the Americans couldn't install women's rights because it happens in the home. You can't give that oversight.
That's what
it's not gonna happen.
That's what fucked me off with the government.
Bro, what are you talking about?
What do you mean it happens in the home? What the fuck are you talking about? This is like that China mindset of like, oh no, it's not my deal. It's a domestic issue, even though it's in public and he's beating her. It's the same mindset. Like, the fuck are you talking about?
It's like literally like, oh god, what's his name? He's a Afghan warlord. It's not Ishmael Khan. It's one of the. It's Saeed.
Wait. Which warlords?
He was one of the Peshawar 7, but he's like foreigner. He's like it's like I think it's Saeed, Sayyed, Abdul Saeed, Abdul Saif, you know. Hang on. But like they're doing an interview with him, and so like his group is taking over this like region, right? And they're asking about the burqa, and he's like, they like this. And then it cuts to the women, and they're like quickly trying to cover up because they're terrified for their it's Sayaf. It's Sayaf. Abdul Rasul Sayaf. He's like, he hates the Taliban, but he's a Wahhabi who hates the Taliban. Yeah. And then Abdul Sayaf is also a group is named after him, I think in the Philippines.
Interesting.
It might be Indonesia.
It's very random.
Well, he's a Mujahideen legend.
Yeah.
And the custody of people who, let's be fair, they were very nice to you, but they are known for being violent lunatics, like a lot of the time, right?
Oh, they just goof off, you know?
Yeah, just goofy, whimsical. But they were asking for something that they knew for an absolute fact that the Taliban were not going to fucking do.
Yeah, exactly.
But they were using your life as a tool for it.
Oh, yeah, that
pissed me off.
Oh, yeah, no, honestly, that's why I didn't get out of the 6-month bar, because the British were like, women's rights. And I was like...
So you were in an extra 2 months because the British government wanted the Taliban to put in women's rights.
That tracks. Governments are dumb. People in government are dumb.
It sounds like they didn't want you back.
That too. Yeah. That's like it's one of the two, right? That's a pretty basic government I'm an idiot move, but also maybe they didn't want you back.
There's also this interview with Saif, and he's like, they're like, why are you such like a violent misogynist warlord? He's like, oh, I don't want to be like this. I want to be teacher. I want to be settling down in teaching, not a soldier in the bunker.
That's my understanding of it, yeah. So
first of all, women's rights, cringe.
Yeah, exactly.
Second of all, the Taliban would never do that, and they know that.
No, the whole thing is they don't understand too. The law is controlled by the Quran, and whatever rights given to men and women are installed by the book. And that makes perfect sense, mate. If I had a Christian ethno-state, which I kind of do want, to be fair, in England...
that tracks.
Yeah.
That tracks, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I would have it by the Catholic Bible, you know?
Yeah.
So, minus the child stuff. So,
What do you mean, man? Your bros love the kitty fiddling. What are you talking about?
So does the Taliban.
Every Nazi is a kitty fiddler. What are you talking about? Christian ethno state. Fuck off.
Hey, I know one of those. It's called the Vatican.
But anyway,
easy with that up in Scotland, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, don't say that outside.
Yeah, mate. But I was like, you're not gonna get it. You might as well ask for an Israeli.
Actually, do.
Yeah.
Go. What's the? Is it the Irish songs or something like that in Scotland will get you stabbed? Or something like that, or like praising the crown in Scotland will get you stabbed in Glasgow, or something like that.
All the black and tans, oh God.
So we can start killing the Protestants.
No, Michael, that's not what this is about.
The embassy at the same time, you bunch of
one less palm.
Yeah, that was it.
Spastics,
they knew it was something that they weren't going to get.
Yeah, it was just so they say, maybe we asked.
It annoyed me that they were using your life and the lives of other prisoners, then putting them in jeopardy so that they could virtue signal. Basically, you did another 2 months so they could virtue signal.
Yeah, I went for 2 months, were kind of cool, but yeah, I wish. And plus, I even asked the British government on the phone. I was like, hey, if you have to kind of like get me out, can you do it during spring or summer, because I want to come out with a tan, I want to come out looking good. And they was like, for fuck's sake, this kid.
No, you didn't.
But I was like, yeah.
Oh no, he probably made some snide comment on the phone.
And also, I found out a woman.
He can't help himself.
Yeah. I don't know. This is literally the first time I've seen this guy. I don't like him.
Oh, I mean, I was introduced to him when he was taking up resources we were trying to use.
Yeah. Fair enough.
One of them said 2 years ago previously, it got leaked to the Daily Mail or whatever, big thing, and it was like British prisoners abroad who are having trouble, even detained by terrorist groups. We're under no obligation to help them. And she was like head of my case, so I was like, oh
yeah, that's England, not America. It's very simple. This is why people from other countries that aren't America get kidnapped.
It's so over.
I seen the emails. I seen the emails for her, by the way, and then it said at the bottom in the email signature, she, her, and I went, oh no,
oh no,
she's handling this case.
Oh my
God, pronouns in her email.
This is what this is about now.
It's a thing too.
Not the pronouns. Oh no.
I mean, after I had a meeting with one of the British, British staff that came to Afghanistan just to meet me for a welfare check.
Yeah.
They were like, we only got 5 minutes, and he was some stuck-up wanker with a stick up his ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what I did after the whole meeting.
Oh, you mean he didn't have time for your shit because you had to fucking fly to Afghanistan for your ass?
A little bit shaken up because it was quite early on. It was like month 2 or something, and I was like, "Hey, write down your email." And they're like, where's a pen? I'm like, "Get a pen right here, write down." Bloody hell! And I was like, Margaret Thatcher. I'm like, "Get on the ball, you fucking bureaucrats."
Yeah.
And then I wrote them a complaint email where I just called them incompetent. I said, I wrote this email to them like afterwards. I said, "You're incompetent. I have no faith in your abilities. Your diversity hire." I just wrote all this stuff to these staff members, and of course he never wrote back. But I made sure.
I can't imagine why.
That's epic.
What was it that actually ended up getting you out? Was there anything like done in exchange?
I wrote an email.
He's a very cool guy. This guy belongs on the YMH wall. That's how cool he is. Yeah, up there with Fed Smoker and people like that. The guy who likes hearing people take shits. Yeah,
bro, I guarantee you this dude is
Same.
like chronic sexual assaulter too.
100%.
Money, the British government.
That's why I like the Taliban so much.
Anymore.
Yeah.
They don't. There was no exchange of money, no exchange of prisoners. It was basically just they talked. The other 2 British men, the other 3 British men were convicted of being spies. So what happened was, quick one, I have to leave out some details.
Oh, was
the
it?
other 2 British men I've met once in a hotel before because they managed the hotel. I've met up, so they thought I was part of that network. So the whole spy thing also kind of culminated together. But if you see a white dude in Kabul, you just talk to them because it's one of my friends, you know.
Yeah.
So we just talked once. They thought, oh, maybe he's part of a network or whatever. But this guy, these guys were convicted of being spies, so we must have some strong evidence. And then the third guy apparently went into
Taliban, known for needing strict evidence. I bet there was tons of evidence.
Watch, these people were arrested just for being in association with this guy.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Kabul. And then actually just walked around with our photos going, "Excuse me, Tyler, where have these men being held?" Just like doing that until we got arrested. So that's pretty funny. You imagine just walking up to random like soldiers and going, "Excuse me, where's Bin Laden? Where's Bin Laden?" The same thing. Yeah, it's the equivalent. So they're like, "Why the fuck are you asking where prisoners are? Who are you?"
That guy doesn't sound like a very good spy.
Yeah, he was the second time being arrested in Afghanistan, by the way, by the Taliban.
He's a very bad spy then.
Yeah, it's like, all these fucking glowies, man. You think they're competent? I don't think so, man. I would never be a glowy because 1, obviously pays like trash. 2, high risk. And 3, they're retards. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a retard, but I'm a cool retard. You know, it's like you can't be glowy, you can't be cool. But anyway, so we all got released after.
I don't think he understands that he would be the perfect informant.
I don't think he understands he already is.
Oh yeah. But like that's like the best type of informant is one that you can get to do and make it think it's their own idea. And that's this kind of guy. You could definitely make him think it was his own idea.
Like selling somebody armor.
Yeah. Like definitely
like that. Like SAS guys are like, "Here, take this armor when you get back to Britain." So stay in our WhatsApp group. We'll tell you where to sell it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For a while, apparently there was some negotiation.
Was there touching goodbyes?
Actually, yeah, a little bit. Like at one point, so the British men, they were biggest trouble with two men who were convicted of being spies.
Yeah.
They were actually, so one of them was unnamed. He was former SAS, a Portland guy, actually high up in security clearance. So hence his name wasn't released. But that was maybe a thing. I was just tagged on to the whole thing. I had the Taliban apologize to me, saying sorry I took so much longer. My friend, if it was up to me, I would release you right now. But it's political. And it's chill, man. Don't worry about it. But they're my tally bros, And and then at one point, they came into my room and they said, "All right, Miles, how you doing? You gonna be released? You gonna be deported? Pack up your stuff."
I guarantee you, they just like fucking can't stand him too.
They're like every time they have to go back to the prison cell, they're like,
bro, like they're literally just
who has
like
to do it.
They're literally like just like obeying like their fucking warrior code, and this guy's like sitting here being an asshole the whole time.
Yeah, spin the.
They literally they can only eat bread and water because he's eating all the meat portions off the fucking plate and shit.
They play spin the bottle to pick who has to go into the room, but they use a RPG rocket.
Well, he even said like, "Oh, I'm gonna pay someone's entire salary who speaks English to hang out with me."
Fucking hell.
So
Deported based. So.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, exactly. I don't have an exit stamp in my passport, so I'm like, but I was like, oh crap, I've wanted advance notice. I wanted to film a YouTube video, of course, there. But I was like, yeah, whatever. So I got my remaining money, slapped on the table, and I said, Iqbal, Hamidullah, please kindly go to the bazaar, buy me pizza, ginseng, Pepsi. We're gonna have a feast, brother. We're gonna have a feast. We're gonna enjoy ourselves. We're gonna watch a movie. It's gonna be chill, man.
We're gonna watch Titanic. We're gonna watch Barbie.
Yeah.
Well, no, they all love Top Gun. They were all like. They're bro. Like I was when the fall of Afghanistan happened. So many of these guys I was talking to them about Top Gun, the new one, obviously.
That's so funny.
They were like they love that shit. But like no, like Rambo 3, Titanic. Most of them have probably seen because it's not like they see it before they join the Taliban and stuff. Before they're like supposed to not watch TV and stuff like that. I'm sure plenty still break the rules and stuff, but like you can get in serious shit, and if you break out the cult rules. I mean, just think about if you did something against the rules in Scientology, and that's in America. Imagine what a cult is like in Afghanistan.
Well, he loved Rambo 3, but he loved
did James just say something?
Die Hard. Die Hard, yeah. They love
Die Hard.
Yeah, man.
They watch movies and shit. They're pretty chill.
Yeah. Plus, like everyone has seen Titanic, bro.
I haven't seen Titanic.
I mean,
Wait,
like
really?
overseas, bro. Like any country you go to, you can be like, "Oh, Titanic," and they'll be like, "Yeah." It was just a big movie, like when it came out.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Does the
It's not worth seeing.
homoeroticism of the first one not tickle their fancy?
Well, what do you mean the first one?
Of the first Top Gun? Sorry.
Oh, no. I don't think they've
like
seen
the
this.
new one?
I don't. No. It's only Top Gun Maverick that they were talking about because it's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Like they don't know, like what it's like to even fly planes and stuff.
And then you've got Tom Cruise, movie star, who's like the only civilian to ever fly an F-18.
Bro, do you hear this shit? Like the next Mission Impossible, they might be sending him to the International Space Station.
I did hear about that, yeah.
I know. I'm talking to James. I told you this.
I have not heard that.
So
Scientology money, bro. Scientology.
The plot is saying that he goes to space.
Wait.
So,
for the movie, they're doing it in real life, not just in the movie.
Yeah. So like the stunt sequence is
Tom Cruise
supposedly going to
doesn't
be
go
on the ISS. That's apparently what they're trying to do. And it might not be. They probably will do a spacewalk sequence, but that will be faked.
I kind of want Tom Cruise to do it. If he's gonna go that far, just fucking do it.
Yeah, like he could go through the training to spacewalk, but I'm not sure if NASA would approve it. They might take it a little.
Depends how much money Scientology gives them.
That is true. If there's NASA does need the money, but. like they have cameras up there. They've sent people up there to do like stuff on the ISI before, you know, and like especially with the new ship, it's like. But also, it might be just something where they do like Virgin Galactic or the Vomit Comet or something, you know.
Yeah.
And they might just phone it in, but I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, the Challenger mission was meant to broadcast stuff from the ISS as well. Before it blew up, and Reagan delayed it because of a speech.
But the space shuttle was really poorly designed. You have the boosters above the shuttle.
Yeah.
You know, the Russians, they put the final craft at the top of the rocket.
Yeah,
so
that's
nothing
what it should
can
be.
fall down on top of it.
Yeah, that's what it should be. But like that, they clearly have the infrastructure to do it. They just would need to lug film cameras up there, I guess. Or you could probably just use
every shark in the world in one take.
You could probably just use the little Blackmagic cinema cameras, honestly. That's probably not out of the picture. I kind of hope they do that. Anyway, side tangent. Back to this.
Everybody likes Die Hard.
Yeah, they also loved Over the Hedge. You know about kids.
That's random.
I watched the one movie from the bazaar. You know, it's like 10 Afghan, like 10 pence a movie.
Right.
And for some reason, they just threw it over the hedge with Pashto and Farsi subtitles. And I was like, you know, I actually like this movie. It was solid. You know, as a kid.
Why wouldn't
they?
they?
Like,
Kids movies.
It's a cartoon, no problem.
That's where that's mainly who watches like movies and shit over there.
Yeah, okay.
Like that's why people are like freak out about Mr. Bean being on Bin Laden's hard drive and shit, and like anime and stuff. Like, bro, Bin Laden was not watching your favorite kid detective anime, whatever that anime was called. But like Mr. Bean and like Tom and Jerry, those are another ones like Titanic. Every country you go to, they know what Tom and Jerry is and what Mr. Bean is.
But like those sort of ones are so universal because there's no speaking in it.
Exactly.
Right. The Looney Tunes makes sense. Tom and Jerry makes sense. I was going to say Muppets, but less so. It's more America. But like anything like that, I guess is like universally something that could be spread. So it's not out of the picture. The actual Hollywood movies is very surprising though. Flintstones.
Well, they also these DVDs would have been sold to already. You know. I mean, like the capital of Afghanistan wasn't that bad of a place beforehand. It was pretty well developed compared to the rest of the country.
Compared to the rest of Central Asia, actually compared to the rest of Asia, it was comparably developed.
It's also like always been there, you know, like Kabul is like in like some of the oldest Sanskrit texts. It's mentioned as being a place, and it was the main source of tin for the Bronze Age.
No, the Bronze Age reference 2-in-1 video.
I was like, yeah, to be fair. So they looked over the hedge, you know, they found it funny. Why not? You know, it was a good bridge between cultures. You know, it was good. They showed me some of their
Over
stuff.
the hedge?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a cartoon.
I think we watched about 50
they're more willing to watch cartoons.
Yeah.
Is that because it's because it's not real?
Yeah, that's why like ISIS will use anime pictures and stuff.
Interesting. It's so funny.
Some of them just, you know, some of the movies they just didn't like. Black Hawk Down was a big one. That was good. It had, it was the only one that had Pashto, not subtitles. It was
dubbing.
It was dubbing, yeah. So they were watching. They were like, "Oh, this is cool, man." And they were like, when the Americans failed, they were like, "Hey!"
What movie
when the Black Hawk went down?
Black Hawk Down.
They probably love that movie because Americans got fucking bodied.
I would imagine so. So what happened? Did they just take you to the Afghan airport?
Yeah, no. So what happened was I got transferred. So I had a whole military escort. I got put into one of those bulletproof cars. Been in one of them before. You know, with the commander. He's chill like that. You know, he's my G. He's like my top T. You know, Taliban. So Andrew Tate says top G.
See, bro. I told you. That's what I'm talking about, man. It's weird. It's especially with ISIS, man, because like the British kids fucking came in with all this fucking anime shit. So they're like, there's like this anime injection that happens with ISIS like one year. And like to this day, like you'll see like this meme and it's like 4 anime girls that are like redrawn as ISIS figures. Like ISIS actually made that shit and put it out, and like people still use that as a meme.
Awesome.
To this middle house, that was like halfway in between, just for security reasons, just in case. And the commander was there, and he was like, "Congratulations, my friend. I hope you do decide to come back one day for business. We would love to have you again.
Try and sell arms again, we'll arrest you."
Situation. Yeah, I never risk. Yeah, no problem.
Buying. He was
like,
buying arms
do
in
you think you might
Afghanistan.
come back? And I said, "My friend, I promise you, pinky promise, my friend." I was like, "Pinky promise."
Pinky promise.
And I said, 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Yeah, and I'm going back in 3 weeks. They said, okay, we're going to give you this letter from the Minister of blah, 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 and also our intelligence agency saying...
Was it the Minister of Interior?
Yes, it was Haqqani.
Yeah. Haqqani that controls import and export and who comes in and out.
Haqqani, he literally has like a Haqqani pass now.
So when he gets back to England after this trip, and he's got an official letter from Haqqani, would he be considered?
He's in England.
A terrorist asset?
He's in England. I guarantee they already have him flagged as an asset, though.
Interesting.
He sold armor that he stole from Afghanistan.
He cannot be searched. He cannot be stopped. He cannot be questioned at checkpoint.
CSGO also huge. CSGO is also huge. And then the Taliban specifically love Black Ops 2 because there's an Afghanistan mission where you ride on like horses and shoot down a bunch of helicopters.
That's awesome.
Anything where it's like, that's us, bro.
Someone should make an army game that's specifically the Taliban.
They would use, but they were using CSGO to actually train, though.
That doesn't surprise me, honestly. But someone should develop a game that's like
it didn't work
based around the Afghan war, but you're the Taliban.
The Taliban would love that.
They would love it.
The thing is that it wouldn't sell there; they'd pirate
it. That's fine. Just put in the title screen. Thanks for pirating, Taliban.
His goods cannot be searched. He's free to do business in the country. He can go anywhere. That's not a military site. Anyone who stops him beyond the validity of this checking the validity of this document will be arrested themselves and signed this commander geezer. So I've seen this before. I've seen this. British people have had it who have done big business in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So when I hand it at the checkpoint, I'll just go, yeah, go through.
So if this is an actual thing, where is it? Why would you not bring this? Why would you not be like, here's my letter?
So nobody can copy it.
Don't show it specifically. Just be like, here's the letter.
I'm sure
it's a real thing.
Sure it exists.
It's a real thing. It's
the way he's talking about how they wave him through just because he has Haqqani's name on it, though.
Yeah.
It's the peril, not the peril, not even peril. It's just the benefits of having a rubber stamp from the most terrifying person in the entire Middle East.
Yeah. It is pretty wild. I just
he has no clue.
I just want to say it. I just want to say
no clue. You know, he doesn't even know who the guy is, right? He probably does. He just doesn't want to say the name. They're probably like, "Don't you fucking say my name."
Yeah, yeah. I just want to see the piece of paper.
He showed him pictures of like, this is what I do to people who tell my name and give out this letter. You know, he just lays them out. It's like, this will be you. You will become the soup. I will literally grind your bones into dust and bake bread out of them.
I was about to say that's better than an N-word pass. Yeah, Mujahideen pass.
I don't need an N-word pass to be fair. I'm a gamer, so you know.
I mean, I never say racism on camera.
On camera.
On camera.
Turn the camera off, mate. I've got some racism to say.
Psych.
Oh, that's for later on.
Yeah, we'll cover that bit out outside.
We'll chat about that ethno state later.
Yeah, exactly. There's this place called Hyperborea, mate.
I retract what I said
100%.
before.
It's true. It's true.
It's in Afghanistan.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing too. I cheated my wife with an Afghan man. You know, he's A10 blue eyes, and he showed me where Gartha is. True story. Don't let the press find out about this.
Okay.
I'm getting no. I'm just shit posting, man. I'm high on fucking coffee.
He definitely fucked somebody in that jail. He definitely got bro banged.
He's the bitch. He acts like he was ordering people around, but really he was the one getting ordered.
You were on the plane and you were back home now.
Well, they take me to the airport. They take me to the airport, and then the other 3 British men come, and obviously they were convicted of being spies, so they were in the serious jail, the maximum security jail.
Yeah.
And I was in the, you goofed off a little bit, but you still committed a crime jail, like a guest house. I was in a normal house. They were in an actual jail.
Yeah.
So they looked very depressed and stressed, and they came, and the one guy I met at the hotel.
They came.
He was like. I did not fucking expect to see you here. I was like, hello, lovely holiday, my friend. How are you? And he's like, apparently they were very bored. So it turns out they didn't have laptops and they weren't watching Barbie. So apparently they played fly tennis, where if there was a fly in the room, they would hit it between themselves like tennis to pass the time and shit. And they would just, it was jail, it was fair enough.
So you arrived back in the UK, but you did something to the journalists.
Oh, yes.
When you were on your way
of
back.
Course.
Right?
Yes. So what happened was, I've got a list of journalists. I call it my blacklist. I've got a physical book of all the details of the journalists who screw me over, basically. And they're not the ones who write bad opinions about me. They're chill. They can have their opinion. Fair enough. They don't like me. Whatever. But these journalists are the ones that have lied.
Oh yes, Miles.
Just, messed with me. They've messed with me. They caused me problems for no reason.
Yeah.
They've just straight up lied about some stuff. So what I did, I messaged them as I was arriving in a London airport. I messaged them going, "Hey, anyway, I'm arriving in Birmingham soon," and it's obviously a red flag. If you know anything about me, I would not arrive in Birmingham. Yeah, so it's like these people they did it themselves, And I was like, I'm doing a free photo shoot. I'll tell you my story. I'll do it for free. You get a free exclusive. Come meet me. I just put down my phone, and then they were like, oh yeah, let's go. They suddenly started being very nice to me. Of course, I was like, yeah, you wankers. Of course, I arrived at the other airport, so they're waiting at the arrivals desk.
That's very cool.
And they're just like they waiting for cameras and stuff. So like there was at least 7 or 8.
Oh my god!
I had like a little list, and after a while they were like, a few hours go by.
Cool, you pranked journalists. Go back to talking about the Hakanis giving you a pass after they bro banged you.
He just changed his clothes, went to equivalent of Primark, bought some clothes, had a shower, and they were like, "Can you test me again?" They were like, "Okay." Swab. No beeping. Go on through.
Yeah.
So it was like just change your clothes and maybe a finger up the ass or something like that.
Yeah.
So it was okay. He was in good spirits. We were all joking about it. They were like, "Oh, you're gonna get fingered, mate," or "Oh, enjoy your second prison." Just tell them this time you'll make a goal. I think
you're right.
Yeah, we were all in good spirits about this. The Foreign Office was like panicking, saying I was going to tweet about this. So I was like,
you were a battle bride.
I think you're right. I think he was. I think you're definitely.
Bro, we had to negotiate taking somebody's wife away at this point.
That's why it took so long.
Jesus Christ. Now we found out the woman they were trying to get rights for, I guess.
Yeah, you were messaging us. Yeah, you were messaging me.
Yeah, I was like, can I get another burger? Like, sure, just don't tweet. And I was like, that's cool. And we
tweeted anyway.
Oh, later. And I'm talking about the podcast now. They were chill. The British government was really sound about this.
Yeah.
So I got back to the airport in England, and I was like, where's my next flight to Tel Aviv? And they were like, shut up, Miles, you're not going on another plane at the moment. You spend a few days here. I was like, yeah, but Israel is having a lovely holiday with Palestine, and I want to go there. It seems good. Flights are really cheap at the moment. I wonder why. And they were like, Miles, we need to go take you through the airport. They debriefed me.
Cringe.
Which was quite good.
They didn't debrief
No,
you, so
no.
no.
I was really surprised by that.
No, Glory sat you down and wanted to know everything.
So at first they were like, "Hey, we want to do a call with the Foreign Office given the circumstances of your arrest, but at the moment, we need you to meet all your family. We've got your family waiting for you." I was like, "My family?" They're like, "No, Moz, you don't speak to your family. So we've got one of your friends called James," and I was like, "Fucking James is here. He's the wanker who got me in prison." And they were like, "Oh, that guy." So I saw James.
What?
Let's say he got
not me. I spoke to him while he was at the hospital. I was at the hotel, not at the airport.
But you put him in prison.
I didn't put him in prison. Different James.
That was a different one.
So I almost got arrested for assault in an airport, but he deserved it. He got me in Taliban jail.
To be fair, I'd have probably knocked the shit out of one of my pals.
Yeah,
mate.
I bitch slapped him up. I bitch slapped him.
Yeah. I remember this. Yes.
Of a what?
I don't know what terp BTW means, but I remember somebody fucking him
Either
leaking
way.
and doxing. Yeah, but I don't know what terp.
Yeah,
of a
I'm not
terp.
sure what that is.
Ooh. Oh,
yeah,
Afghan interpreter.
Oh, Afghan interpreter. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I do remember that. Fuck this guy, bro.
When I say slapped around.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, mate.
I would say if there's a time you're allowed to do it,
yeah,
that would have been it.
Yeah, we got it, guys.
But yeah, no debriefing. They said, "Hey, can we have a call with the Foreign Office in a few days after you settle down?"
Yeah.
And they were like, "If you need anything, any mental health stuff, we can help you." I'm like, "What are you talking about? You're talking shit, mate. I had a lovely holiday. I'm going back in 3 weeks."
See, for the moment I met you outside, I knew you were fine.
Bro,
Yeah,
see,
mate,
he's going
like,
back in
all
3
my
weeks.
friends
He's
were
got
like-
Stockholm syndrome, bro.
You reckon?
It's a bit of a gold mine thing. Yeah, the gold mine thing is big.
Yeah, he wants to go back and exploit the gold mine there. Yeah, they're gonna get his. They're gonna literally gonna take his money for the gold mine and then put him back in the cell. See how many times they can scam him.
It's quite scary.
Yeah, all my friends were like, "Miles, if there's anything you need," I'm like, "Yeah, bacon cheeseburger, mate. I get it." Yeah, so I was like, "Hey, they're under the impression that I'm all going to be screaming from the middle of the night, like, where am I? PTSD."
Yeah.
And I was just there.
They'll
like,
probably catch
I
up
can
to you
use
one day,
favors
pal.
now. So I was like,
definitely will.
Want to go out to
Like all this joking around and laughing is going to be all real nice and calm until one day you turn around and wake up and you're like, "Oh fuck. All of this trauma is catching up with me. All of those Afghan men in the Taliban who put their dick in my bum, that's going to catch up to me."
a restaurant.
Was that the first thing you done when you got back?
Well, I was back.
I was going to continue without laughing.
Back for a day, then I went to Romania to meet Tate. I was like, I passed through Birmingham on the way back to look.
Ran a train on him.
The Taliban also like him, apparently, according to what's her name, Samira Khan. Remember when they held a conference with the Taliban?
That chick. Oh, I don't like her. She's the worst.
It wasn't actually the Taliban, though. They held the Twitter Spaces to talk about how the Taliban were concerned about Andrew Tate.
Fuck. I remember that. Yeah.
I forgot she existed. So thank you for reminding me.
Oh yeah, she's been
nightmare.
coming up. She comes up every now and then. Jesus Christ.
For where I live.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh jeez, I'm back in Kabul in Birmingham. I'm in Little Kabul. I was looking around. I was like, I literally heard Pashto being spoken. So I was there, like, I was like, oh, nee, Muskinista, Miles deport. So I quickly jumped on a plane, expecting to be inspected by feds. No, I just jumped around, and I had the call with the Foreign Office.
No, it's fine. If you're going to get jumped in Birmingham, stick on the Barbie movie. Titanic.
Yeah, so true. Yeah.
That one, yeah.
Oh no, they will not treat you with respect. But Birmingham people are just messed up. I lived in Birmingham.
Isn't Birmingham the one where they like their football club is like full on Nazis?
One of them, I can't remember. It's British. It just slips away from my mind.
Most British football is Nazis, though.
Yeah.
Eyebrows raised over Birmingham City away shirt because it looks like a swastika. Oh my god. Hold on. You need to see this. That is awesome. That is fucking amazing. What were they thinking?
They were thinking, hey, let's put a swastika on this and see if anyone notices.
The best one is that there's the Nike tick on it.
Uh-huh. Might as well be a
Holy
swastika.
shit.
Just needs to have an Adidas logo.
Chelsea is the one I was just thinking of. They just
Okay.
posted pictures the other day, and they had like the flag, and like people would be like, "Why would you post this openly on social media?"
Well, the crackhead in Birmingham I met on my third trip back from Afghanistan.
No.
Oh, they had the
Oh,
totem
this is a
cough on
story.
it.
No.
Interesting.
On what?
On the flag, on a British flag
For who?
for Chelsea.
Oh yeah, you found the picture I was talking about.
Yeah, the Chelsea Headhunters is what they're called.
Yep.
In Budapest.
Cool
That's kinda
guys.
interesting. Yeah, very cool.
Another schizophrenic. So yeah.
Crackhead,
No
yeah.
joke, I lived in Birmingham for 18 years. Absolutely despised it.
four
Worst place,
years ago.
Terrible architecture, terrible people, weird mix of leftist stuff and then extremist people. And then I went back, and I was also homeless for 3 months in Birmingham. So that was lovely. So I
And
went
the
back and I
Rangers in
arrived at
Scotland.
Birmingham Airport
Interesting.
from Kabul, and I had all my Taliban merch to resell in my carry-on.
Yeah.
So it was about 3 a.m. So I just sat
Taliban
outside.
merch.
What's it called? This really popular tourist attraction called Birmingham train station. It's really popular because it's where you get to leave Birmingham the fastest. Yeah, yeah. So I was sitting there.
We just found the flag. Well, I found the flag. Tommy Robinson. Okay, that tracks.
Yeah, we were trying to remember him literally like 2 days ago. We couldn't.
That's
remember
right.
his
We
name.
were. Yeah, because we looked up the town. Because that came up. I think I brought it up. I think because I mistook another town for it.
Sitting on my phone listening to some schizo posts on iPhone or whatever, and then suddenly some homeless guy comes up to me. I'm thinking, oh, yeah, I'll give him a $5, why not? But he sits down. He goes, "If I rape a woman and kidnap her and make sure she has my child, am I creating life? And does that make me God?" And I'm so I'm just sitting there. I put out one AirPod. I'm like, oh, this is probably the mayor of Birmingham. This is like the chief philosopher, you know. It's like Birmingham University.
Modern day Brummy Diogenes.
Yeah, he's Diogenes. And I just talked to him, and he's just going through some schizo stuff, and I'm like, oh, this is actually entertaining. To be fair, I wish I could film it, but he said no to the filming, so he's very smart like that.
Must you ask them?
Yeah, but he just talks shit constantly, and we have like a full-on debate about it. And I'm trying to, be careful with my speaking. So I'm like, hey mate, but why not just not rape women in the first place?
I don't want to hear about your rape debate.
But why not? I'm like, congeals, you just die within 10 minutes. There's been locals who have gone there, stepped on the island, grabbed some bananas, and then they get bitten within 10 minutes of it, they're just dead. There's so many stories of just people going there by accident, people going there to open the lighthouse of the original family who built the lighthouse there.
Yeah.
The workers somehow kept dying, but they were slaves. So the Brazilians didn't care 200 years ago. So when they finished the lighthouse, one day they left the window open.
Talking about the wandering spider.
The family child. Yeah, they killed the family's child. The family runs out of the dead of night to go on the boat to go to the mainland to try and help the kid, get medical attention. The kid was obviously dead. And then they all get bitten, of course, and they're all just messed up. I can't talk about this publicly. Well, I'm going to talk about it publicly anyway. There was a tourism site that they would do extreme tourism, and they would let you swim around Snake Island, but not go on it. So you take some cheesy Instagram things. Snakes can swim, by the way. So they got bitten. There was one American tourist who died. It was really off the books, but all the locals.
Are they talking about sea snakes? Maybe. I'm not going back, but I think they might. It's either recluse spiders or brown.
So of course, I just kind of go.
Well,
I see the Vice documentary. I'm like, geez, I need to go there. Next holiday, my ex was a snake, and I could deal with her. So why not these people? You know what I mean? Yeah. So I went there, and you know how I got around the whole snake bite.
Hilarious.
I was wearing a whole suit of medieval armor. It was on my YouTube too. So I wore a whole suit of medieval armor. I was like some retarded Iron Man. I was actually singing a song. I was walking through Snake Island. It took me 3 hours to get up. But
Chainmail wouldn't stop snake fangs. You fucking idiot.
He said medieval armor.
I'm just assuming it was chainmail. Or is he talking like a full suit of armor? Either way, dumb.
turns out wearing 45 kilograms of metal armor
practically
plus
at the
padding,
equator.
at the equator during the height of summer in February time. This was just before my arrest, by the way. Was not good. I got heat stroke, but I was like still going on. Had a little
Mhm.
after that too. As I got into the lighthouse, and then suddenly my friend radios and goes, they're just he's sitting on the boat just waiting for me, and he goes, hey, we've got like a Brazilian Coast Guard Navy patrol boat coming straight for our direction. They should be here in less than like 30 minutes. Miles, you need to get down. You will get arrested and get chucked in jail for 10 years for being on this island. So I'm like, oh jeez, what's the smartest?
Why do we care about this?
Yeah, we don't care about your Snake Island adventure. The island was previously thought to have a population of 430,000 snakes, but recent estimates are much lower. One study of a specific snake found the population to be 2,000 and 4,000.
That's quite a massive less chunk than 400,000.
But there's a Tim Hortons there, and there's like 5 buildings.
They've still got a fucking Tim Hortons.
Yeah, of course. So I emailed the Canadian government like, "What's up? I'm Lord Miles. You know who I am, but no need to introduce myself." I was very humble, and I said, "Hey, can I pop down to this nuclear alert station? No, if you don't need security clearance, I'm chill. Can I pop down?" And they were like, "No." And I said, "But is there a fence though to stop me?" And then they responded. So I'm putting together a 500-mile Arctic expedition. Absolutely nothing can go wrong. So I've got some guys.
And it would be a shame if he froze to death in the Arctic Circle.
I was going to say, you're either going to get shot at the fence or you're going to get eaten by a polar bear.
I've been playing this for over a year. I've got a sled dog company.
Polar bears. If he meant Arctic, he was talking Canada, so he is talking Arctic, right? That would be up. Okay, he's not Antarctic. He's talking about Arctic. No. Yeah. He's right then. Polar bears would eat you. I hope a polar bear eats you.
Penguins, that would be funny. But yes, I do also. Take lots of open bags of chips and very rotten meat. It'll stave off the polar bears, my guy.
Sell me the dogs. So you have to eat them about halfway through because it's a weird calorie thing.
Yeah.
As well, I've got a team that's put together. I've got some Arctic training that I actually went through in secret, so that's good. I also want to go to the ice wall, see what's over there. It's like goof off. I want to find a Gartha Hyperborea, that type of thing.
Right.
Yeah, I've got A10 eyes, so I'll be allowed through, no problem. I'm also.
What the fuck is he talking about?
He's talking about going to the
Canada. You mean the chosen?
Nothing about Hakani.
Boss chosen people. You know what? They told me to go to North Central Island. I'm like, that's totally reasonable.
Please do. Go contact them. See how you go.
Do it.
Maybe they'll become your.
Bring a drone. Bring a drone. Go fly a drone out there. That'll be hilarious. It'll be an epic prank, bro.
Make a drone show. Become their god.
What is the eye meme?
God told the last guy to go.
Huh?
What is the eye meme?
I don't know.
The eye meme.
In North Central Island.
No. He didn't have A10 eyes, man. He didn't. But honestly, this guy in the 70s actually went there regularly every single week, and he would do his thing where he does this very Fortnite dance, dresses like them.
Oh, A10, as in the eye color, blue eyes, like Nazi. It's a Nazi dog whistle.
Seriously?
Yeah, I thought he was saying 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10.
No, I knew he was saying A10.
Yes.
Interesting.
Nazi dog whistle.
Okay.
Dance with a coconut. Through the coconut, and he obviously went onto the island. And they were like, "Thanks for coconut." That's their crack. They love coconuts. They're not native to the island, but they sometimes wash up, so it's a big treat. And he would do that every single week, and every single time you get a little closer. Like.
Is this the guy that molested them, and that's why they closed off the island?
Yeah, I think that might be that guy. Here is the meme.
Yeah, a pyramid, huh?
Yeah. So yeah, Nazi shit.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
We already know he's a Nazi, so
yeah, very cool.
With dogs, you know, you got to gain the trust.
Right.
And then after a while, he was actually on the island. They were like, "Thanks for the coconuts, my G," and he would just keep giving me coconuts. He was on friendly terms. In a few trips, he was actually going to go into the island. But the issue was, he had a heart attack, unrelated, and just died. The Indian government in the 90s actually did the same technique with a funny fortnight dance and the coconuts. And he brought a native on the other island, and he also brought a woman to show a sign of peace. So it shows that you're not going for war. So I want to bring like a nice blonde hair, tanned girl, you know, A10i girl, you know, some kind of a Hyperborean, you know, a mission.
And get her killed as well.
No.
Wait. When did he say that he has it? Because all I see are brown eyes, my guy.
he keeps on joking about A10 eyes. He's been doing it for the whole episode.
I only just picked up on it.
I heard it earlier.
Or a diplomatic mission, 100%. You got to be some natives.
I've got a feeling that bit where I'm saying "Don't go, Miles" is what's going to be shown in the Netflix documentary covering your death.
No, man, I can't. I'm going to die on the way back, and I'm going to slip on a banana peel at the airport. So I'll fucking no sunshine. You know what I mean?
He's going to die, and like only people who watch Count Dankula are going to notice.
Yeah. I won't notice.
Nobody's going to make a documentary out of this fucking wanker. That's like making a documentary about Bald and Bankrupt. Honestly, Bald and Bankrupt is probably the better guy.
To go because they do not.
Why?
They don't have a COVID vaccine. You know what I mean? I need to give it to them. They are in danger right now. They're social isolating from the rest of the world, and you know it makes.
You know what? That's how to get the government to sponsor your trip. Tell them you're going to administer the vaccine.
That would probably work.
Yeah, no, the Indian government is not letting you out there.
No, I know. The Indian government's really protective of it. There's only like 6 of them left, apparently. Well, like a very few amount.
The UN giving it to you,
yeah,
laughing about that. I'll just shit posting, but generally, I want to go.
It's very hard to keep you alive, Miles.
I haven't had a scratch on me in like these 3 years, but when I stay in Birmingham, mate,
You've just been released from Taliban custody.
I had a lovely holiday. Honestly, what's so absurd about this? I've got a multi-million-dollar gold mine deal. I'm meeting with the head of some stock exchange on Monday, and he's promising me about $500,000 in investments. Like, it might not happen, of course, but like how that seems like a good direction to go, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I've got a $250,000
gross.
hedge fund investment.
It's so gross, dude.
I'm literally the biggest seller of Taliban merch in the West.
What a title! What a title to have.
Yeah, man. It's a top upcoming industry. You know, so you got like crypto investors. You got like AI editors.
Soon everyone slept on Microsoft. You know.
Well, it's like it pays better than my investment banking job, and I'm not really working. I'm just goofing off, having fun.
Yeah.
Like just an eternal white boy summer, and everyone, the media just throw me at the mouth, and I'm just like, wankers.
Nobody cares about you.
Fun, dude.
I really don't.
I mean, I'm happy you're having fun. I'm happy that
he has the worst main character syndrome that I've ever seen. Like, I don't think I can name a person with worse main character syndrome. It's pretty impressive for. He was the main character. Let's be real. For at least a little bit.
How do we feel about this Napoleon movie where he shoots the ice?
Oh, that's apocryphal. I mean, it's a good.
He got him. He epically tricked him. I like the scene where he lures all his enemies out next to big red barrels.
Elon Musk, bigger main character syndrome than this guy. Actual main character. What do we reckon?
I don't know.
I don't know. Musk doesn't actually do all that much.
No, he definitely thinks he's important, but this guy has such an inflated sense of ego. It's repulsive.
You've got this life full of absolute adventure and amazing stories. Your grandchildren are going to fucking love it. Right?
I'm not going to have children.
I was going to say, I want you to be around.
Good.
I mean, the Taliban were trying to get him pregnant, but
they're unsure of how it works.
To see your grandchildren, like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
mate.
I've actually many times to be
pregnant but
careful.
North Centralese. I'm kidding.
Oh yeah.
No, they're not my type, to be honest. Yo. But
I already said Hitler.
Get
He
it?
came in
Rape
too late.
jokes? Ha ha ha! What the
Not,
fuck?
and especially because like the reason why the North Sentinelese is closed off is because a British pervert went there and raped them.
Yeah.
That's literally
Of course
why
they
it
were
happened.
British. Mm.
Yeah, he wanted to like measure their dick size and stuff.
Of course
and
he
like
did.
raped one of their kids and stuff, and like
Mm.
the kid killed themselves when they got back
Yeah.
to the island or something.
Oh, that's right. He took them off the island, didn't they?
Yeah, it was like some
Did,
mission.
did they kill him? They killed him, right?
I think so. They like
Yeah.
ripped him apart and his.
Good. Fuck that guy.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm going to goof off. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure I come out on top of this. It's been a lovely holiday, and to be
Bro,
fair,
somebody is gonna ice pick you in the head and take your gold mine.
can go wrong. My guardian angel.
No,
works-
nothing can go
yeah,
wrong.
Exactly. I say that every single time, and then something goes wrong. I mean, I'm really glad someone gets stabbed when they walk out. But
it's pretty dangerous here. I'll give you that. Yeah.
I'm very Glasgow, mate. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's been a lovely holiday. I'm just as long as you're delusionally optimistic. And somewhat narcissistic. You have this.
Somewhat narcissistic.
Explore. Like I think T.E. Lawrence might be my dad.
Yeah.
I'm just staring at the A10 eye chart. I'm like, wow, so true. It makes me feel special. It's like white goals with astrology.
Yeah.
Same thing, man. So I'm just having fun. Worst comes to worst, I die.
This dude has had like 10 things to say.
Yeah.
And it's all just, it's literally like Nazi, 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 Nazi punchline.
Yeah. It's pretty much what it's been.
I'm chilling. And plus, I can't complain. I'm dead. Like, who cares? You know what I mean?
For
Yeah.
fuck's sake.
To be fair, like non-eccentric British people don't understand. They can't comprehend the goofing off mindset of just living big. And if it goes wrong, who cares? Because that's my aim at the end of the day. Imagine if I have 8 little children during space age. They go to bloody, I don't know, they go to.
Oh,
planet
we're in
somewhere.
Imperium of Man shit now.
It's getting worse.
Diplomatic relations with the Ooga Booga people.
Right.
Yeah, it's like I want my kids to be autistic explorers. I might get them vaccinated so they actually have more autism because it might kind of generate more power.
Yeah. Right. I
So
see.
true. Makes perfect sense, mate. Yeah.
Oh god,
Hilarious.
I'm not going to try and talk you out of it because I tried to talk you out of Afghanistan and that didn't go very well. But what can you at least promise me one thing, right?
No.
I was just going to say, please at least try and be safe.
Well, despite my best efforts, I refuse to die. When I first, you my friends who gave me that lordship certificate in the beginning. I told you about at the beginning of this shit post.
Yeah.
They literally had a saying about me even before my travels years before. They
Bro,
said,
this dude
"All we can do is
literally, like, he goes outside and does all this stuff and is yet to touch grass somehow.
Fucking hell.
There's nothing else you can do. It's like if I'm determined to goof off, it's like I will.
And I was right about the Irish thing in Glasgow. If you sing Protestant songs in Glasgow, you'll probably die.
Oh, well, that's not Irish.
Well, Protestant. So
yeah, that's British.
Yeah, so it's probably Northern Ireland.
Yeah, they're British.
Yeah. But yeah,
so we
I
can
knew it
start
was
killing the
something.
Protestants.
No,
That was
Michael,
the
that's
main
not what this is about.
I don't want to encourage you if I think you're going to die.
Well, it's like
Do
all
it.
you can do is show support. You know what I mean? It's like
What I will say is that I hope you're safe and I wish you're safe.
Yeah.
I just want you to not die.
Okay, I think we're done.
Started, guys.
Why are you gay?
We're done. All right, what's next?
I say it loud and clear. They'll blow up that dam.
You tell me. I need to take away this chinchilla's house before he chews it to pieces.
All right, well let's put it to the people watching. We've got. Can we do polls?
Yeah.
We'll do one of those. That's cool. Let's do that. Stand by.
Stand by. Who does that? What is his name? Jameson? Stand by. Here, I'll do a poll.
Okay, so we've got John Stossel confronting a professor.
I'm going to say no. I'm vetoing that from the poll 100%.
Jimmy Dore and Richie Medhurst talking about AOC. We've got Sky News Jordan Peterson talking about Israel.
Oh, that one's fucking hysterical. Jordan Peterson.
A Second Thought propaganda video. We've got Hasan reacting to Second Thought. And we've got a video that's an update on Israel. Okay. Well, there's an update on Israel-Palestine. It says, "I told you so." Could be literally anything.
Who's the creator?
Yaron Brook.
Oh, they're the fucking Ayn Rand people. That's in there with John Stossel. We already looked at that type of shit today.
All right, well, we'll go with those four. Let's go.
Okay. Look, a poll, chat.
I didn't see it. Where is it?
%0 still. Oh,
we getting there?
No, yeah, votes are coming in now.
Jews.
Okay. It's.
They referenced the Protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
Only He will bring us closer when we fall to our knees.
It's intermission.
You must have known you were wrong when your fingers
Stop
were
it.
dipped inside me, searching for honey that would not come for you.
Got three votes. Three votes in.
What do we got?
Just that's it. I'm still waiting. Waiting for more votes.
Catch you guys later.
Yeah.
See ya.
Please clap.
We might not. We might have only like 3 chatters participating at this point. I only see 3 recent ones.
What do we got?
Is there supposed to be a poll here? Someone said that because they were on James's stuff. It was linked. They don't know.
Yeah, it's on the 5th gen page.
Yeah, it's gone now. I can't see it because James left. Unless we're still live streaming to his channel.
It does say that we're still live streaming.
Yeah.
Okay. What video?
But if I post in chat, it might show up on his chat. I don't know. We'll see. Did you see the new COD campaign? The bad guys are literally just Wagner.
No, that's funny.
All right. It says Jordan Peterson on Israel with 3 votes.
Okay. That'll work.
Change the title first, though.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to play that I need to be. Intermission.
Okay. The post was created on YouTube for this. Your guest, James, will need to delete it on YouTube if I remove the destination for the stream. Okay, so hopefully this will keep his stream and end it so it doesn't just keep recording on his stream when he's not here. See if this. Well, if it doesn't work, oops.
We'll still have it.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready.
Chat updated.
I think.
Do you update the title?
Nope.
Yeah, update the title for the stream so I can send it out.
At mall, I held a bake sale, a racist bake sale.
of my system, and to get you, they're gonna kill you in your home.
You make both?
All of my elderly
Noble Gold
viewers.
Investment.
Huh? What?
Did you make post?
No, I'm waiting for the title to be updated.
Yeah. All right. Title's changed. I need to be. I'll be back.
Okay. He'll take an hour. He's not coming back, guys. Bro, we were talking like you see earlier he was like on Bill Maher's podcast and he was literally dressed as the fucking Joker. Like he's just in his Joker arc, guys.
Was he seriously?
No, he had one of his weird suits on, but it looked like the Joker. And then he also had the poppy flower for Armistice Day, so it literally like sold the whole Joker look with the flower.
That's so funny. Jesus Christ. Okay.
That message very
Yeah,
much
he's off.
needs
He's
to
off
be
his
heard
rocker.
now, because
I mean, look, he's a psychologist talking about politics. Why anybody listens to him is beyond me. Right?
Bro thinks he's the Riddler.
Like I understand the self-help thing from a psychologist. That makes sense. But like, my guy, go home. Just go back to Canada, be old, live in a cabin, shut the fuck up, go away. Nobody cares, which is why I named this his expertise on Israel and Hamas.
what makes me worry
Look, it
more
says
is at the
opinion.
same time that freedom is being under assault internally in the West, the censorship, etc.
This is Andrew Paul,
We
by
see
the way.
powerful countries that are authoritarian coming together in an alliance to challenge the West. You've got China, you've got Russia, Iran, and North Korea. I mean, just last week, the Hamas terrorist group that attacked Israel sent a delegation to talk to Russia. Iran sent a delegation there too. You see them coming together. And
I wonder
meanwhile, in
why.
the West, you see protesters supporting the
Could it be that America is funding Israel's genocide, and that's where else are they going to go? England? Hey, England, best buds with America. Can we have help? Like that's going to happen. Where the fuck do you think they're going to
Russia
go?
doesn't recognize them as a terrorist group, so I don't think so.
the Hamas war on Israel. You had I don't know how many people in London well, as you're gathering together for this conference, 100,000 or something crowding the London Bridge, etc. It's just frightening. Protesting, there's protests too against saving Ukraine from the Russian invasion.
Yeah,
it just seems to be a weak commitment to freedom.
He's not
inside
asking
the
a
West.
question. Yep.
Just
Don't worry, he'll get there. It's like the last guy that we watched who took 40 minutes to explain a 10-minute video. He'll get there.
He has to
threatened. But
You just wait until Jordan Peterson starts talking. He never makes a point.
enemies of freedom.
At the Salvos, we
Oh,
believe in good.
See?
Let's reclaim
They
its
got
true
you with the
meaning.
ad
To
before
us,
you even asked
good
the
has always been
question,
about
man. These people. Salvation Army hates gay people, by the way.
Even though
Netflix hates gay people, by the way. I don't. You're muted because the TV's muted. Hang on, we'll get
I
there.
muted myself instead of muting the stream. But Netflix is pro pedo. Don't pay for Netflix.
Well,
They literally posted pedo bait. I will not
Is
let
it
them live that
cuties?
down. Yeah, they literally posted pedo bait. I
mean,
will not let them forget this.
The whole thing is like the fact that it was done by France. I was like, checks out, bro. Like France,
does.
France has so much pedo bait movies.
Mm-hmm. It's insane. But like most of the movie is shot from below the
Question
waist
on how
up
can
at 12-year-olds.
So as far as pressure on the Likud, I think it's, you know, people are like expect a miracle, but like if we're being realistic, the fact that Blinken after all this time has gotten Netanyahu to say maybe we'll do limited humanitarian ceasefires, that takes a lot to like a fascist on that level after the kind of attack that happened. I think that's some pretty good diplomatic ties that have had to pull just to even get to that point. But to act like anything is going to change with U.S. involvement, like the best thing we can do is give them more accurate weapons so they can, in theory, miss civilians.
In theory,
yeah, because they don't care. They've literally
what we're seeing.
Said they said we're bombing for damage, not for an objective.
Out to some degree.
Oh my god.
No, bro. I mean, you looked at, he was a fragile crate. You saw him in the fragile crate.
Is the continued manifestation of the oppressor-oppressed narrative that's so characteristic of the totalitarian left. And in its latest guise, it's the Palestinians are playing the role of the unjustly oppressed. And once you accept that story, well, it's easy to get your back up about it, and there are reasons for that. But, you know,
question: are they justly oppressed, or just not oppressed? Which one is it? They're not unjustly oppressed. They deserve it.
At the same time, a lot of the pretensions of the authoritarian left have been stripped away in the last month. You know, institutions like Harvard have taken what might be permanent stains on their reputation as a consequence of being a little bit too ideological in their approach. And then I would also say,
Jordan, zero of these colleges are going to have stains on their reputation from this.
You know, you could also view the current conflict that's emerging in the Middle East as the last gasp of the totalitarian dictators, even in the Islamic world. Because my sense is that, and I believe this to be the case, that Iran fueling Hamas did that out of desperation because they know that peace is about to break through.
Jesus fucking Christ. Even more proof of why anytime Jordan Peterson is talking about anything in politics, the only response to him should be, shut the fuck up.
Bro,
go home.
I'm so glad you let him cook, because I thought he was going to say like something where all these regimes are about to fall, but it's actually because we're so close to achieving peace in the Middle East that Iran is scared.
Through with the Abraham Accords, and it isn't obvious.
Yeah, the Abraham Accords, bro. Yeah, bro. It was, the rest of the world thought it was real cool when we recognized Western Sahara as Morocco, just to get them to be like Israel as a country. That was awesome. That was epic. Great idea, guys. It literally did nothing.
That signed the Abraham Accords, making peace with Israel, are going to retreat from that, even in the face of these large-scale public demonstrations. I don't think Iran is going to be successful in its attempts to manipulate the Arab world back into permanent enmity with the Jews in Israel and with the Western world. Now, who knows, right? Because it's a dynamic and fluid situation, but I don't think there's any reason for
outside the current conflict. Okay, so as far as influencing the Israeli left, now the obstacle is the Likud, obviously. So the fact that Netanyahu is in power is like something that shouldn't happen. It just shows that Israel's government desperately needs to be fixed and not have more judicial reforms and shit. Now, the Israeli left, because of how tied to the West they are, a lot of them have family in Brooklyn, for example. Oh, stereotyping. But, you know, Brooklyn is mostly progressive, like Jews in this country are in Brooklyn. Even though that one guy came in and he's like, somebody else is going to take it, you know? So the Israeli left are the ones kind of like leading the push for the one state, but the Likudist coalition, like the Likud party, just needs to be destroyed by this, and like that will be the only way that Hamas could have done something positive ever in their existence, is if like somehow this attack ends up destroying the Likud. But I'm not very optimistic about anything. Like even just thinking about the perspective of like, okay, let's say Israel destroys Hamas and creates an occupation in Gaza and lets everyone just move home. And they live under Israeli rule instead of Hamas. Would that be better? I don't know. Maybe, probably, you know, like, but are we expecting them to like do that? Are they actually going to be able to take control, hold it, and then let people come back? What's going to happen there? You know, I just don't have optimism about anything at all. But I at least have more grasp on analysis than Jordan Peterson.
Despair. This could well be the last gasp of the brutal dictators. You know, I'm not overwhelmingly naively optimistic about that, but the Abraham Accords were a major step forward, and they're not.
No, they
dead
weren't.
yet. And so
Shut the fuck up.
I'm hoping that countries like the United Arab Emirates.
Oh, bro,
and
he just
Saudi
had a.
Arabia,
Did
the
you
Saudi
see it?
Arabia
He just had his X-Men ability kick in. Go back, watch this, man.
hoping that countries like the
No, keep
United
going.
Arab
One
Emirates
more.
and Saudi Arabia
Now you have to go two taps now.
step forward, and they're
Nope,
not dead
you
yet.
went back to the same
And
part.
so
You're letting it play too much
you know,
before
I'm
you
not-
hit your taps back.
This could well be the last gasp
There
of
you
the
go, okay.
brutal dictators. You know, I'm not.
Oh, watch. Here comes the psychic attack.
naively
He's
optimistic
going to
about
repel
that.
it.
But the Abraham Accords were a major step forward, and they're not dead yet. And so I'm hoping that countries like the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Arabia who would have signed the Abraham Accords if they would have been approached properly, let's say by the Biden
Shut up,
administration
bro.
2 years ago.
Bro, are
I
you?
think
This
they
is
may
like
still
so
be on board.
stupid, bro. The Saudi deal that was in place, that was like going to be negotiated with the Palestinian Authority.
Yeah.
Like the voices. But like the Saudi deal is not thrown out. They literally said we're just pausing it. The Saudi do not give a fuck about anyone or anything, right? So like they care about shaping their image, and they really want to be like this peacemaker type image, because like Qatar gets all these fucking terrorists to come to them and broker these deals and shit, you know, like, and nobody gives a fuck about Qatar, even though they do that. Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, can actually use that as a platform, as like he's visionary. He's like building a future Middle East where there's peace and, you know, prosperity and Dubai pilled buildings.
Dubai pilled buildings.
I don't know if Netanyahu is fucked or not. It's like Trump. It's like you thought the impeachment was going to stick and it didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just hope that I just hope that let's not double the death count to 20,000. I guess that's like the only optimism I can have at this point.
Yeah.
I think that's possibly still salvageable, and so
no,
there's room for hope even
like
on this side.
it's not about him helping the Palestinians. It's different. So like part of the deal for this Saudi deal is about Area C, which is where settlements are happening. Are they going to get the entire Area C? I don't know, but it's like basically canceling the settlements. So it would be a good thing for Palestinians. It would move forward many things that were actually advancing. Like the Saudi deal would be a good thing, and potentially it would knock out Ben Gvir as well. That was one of the things that might have been on the table to knock him out. But like better work permits, like all this stuff. It's like, okay, we can't just normalize with Israel. It's about him saving face as well as making himself into a peacemaker. So the Arab countries are going to be like, hey, you normalized Israel, but if he can be like, yeah, but I stopped the settlements, bro, then they're going to be like, all right, yeah, you got us.
Part of the equation.
That is true. The United Arab Emirates sent out a very reassuring message of condemnation of the Hamas attacks on Israel. But you yourself were abused in a pack attack online for tweeting just after the sadistic Hamas slaughter of 1,400 Jews 3 weeks ago. Give him hell, Netanyahu. Do you regret?
Dude, what a psychotic fucking tweet. Oh,
do you regret saying this? No, I don't. I hope they all die.
I mean, should you regret it?
A doofus. Get up to 15% off Fisher and Paykel kitchen packages.
Life. There's roadblocks.
Well, Twitter isn't a very good medium for commenting about vital matters, you know, and
where it at? Where'd you put it? I'm gonna
what I did in the aftermath of
Still
that
looking.
was release a video explaining.
Wait, he said Twitter. Hold on, guys. Wait, it's worth it.
It's at the.
Where is it?
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Thank you.
Something like we talked about
Shut up,
tonight,
dog.
which was the relationship between the thugs in Iran and the support for Hamas and what's really going on behind the scenes. And, you know, that was a much more
I'm sure you
intelligent
know.
approach to the
I
problem.
can't wait to
than
hear
my
what you think
more
is going on
emotional
behind the
response
scenes.
to the Hamas brutality that unfolded in Israel. And so it's difficult to master these complex technologies of mass communication perfectly. And one of the things that
tweeting is hard. I can't figure it out. It's difficult to master.
Damn, they're cooking them.
Is when a quick quip is appropriate and when something more thoughtful and longer form is appropriate. And in this particular situation, the longer form
It's one of the tells
response
under
was
psychic
more
attacks
appropriate.
of the
Do I regret it?
No!
It's hard not to react with a certain degree of emotion when you see that kind of brutality reemerge. And I knew what was going on behind the scenes. I knew perfectly well that this was the death rattle of the Iranian state. Or
Oh yeah,
that's
dude,
one way
you
of
you
looking
knew,
at
you
it.
fucking, you nailed it. Your geopolitical analysis from a psychologist, a disbarred, dishonored, psychotic dickhead of a psychologist geopolitical review. You fucking nailed it, dude. It's Iran. They don't want peace. They don't want anything. They just want death and destruction and the entire Middle East to be nuked by America. You are a fucking idiot. You are an actual idiot. Jesus fucking Christ.
It's funny because
Stop
like
talking about politics.
Everyone sat silently through like that Lord Miles interview, right? And just like watched it and didn't really comment. And then we get to Jordan Peterson and everyone's like,
It's because it's what you expect from someone like him, right? There was nothing out of that interview that was like, wow. It was like, okay, this guy has main character syndrome, is a Nazi, is obsessed with blue eyes, and thinks the Taliban are great. Cool. It was kind of funny at certain points because
I
inappropriate
fucking saw a
jokes.
clip of this, him talking about how the Abraham Accords are going to bring peace. And I just immediately was like, boom, on the list.
Yeah. Yeah. It's also very funny that it's Andrew Bolt because he is an actual moron. Like I could show you endless clips of him talking to people. I bet you there's clips of him talking to Posey Parker too, and I guarantee they'd be fucking equally as unbearable, just absurd. But mostly my point here is Jordan Peterson, stop talking about politics. Shut the fuck up. Delete all your social medias and leave. Go away, please.
Hey,
The
trivia
betterment of
question.
everybody.
Trivia question. You know who was the main person behind the Abraham Accords, right?
Send in Jared, J-Man, and that dynamo of energy and excitement, Jared Kushner.
And the fact that they provoked their Hamas bullies into this brutal.
Sure, let's just let Donald Trump come right into our home.
attack on Israel. They did it perfect. It was quite brilliant in many ways. The idea
Good and
was,
peace and pro-Hamas.
Pro-Hamas.
Have our Hamas
You didn't condemn them.
lackeys do
You didn't
something
condemn
so
Hamas.
brutal that the Israelis will have to respond in kind, and given their
Do they? Because they've been responding for the last 70 years with apartheid and genocide. I'm pretty
come
sure.
on. What do we no, but like honestly, like what do we expect? We expect
from
Israel.
Jordan? Nothing.
No. I mean, like, is Hamas said it themselves? They're going to do it again and again and again.
Oh,
and Hamas also said themselves the same thing Hitler said. And they want to compare them to ISIS and shit. But bro, they literally said that they're willing to waste all the Palestinian lives.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Because for them it's different than what Hitler saw, though. I think they're more legitimized in making this statement, but Hitler was like, let the Germans die, because if the Third Reich doesn't exist, then there's no Germany, right?
Yeah.
For them, it's more like if Palestine as a nation dies, then what's the point? Like if we go, then everyone gets like deported. You could frame it as a more legitimate argument in Hamas's case.
Yeah.
The point is that it's still a Nazi ass thing to say.
Yeah.
Is that you'll let all your people die for your cause to be won.
Yeah.
Like, how about we do other kinds of causes to win instead of like ones that get more Palestinians killed, guys?
Yeah. Like I made a fucking boo-boo earlier today where I had to clarify, I had to repost and clarify, because I'm like, Israel's being like, when they're talking about the hospital that Israel was like, oh, there's weapons here. I'm like, okay. One, when you're literally under siege for 70 years, right? At the end of the day, you're probably going to be pretty fucking desperate, right? And that's where I'm kind of coming from, is like, well, okay, Hamas is obviously very desperate. This
Hamas,
is very desperate, right?
Hamas is a little bit more advanced than I think people give them credit for. But what's funny is today, I mean, yeah, dude, they have like, we were looking at the, like, I'm not sure, it might have been on stream.
The rockets.
No. This is something else. But on stream, we were looking at like the intelligence they recovered, and we were like grading on whether this intelligence was legitimate, and all of it was like shift logs and stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Like they're very organized. Like they give people schedules and shit. Like,
I mean, that makes sense.
The IDF today on Twitter, they posted some guy with an RPG, and they're like, what does a guy with an RPG doing near a hospital? And he's shooting at their tank. And I'm like, he's clearly protecting the hospital from you.
Right. Yeah. But like, as I was saying, like, even if they are organized, right, that attack was desperate, right? Because they wanted Israel to attack so that the world would be like, hey, right? And that's why they use hospitals. But I'm like, at the end of the day, if you are in a situation where it's one place, one state, the state, attacking you, trying to eliminate you from the earth, right? You would pretty much do whatever the fuck you needed to do, right? So I sympathize with them on that side of things. But then I'm like, you're using innocents as human shields. Like, you're a piece of shit. And the one thing that I didn't qualify...
People don't like it when you say that about Hamas.
And it's like, the one thing I didn't qualify this post with was the thing that I qualify every statement on this is, fuck Hamas, fuck Israel, and the IDF.
Yeah,
they're all scum.
And like, it's funny because if you have to pick between the two, it's like between like the Likud and Hamas. It's like, Hamas seems like
the better option
to win the war.
Yeah. And that's like,
because Hamas winning the war isn't them taking over Israel. Israel winning the war is them taking over Gaza.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that's going to be a good thing. I think in theory, in perfect world, let's say like Netanyahu fucks off, and then all of a sudden, like, who's a peacemaker? Gandhi, Hiawatha, the re-embodiment of Hiawatha comes in and like brokers a peace, in Gaza, which obviously, like, I don't know. What do we expect to happen?
I don't know if it's even possible at this point, honestly.
What, taking over Gaza?
No. Peace between them.
Oh,
like,
well, that's
just
peace at the end of a gun.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
military police.
Peace through overwhelming strength.
Yeah, I mean, like how Ukraine was peaceful before those protests happened.
Likely military supremacy in relationship to the Hamas forces, tide will turn against the Israelis as they
military
start to
supremacy is when squad wipe.
Military supremacy is America getting beaten by farmers in Iraq.
Oh, come on, they didn't farm.
Afghanistan's probably a better allegory there.
Well, the thing
But
is
still,
like Iraq had ended up like Zarqawi is Jordanian, and he was like the main guy who was like giving it to him, but at the end of the day, like the guys who were Iraqi and farmers and shit were paid off by Petraeus and ended up being coalition. But which of the protests? I'm talking about Euromaidan. It was a joke that Ukraine was peaceful, living under Russian regime and authority. Just like how, like, it would be peace if Israel took over, like Crimea, totally at peace now that Russia's there to keep security.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Peaceful. It's sarcasm, using Ukraine as an example.
Divide the Arab world and scuttle the Abraham Accords. It's a pretty brilliant move, but
the Abraham Accords are dead. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they literally haven't been a thing for a hot minute now.
Scuttle the Abraham Accords.
Do in every way. I mean, I don't believe that the Arab world is properly oriented towards its own citizenry, the Islamic world. If the mullahs of Iran are their model of governance, I mean, even the people in Iran don't.
Does Shia have mullahs?
Very highly of their totalitarian.
Or is that just Sunnis?
Something to Google, I guess.
Okay, mullah is an honorific title of Shia and Sunni Muslim clergy. Okay, just checking.
Okay.
It isn't obvious to me that they're going to get away with this. Now, did I help or hurt that? Well, I don't know. I was happy with my more considered response. And so I'm trying to learn to be judicious in emotionally responding, especially in a platform like Twitter, and to leave serious matters for longer form investigation. But
how about you leave serious matters like politics and geopolitics and war and conflict that you clearly have no fucking clue about to people who do, and just shut the fuck up. That would be great. That would be really, really great. Not seeing you on any videos for the next year and a half would be fantastic. A time where you were in the hospital because you were addicted to drugs. Most peaceful fucking time ever. It was great. Fucking fantastic.
Live and learn. And I'm happy with the longer video I made about the thugs of Iran, let's say. So, it's very...
On a scale of 1 to 10, what do you think his knowledge of Iran is?
That they hate Jews. Basically what Ben Shapiro says about him. If I asked him about the IRGC, would he know what it was? Would he be able to tell me the supreme leader of Iran? Would he be able to tell me what religion Iran is?
We should do? We should tweet at him with the 5th Gen account and be like, hey, do you know what the IRGC is?
I'm just going to assume he's wrong.
Very difficult to do something difficult perfectly. And so you have to stumble along as you move forward and make allowances for your own stupidity. And I think that what I did was regarded to some degree as a betrayal by some of the Muslim people who had been following my work with some regard online. And that's unfortunate. And perhaps I could have handled that better, no doubt.
Are we seriously talking about Twitter right now again?
Mm-hmm. He's obsessed with it.
But, when a situation is complex enough to cause a war, it's often going to be the case that...
Another psychic attack.
It's often going to be the case that commenting on it is a dangerous business. So, C'est la vie.
So when you're faced with when evil betrays itself, unveils itself like this,
It was a paradise. They killed commies back then. Duh.
Understandable in a moment of clarity. I think by them, if you meant Hamas, give them hell. I don't know how you could want to row back from that. I mean, it's like confronting Auschwitz and not wanting to give the Nazi, the people responsible hell. Of course you do. I mean,
hi, everybody. Actual Nazi here.
I mean, some people misinterpreted, I think, what you said to a general give Palestinians hell. I don't know that's fair at all. Look, just finally, after this conference this week in London, this Alliance for the Responsible Mind, a number of people want to...
He did not let Jordan Peterson cut in there.
No, he didn't. He has a time schedule.
Get behind it in some way. Maybe
civilians were killed, and that's what we're going to continue to try to do.
Israel.
It's an academy or something. What can people do?
Well, we're going to release the entire happenings of the conference online over the next months, and so people can watch what our speakers have to say. And what I would like everyone to do who is interested, first of all, it's an invitation to those who are interested, right? One of the things we've decided as a policy for the ARC enterprise is that we believe that compulsion is a sign of bad policy. And what we're trying to offer at ARC is an invitation to the future. It's like, can we develop a vision that people perceive that motivates them to get on board within the confines of their own life?
I love the movie Kung Fu Panda. I love the movie Kung Fu Panda.
Is that what you were playing? I was going to play this one.
I'm not touching anything.
That was weird. It auto-played that one. Strange. That's okay.
In this conference, we've invited 1,300 people. A lot of them, for example, are young social media influencers because they have large constituencies over which they hold some influence.
Remember what we were saying about parasocial relationships? He's
the
playing
Abraham Accords. I was trying to find it in simple terms, right? So the U.S. Department of State, it's like the simple terms is recognize the importance of maintaining and strengthening peace in the Middle East and around the world based on mutual understanding and coexistence, as well as respect for human dignity and freedom, including religious freedom. Literally, we'll work on being nicer. That's not peace accords.
No.
Also, part of it was getting like Sudan off like the state sponsor of terror list, because they used to like basically have like the Al-Qaeda base in their country and shit. But Sudan was like, that had nothing to do with us recognizing Israel or something. I think Sudan was one of the people that recognized, one of the countries.
Encourage them to take on the burden of developing a courageous, optimistic view of the future within the confines of their own life, which I think is something we're all called upon to do, and to determine for themselves how they could best do that, and then to decide how to do that in concert with others. We've brought 1,300 people together. They can make connections. We want people to be operating at the local level to the degree that that's possible. And so now,
please clap.
Said, if this conference is successful, as we believe it will be, we have our 1,300 attendees, and people were very enthusiastic about participating. And I have a public event on November 1st at the O2 in London.
Nobody cares.
I believe we've sold about 12,000 tickets, so we should sell out that large venue. There's obviously large-scale public interest, and I think the proper way for that interest to manifest itself is for people to take up the banner within
and
the
give me
confines of their own
money.
life. Now,
imagine
having
paying
said
to
that,
see Jordan
if
Peterson.
this conference is the success
it's called being an
believe it will
incel.
be, the next one will be much larger, and we're going to do everything we can to try to make this a...
Do you reckon Ben Shapiro made him send that tweet?
What tweet?
The
No,
give him one?
I think Jordan Peterson genuinely is pro-Israel and wants them to kill all the Palestinians.
Just hypothesizing that as his boss, like Tim Pool weaponized his employees to shield him from admission that he fueled a Nazi terrorist. Maybe similar thing, but maybe not. I don't know.
Daily Wire is Nazi terrorists.
The public
The public.
Jewish.
He's getting. There was just another psychic attack on him.
The rest of the world can take up this on their own account and figure out how to move a positive vision forward responsibly as it's
breaking down.
And individuals of intrinsic worth.
Absolutely. Individual
Absolutely.
responsibility.
None of that.
Individuals of worth. What a very incel thing to say.
True. I mean, it needs new champions. So, Jordan Peterson, I'm tremendously excited by what you've started here in this London conference, and I hope it does morph into something bigger. Because
I'm fucking better than you.
All right, what now?
The propaganda, or we can learn about socialism. Do you want to learn what socialism is?
I would rather do Hasan.
That's learning about socialism, huh?
Yeah. I really don't like him. Not Hasan, the other guy. I prefer Hasan to Second.
Well, this is both.
Awesome.
Like I said, now it's nightmare difficulty.
Kill me.
Check out Canadian Prepper. I'll put him on the list.
Oh my god. I think I know that guy actually.
I think he's the guy who is like going on. He literally repeated he repeats propaganda and shit. I think the China show flagged him.
Yeah, I think that might be where I've seen it. Yeah,
I think so.
That'll be good.
Learning socialism. This will be the last video.
Does anybody want to watch games after this? You gotta stay around and watch video games?
If it works.
It should work. I think I've got it set up. It should.
You're gonna make him sit through the God of War intro again.
No. I was gonna play Ghost Runner, and we can just talk shit because Ghost Runner is one of those sort of games that's just like background stuff, and we can just talk about stuff. You can talk about your history and shit.
I don't have shit to talk about to you.
I'm sure that we can find something. There's always something we end up going on a tangent over.
John Oliver caused Twitter lefties drama. I'll put it on the list. If you got anyone who wants to send me links and stuff, I'll put it on the list.
Yeah, send links.
And like the biggest risk Jeff Bezos took was being you, your existence every day. That's how much of a negative it is.
That was your sting.
What did you just say? What did you call him?
That was your sting. This isn't even Hasan. This is one of those. This is one of those channels.
One of those channels. Yeah.
So, who like if you go to this channel, right? And go click oldest. Oh, it is. It's always been Hasan. Okay.
Interesting.
Sometimes they're not. So
sometimes they're other stuff, right?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Being a leech off this guy's ass, though. So like they normally there's normally like videos from like months ago and stuff that they'll end up uploading here. I don't know, but I just know that this is socialism for absolute beginners, so I can finally learn what socialism is.
Do we still have that? You know what I'm saying one?
Yeah, it's in there somewhere. There's just so many
like
now.
The biggest.
Yeah, it's hard to track them down. Maybe we should do it in alphabetical order.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
Jeff Bezos took was being you.
I was as soon as the video opened, he's like,
"Do you understand?"
And I'm like,
"You know what I'm saying?"
Oh, no. Go ahead. Yeah.
I just need the no. I just want to know that I can just throw in there when someone does something like that.
But
what's the news?
I didn't say only.
Okay.
Yeah, only news. Only
yeah.
news. So like that's literally Michael Moore interviewing a Taliban guy. Like Michael Moore, the guy who made those documentaries and runs around with hot dogs in Team America World Police.
Bowling for Columbine or whatever it is.
Yeah. But I
That's
like
right.
the part.
He blows up the faces, the base. What's it called? Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, and he's got his hot
He
dog.
blows them up. He Talibans them.
Like the biggest risk Jeff Bezos took was being you, your existence every day.
High quality edits, apparently.
All right, let's watch this one.
This episode.
Let's see.
Yeah, Eddie.
I've
it
never
makes
watched
him
this.
bigger.
See if
You know, see, they make him bigger. And they blow up his box. They cut out his pauses.
This is good or not?
They
Here,
cut
this
out
is
him
a-
walking
this is
away
a-
from
Why
chat. But
AdSense-
they'll keep his ads in, I think.
revenue has completely tanked in the last couple months.
I was wondering what the fuck was happening. I thought there was something playing on our
If
side.
this is good or not? Here,
It's on
this is
Patreon.
a
My
form of
AdSense
theory.
No, he's just an idiot and plays the video over himself.
So do we.
Yeah, but at least I pause it.
You try to.
Yeah,
has
sometimes I
completely
miss it.
tanked in the last couple months. So if you'd like to help support this channel
I need
and
a-
get a
a
bunch
remote.
of cool perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/second thought.
Who could possibly think socialism is a good thing?
Socialism is a cocktail that never should be tried.
No, it's turpentine.
None of those ingredients are good.
The last thing we want to do.
I think I remember the last time we went back and replayed that like 7 different times. If I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
United States is socialism.
According to a new survey, 70% of American millennials say they'll likely vote socialist, and 1 in 3 of them view communism favorably.
The term socialist has been gaining traction for the past couple of years. There's a good chance an increasing number of people around you are using that word to describe themselves. More and more Americans are. Maybe one of those people even sent you this video. Maybe one of those people even sent you this video. This video is about what people
hang
mean
on.
when they call
Hasan,
Cringe.
Hassan, I'm not sure if he said that 9/11 is an inside job. He might be one of the they let it happen people. But I know he thinks that America deserves 9/11 because of like some abstract thing that has nothing to do with Al Qaeda's doctrine about how we oppress communism in the Middle East and stuff. You know, and how we're oppressive. It's because we're oppressive that Al Qaeda attacked us, and because we killed so many people in the Middle East, which didn't happen. You know, like as far as like the United States and like Muslim relations before 9/11, pretty damn good, right? Like we brokered the peace with Israel and Sadat, right? And we only had just barely gotten into the war backing Israel. There's not like a long history of supporting Israel. Like look at the Suez Crisis. Look at the Mujahideen. I mean, hell, we even put the Ayatollah in power, kind of. That's what they would probably be mad about now.
call themselves socialists. I'm going to be covering as much ground as possible in as little time as I can to give you a better understanding of a word we hear all the time, but that rarely gets explained all that well.
Okay.
And before
I'm
we
ready
do,
for it to be
I know that at
explained.
least a chunk of you will be coming in with a negative opinion of socialism, and that's totally fine. Feel free to voice that in the comments or the invisible to you but very real to me dislike bar. All I ask is that you stick around for a while after you do. Politics is all about disagreement.
Iran
to have meaningful
Contras?
disagreements, you need to know what it is you disagree with.
Yeah, you know, giving Saddam the weapons of mass destruction to kill the Kurds, you know, these would all be things that were, you know, not fucking over technically the rulers and shit in the Middle East.
Let's get started.
Does Hasan consider himself socialist? No, I'm a capitalist, bro. I love fucking capitalism, dude. It's my
You think you're a streamer?
thing.
You think you're a professional streamer? Open your fucking mouth. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. You are mumbling into your microphone. Jesus Christ.
I know
like
I
a
know
kink,
Hakeem
really.
likes that Saddam kills Kurds, but I don't know about I haven't heard that from Hassan. But I wouldn't be surprised.
He is Turkish.
I love doing capitalism.
The central idea that unites all socialists is maximizing freedom for everyone, regardless of who they are. Generally speaking, socialists want
History says no.
people to have the kinds of rights that ensure they have that freedom.
But I guess when you equalize people by the law in Soviet Union is only because you need more bodies to keep the industrialized capitalist machine running, but they don't get anything back. That's all for you. But yeah, no, equal rights under socialism.
The guaranteed right to education, healthcare,
I've heard
food,
that,
and shelter, to participate in and constitute democratic bodies.
I've heard him say shit like this, but
All of
I don't
these
know
are
about
rights
like
that increase
Saddam was
freedom
good
and the
stuff.
extent to which we can.
Oh, I mean,
All
I don't know about
communists
that.
think that. All communists think that about the Kurds in
Hmm.
North and East Syria.
The best ones are the Maoists who just straight up want to destroy the Kurdish fucking everything.
But Maoists did also fight for Rojava, a few of them.
And now they're trying to destroy it. So
Mhm.
Can flourish and live a good life. But it's not enough that these rights exist on paper. People need to be able to exercise them. If you have the freedom to an education, but can't afford to spend even 1 hour
He said
less on a
that
job
he
to
said
get
that he
class,
understands what terrorism is like, and like why he can justify that like Israel is overreacting is because he experienced terrorism in Turkey. He said that to Ethan during couples therapy. It was one of the dumbest things he said during that stream.
must have blocked that out.
Yeah, the Turkish Maoists fight with the PKK, but the Kurdish Maoists hate the PKK. I think.
And I think they were specifically Kurdish Maoists that did their little CIB against us.
Mhm.
The Wagner ones, the fucking fascist ones.
Mhm.
then you don't really have the freedom to an education. The law says you do, but you're not actually free to enjoy it. Think about it like this. We might have missed out on 1,000 Einsteins because poverty kept them from achieving their full potential. Having freedom and the actual ability to exercise it is critical. And this central concern with freedom
Isn't Einstein like a refugee?
Yeah, he was from Nazis.
Yeah, bro. Like he wasn't like an elitist, I don't think.
No, I'm pretty sure he was quite down to earth
and poor.
Yeah, very poor. I think he was only subsisting on a university grant. He had tenure at a university, and that's how he lived. I'm pretty sure.
They're all teenagers that live in Sweden.
very surprising. Every political theory wants to maximize or guarantee freedom in some way. If the US had its own ideology, Americanism or something.
I don't think Nazi really wants to maximize freedom, you know? North Korea definitely a freedom maximizer ideology.
Wait. Who were all teenagers? The Wagner Maoists?
Yeah, the Wagner Maoists that
Oh my god, that doesn't surprise
want to
me
destroy
at all.
Kurdistan.
Jesus Christ.
Well, they want to destroy Rojava in the project.
No wonder they're half-wits. Fucking half-developed brains.
Its advocates would also say it's all about freedom. And to be fair, capitalism did, after all, become the way of life for most people around the world, at least in part because it allowed some people to be more free than they had been before. Because before capitalism, there was something else. Feudalism. Think medieval castles with heaped tables
in
of
Europe,
George
maybe.
pigs with
Yeah, where they lived
hey,
in their own shit.
A second thought. I thought we were learning about socialism.
Yeah, no socialism yet.
We begin with feudalism.
Interesting.
Einstein was probably communist, but back then, communism was very different. It was before genocides.
Well,
you know,
sure.
Many
The
genocides.
the Soviets would agree because the Holodomor wasn't a genocide.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that was was that before Einstein?
Around the
he was
same
probably
time.
already
around
here,
the same
yeah.
time. He was in America in the 30s. I
I'm
think.
sure he didn't. I'm sure he wasn't exactly a fan of them. I mean, he helped develop the atom bomb.
Yeah.
Maybe he's the spy who leaked it to the Soviets.
apples in their mouths and guys with cool names like Torf. Under feudal society, the people who were free made up a tiny group. Kings and other nobles were
Oh, look,
free.
a Stunlock
Everyone else
countdown.
Dude, I love this. I love talking about how
a stun lock counter. That's fantastic. Does that mean we could just skip it?
I want to hear what he gets stun locked on
It's
though.
for a very long time. But I love fucking making the comparison to like the justifications for the consolidation of.
I don't
wealth
think
and
he's
the
going to even
accumulation of
mention the
capital
French
and wealth
Revolution.
under theocratic monarchies revolved around revolved around just saying that God decided that the king should be the king, even though it was still physical power, wealth accumulation over centuries and whatnot.
Guess what, Hasan?
However,
that's why America was founded. Do we get a stun lock out timer?
I don't know. I'm gonna look.
What happened under capitalism,
there's a skip
which we
point
think
here.
is so much more advanced than feudalism and like the
we're back.
serfdoms and also monarchist society.
Only a minute.
Hasan,
now
it was
the
federalism. Federalism. The fucking Americans invented federalism, not capitalism. It was a federalist revolution, not a liberal or anything else.
It was the English that invented capitalism. As per usual, the worst shit comes out of England. And, as per usual, awful ideologies out of Europe.
Relation of wealth is no
Sock dems
longer
are
about
commies.
divine right, but
What?
He said sock dems are commies.
instead about meritocracy.
Yeah, I'm pretty
here
sure
we go.
Marx coined
Another
it.
meritocracy fucking lecture from Hasan.
The concept that these people are working smarter and harder and therefore deserve all of the fucking wealth that they've accumulated. Meanwhile, the entire system is designed in a way for them to,
Hasan,
especially if they've reached a
Hasan?
certain level of.
Bro, your uncle has even explained this to you, that it's about the capital investor having more risk. It's not about that they deserve it. It's that they supposedly take on more risk by losing their capital.
Fucking wealth to continue being wealthy and make even more wealth off of their pre-existing wealth. It has nothing to do with
so far we've explained capitalism and nothing about socialism. Just checking in.
5 minutes.
and meritocracy is the lie to justify that.
One ninth of the way through the video.
Divine right was the lie to justify theocratic monarchies. Meritocracy is the lie to justify capitalism. That's it.
Is it
the
though?
wealth accumulation is still at the top in an almost identical capacity.
Guess what happens in socialism? Wealth accumulation. Where? Oh, in the state, because it's a centralized totalitarian
But like, you
fucking
think
ideology.
anyone doesn't recognize this? That like that the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. Even like what's his name wrote a song about it while he condemned people on welfare. Like, you don't need to explain this to people. People already fucking realize this, bro. You can skip this step. Unnecessary stun lock.
The powers, the right to be able to do justifiable violence is still very much in the hands of those.
He says Hasan is a traditional socialist in theory, and because in my I mean, I don't know what socialism is, but because he says that he thinks that this is like an avenue to reach something, he wants something, at the end goal. Then I consider that more to be a socialist, even if it's like, even if you're going about it a democratic way or an anarchistic way. As long as you're seeing socialism as the transitional stage, you're a socialist to me.
That's fair.
But like a sock dem is like preserving the welfare state, which is like, which is fine with me. You know, not necessarily in some places. Like if Norway wants to preserve their welfare state, that's fine with me. I could care less.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I would just call him a socialist because at the end of the day, socialists do want a state because that transitionary state requires centralized power, which is why it never
they recognize
goes past
it as a
there.
transition, even if it never gets there.
Yeah, which it never will because power corrupts everybody. There's nobody who can escape power corruption. It will corrupt you. It will bring you down. You will become
of course.
a puppet.
Yeah, he always wants state prisons and police. They probably said it like along with fucking A Second Thought in his authoritarian video. Yeah.
Are bourgeois governments for the most part,
and I'm under their control and generally had
bourgeois
very little
penalty.
Yeah, 30-second skip.
Bourgeois penalty.
Society into something entirely new. Over a
Actually, do we want to set this up? If you any of these words, proletariat minute skip.
No, we don't need to skip minutes, but like I was gonna say not bourgeois, but imperial core. Imperial core is gotta be the most punishment for skips.
Okay, what are we doing there? We'll just wing it.
Yeah, well, maybe that one will be a minute. Everything else will be a 30-second.
100 years,
We
merchants
started
gained
a
more autonomy
socialism
through feudal
debate.
lords and became
Guys, let him explain it. They'll teach us what socialism
We're
is,
watching the
guys.
video, guys.
people. Nobles lost a great deal of power both gradually and in violent revolutions,
Yeah,
and the number of free people grew from just a few hundred nobles to thousands of people who weren't just born into the right family.
Here's a pretty good example of a country that went from
Is he talking about
feudalism
the
to
French
capitalism.
Revolution?
No. Here's a pretty interesting example of a country that went from feudalism to capitalism pretty quick, and then they went to fascism even quicker.
China?
Is Japan? No, Japan. Japan went from feudalism. The samurais were living comfy, fucking living off stipends from the government and the lords, right? Everybody's like, all right, capitalism's cool now. Everybody's able to make money. Samurais weren't happy.
Wasn't that more like a market economy?
Well, kind of. It's kind of complicated. It was more feudal, like warlordy sort of internal states fighting. And then they
well, that's
the
because
British.
states didn't exist until the French
America.
Revolution, really.
It was America. America came in and forced them to open, and then they're like, "Oh, this Western stuff's kind of cool," and then they got very fascist very quickly. Kind of points into the socialist arguments that capitalism is a pipeline to fascism. But
I mean, it's also you need immunities to this shit.
Yeah, you need safeguards, or everything will one of
just
these
like
ways.
your society wasn't built up to defend against populism.
Yes, yeah, and Japan would have been very much that as well. However, it wasn't populism; it was monarchy. It was almost a manifest destiny kind of thing with Japan. It's very interesting. Plus the Bushido Code and whatnot.
Fascism speedrun.
Capitalism was born. And we can see how
Thank God.
Merit does factor into it, but you cannot outwork
Holy
luck,
shit.
no matter how hard you fucking work, okay?
I'm genuinely curious here. What are we at? 606. So that 30-second time penalty was back to a stunlock.
Okay? There is still an element of predetermined destiny within your reality, okay? Within your future
Destiny?
predicaments that you're going to get into. You understand? As long as probability
Predetermined destiny?
Are we talking about we're talking about Shinzo Abe, right? The
God, Emperor. No, I think he's actually talking
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I didn't even see the comment.
Still exists, and it is very much an incredibly important facet of success. You will never be able to reach the meritocracy that people claim exists. Okay, that's not real. It's not real. I would not be in the situation that I'm in currently if I didn't come from an affluent background. Not because like my family was able to keep me afloat. What the fuck? I can't even speak. Especially
Hassan,
in my adult years.
don't put your stupidity being you also needed that. It's not just being a Nepo baby. You also need to be a complete fucking idiot to have the most brain dead takes to attract the you know what slag is? It's like slag glass, opalite, right? It's just a slag glass.
Yeah.
But we could sell it to fucking hippies because it looks cool. And they think it's like a thing. They think it's a thing because we called it opalite, but it's literally just slag.
The Pepe faces. It's not Pepe. I don't think. I think it's a sad.
It's Apo.
Yeah.
Pepe is a specific thing, but the frogs are funny. That's why it's ironic.
But because when my parents were wealthy, when my father was wealthy, and then he lost all of his wealth, regardless, though, that's besides the point. When he was wealthy, he was able to make sure that I got the best education possible. That gave me a significant upper hand, which is why I always get frustrated when
that's not saying much for the Turkish education that he was able to give you, is it?
Totally out of our common sense.
Billionaire defending Republicans will regularly say, oh, well, actually, only 20% of wealth is actually passed down to the next generation. Like, You know, out of all the multi-millionaires and billionaires, a small, tiny percentage of them actually get like directly wealth from the generation that came before them. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, that doesn't mean anything though, because it doesn't have to be directly a trust fund or something when your fucking parents die. That's not how people make their money. They make their money
it's called
by
unlock.
going to the best fucking schools. They make their money through a sequence of nepotism, through a
Oh my god, brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
Their next
so that was
clearly there was a little
3 minutes of it completely unrelated to the video.
Him talking about how meritocracy exists.
Yeah.
I still haven't learned about socialism.
10 minutes in. Just for future note, whoever edited this video, cut the stun locks. Just get rid of them. Just make the video 20 minutes.
A little bit more than just TYT that helped me in this circumstance, don't you think?
We have a name for fantasy realized. Under a capitalist society, your boss is part of this new.
And now we're at capitalism. Still haven't gotten to socialism.
Okay.
Man, Second Thought is about as good as making videos as that other flog.
Group of free people. He, like the nobility of the
Second
previous
Thought's good at
economic
making
era,
videos.
has a lot of freedom to do
points.
what he wants, and a lot of the decisions he makes for himself trickle down and ultimately affect you. In the relationship between the two of you, it's ultimately him that has the power. For example, your paycheck isn't determined by how good a job you do, but by what your boss decides it to be.
Depends.
He has that freedom. Directly or indirectly, your boss hires and fires who he wants. You work for him.
All this is depend. This is circumstantial. This is generalization.
And spend your days producing something that he can turn around and sell to someone else. This allows him to make a profit, regardless of whether he's a nice guy or not.
Why wasn't this explained with cheeseburgers to me, though? I needed it. I needed to explain with cheeseburgers to understand it.
Cheeseburger.
Calculation will demand that he take into account a few things, like how much he needs you and how many people out there are gunning for your job.
Hi, hot tip. Under capitalism, they don't need you. Understand this and you'll never be disappointed. Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop.
The more those people are desperate, for example, because without your job, they might end up homeless, the more he can push your wage down.
You know, it's a really, really, really great thing. And I didn't actually know that this was actually a term.
Yeah, Mr. Beast Mutualist. This is what I'm talking about, bro. As long as we're building wells in Africa, I don't give a fuck. What is Hasan? Hasan is like, well, see, I deserve the money because I've educated people on what socialism is. And it's like, bro, build a well. Shut the fuck up. Build a well. Mr. Beast is more socialist than Hasan. It's just a fact.
And he actually does it in praxis, not...
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly.
Pottering on about theory and how socialism is so great. Yeah. Actually doing something. It actually matters. It actually changes people. Yeah, this is what I was saying was the way you can fix this is everybody quit. You know how millennials and Gen Z are just quitting?
General strike.
General strike. Just quit. They will beg you for way more money to come back and work. That's all you need to do, but people are too scared. People are too scared.
He doesn't donate his money to revolutionary orgs, but you know, he did do a donation stream for Ukraine.
Anarcho-wellism.
Well, bro, I don't care as long as the wells get built.
But yeah, like a general strike right now would make one of the biggest impacts we would ever see. If people just said, nah, you know what? Fuck you. You're not paying me enough.
There's a lot of union action going on in America.
There is. Yep. There is. But like, I genuinely believe that if people just said, no, we are not making enough, you're getting too much profit. Do you know how much fucking profit ANZ made this year while hiking interest rates for people? $7.9 billion. And they have the balls to raise interest rates and fucking complain to us about money. Fuck you. What an actual fucking joke. It should be legitimately illegal for banks to pass interest rates onto you.
Okay, but when am I going to learn about socialism?
Well, that's what I'm waiting for, because apparently we're talking about capitalism, so I'm talking about that.
The more homelessness or poverty there is, therefore, the better it is for him. Your salary isn't determined by how dedicated you are or how valuable what you do is, but by how disposable you can be. You can get up and protest him messing with...
What do you mean?
These are all overgeneralizations.
I mean, yeah, they are generalizations, but at the end of the day, you are disposable. You will be replaced by
it
someone
depends. It
cheaper
depends.
than you.
It depends on the job.
Well, I think he's generally talking
Yeah,
about
exactly. And that's the thing. That's why he needed to explain it with burgers.
Because it's too much vaguity.
Bro, yeah.
With your paycheck like this, but in the back of your mind, you know that if you push back too hard, you risk ending up with everyone else who is fighting to get your job.
Oh, wait. No, you don't. You just need mutual aid. That's it.
Job. Under feudalism, people were made to work the noble's land and hand over the product of their labor.
Please,
they had
it's
no
called Hungry
choice
Jacks
and
in
very little
Australia.
freedom to do otherwise. You work
Jack
the
doesn't
land,
even know
or
the
you're going to be
reference.
in a world of hurt. Now, you need to work the corporate, industrial, or service industry gig and hand over your time and whatever you produce while you're on the clock to the capitalist. In theory, you have the freedom not to work, or to work for whomever you want, as well as to negotiate with your employer. But in the same way serfs needed a place to live and food to put on their table,
Dude,
We're
that's so
still
base.
talking about feudalism, dude.
That's so base. Having meetings without the managers. That's sick. I love that. Fuck the managers.
Managers are like worthless in kitchens too. Like
Yeah,
besides somebody, unless it's the outside caller to like call the orders and like manage when people are dropping shit to like time the orders out.
Yeah.
That's the only, that's actually management, you know?
I literally quit my last job because the manager was physically unable to do her job, that I yelled at her, and she wasn't very happy about that. She wasn't very happy that I told her how to do her job because she couldn't fucking do it. And even though she was the new venue manager, but couldn't manage a single fucking room, you know? That's the kind of useless cunt a manager is.
You know, like Tort was good at managing mutual aid until police killed him.
Yeah. But that's literally all you need. You just need mutual aid, and then a general strike is fine. But you need community for that. That's the problem.
It's unfortunate he's not around anymore because he could speak a lot on how to do this type of shit.
Yeah.
And, like, organize money and like how to like do shit like that.
Yeah. A very valuable person just gone because the police decided to murder him. Very, 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 very disgusting situation.
In the capitalist industry is necessary to live, and it's not like the power is balanced between the two of you. Not long ago, during the dawn of this new economic system, most workers had to hand over the majority of their life, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, to their employer.
We are 100 years from socialism. That's where we are right now. That's awful. Shit. Garbage content.
Often from a young age and in unspeakable conditions. We only very recently made this some...
Actually, I just realized what all of this is. This is conditioning.
Yep. That's
all this is.
They have to do at least 10 minutes of conditioning.
Yeah. It's 47 minutes for the Hasan video. I'm not sure how long his video is. It's probably
it's double the length. Hasan doubled the length on it. But
Okay,
we're
so
also we also have skips if they mention things like bourgeois.
This is true.
Well, we still haven't gotten. He still hasn't talked about market economies.
Yeah, we're literally still at the Industrial Revolution. We're 100 years before socialism.
The reason we haven't made even more
named socialism
improvements today is that capitalism did not actually represent much of a fundamental change from feudalism. The relationship of domination and coercion isn't all that different. It's just that...
That's why trust busting got invented. Because yes, nothing changed. It was just a change of name, and it was a change in name.
This dude is like, bro, you can't generalize like this because there's so many different factors. Like, federalism also was a factor of like knocking that shit out. Like the idea of federalism and forming the federal state to like counteract that shit, to like prevent consolidation of power.
Yeah.
This time, the size of the group with freedom is slightly bigger. A couple thousand instead of a couple hundred.
Yeah.
And you don't
Bro,
necessarily
would you
have to be
believe
born
it?
into
Every time we expanded voting rights, except for in the day of Andrew Jackson, civil rights have also improved.
Funny how that works. The fuck, dog? He comes in so aggressively.
The fact that there is like at least some kind of upward social mobility, and I will tie this back to race as well as class, but the fact that there is like a little bit of upward social mobility alone immediately is used as proof to be like, listen, dude, look, I mean, some people made it. Why can't you? Look at that guy. He was homeless and now he went to Harvard. You know what I mean? There's always like, these rags to riches stories that they pump out, right? A little bit of social mobility all of a sudden is, showing everyone, proving everyone that you can actually succeed under a capitalist system. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Yeah, who succeeded under
same
socialism?
concept that is used against anti-capitalist.
Stalin, Mao.
I don't know, bro. I haven't learned what it is yet.
Xi Jinping.
Capitalists is also used when it comes to race. How could you say that there's racism in this country? Don't look at all of the structural inefficiencies that is built into the system. Don't look at the criminal justice system. Look at the black person that's wealthy. See, he did it. Why can't you?
They point to Asian people.
That's
though,
exactly.
They do
same
point to
exact
Asian people.
fucking,
Asians
What do they
are the
call them?
token minority.
Model minority.
Yeah,
Is what they call them?
yeah.
Argument. The exact same counter. The existence of like relatively wealthy
Hat
black
Mall.
people does
I
not
held a bake
change
sale.
the
A racist
does not
bake
change
sale.
the white supremacist systems that we exist under. Okay.
system, for all its flaws, hasn't been all bad. In general, living standards have improved under capitalism for a lot of people. Capitalism is a net improvement in some ways from the
How'd they improve
society
under
that preceded it.
socialism?
But just like feudal society became outdated, so too has capitalism. There have
Yep.
always been problems with this narrative of rising living standards.
Are we finally getting
But
there?
recently, capitalism has started to fail even the people who once got a decent shake out of it.
Mhm.
2 or 3 generations ago, it was a no-brainer that a job could get you a house and enough money to support a family, pay your way through college, and get access to healthcare.
I wonder what fundamental thing changed in American existence that caused it to
Guys,
happen.
you
Now,
know the
races will
Great
look at this
Depression
and go,
happened
"Oh, it's
already,
because black
right?
people-"
Like
And this was the
capitalism is
recovery boom.
capitalism has failed before. I think like I think this is like kind of like a Richard Wolff thing where he's like capital fails all the time, you know? Like look at all these companies that need bailouts. That's capitalism failing. And it's really just like federalism combined with capitalism and how it can like succeed by using these multi-level bailouts and structural balances and stuff. Still outdated. I mean, that was a good point. It's
People are
fucking
taking
300
up
years old
a piece of the
federalism
pie.
now.
It's because there are more minorities that are no longer like as exploited, right? Whereas the real reason is literally because unions have been fucking eviscerated. If workers have no way to collectively bargain, if workers have no way to go back against and fight against the inherent class contradictions baked into a capitalist order of the economy, a capitalist organization of the economy, then of course capital is going to slowly but surely take away more and more of your benefits. Profits have a tendency to decline. Okay, so what are you going to do? You have to squeeze out as much profits as possible. That's what capital owners do. And the best ones, the ones who are the best at fucking squeezing out profits, are the CEOs. They get rewarded for it.
Yeah,
You weren't exactly free,
job
but you
title.
weren't doing too badly
Yeah.
either. That is no longer true. The few people at the top have been given so much freedom to keep the money you made for them by working in their offices, at their storefronts, and in their factories that there isn't much left for you. High school and college graduates, once guaranteed stable employment and livable wages.
Wait, you mean everybody going to college and getting degrees means that there's more people with degrees, meaning that the degrees lose their value? Whoa. Economics?
Question.
In universities?
Question. If all that money was distributed equally, would the money lose its value?
Yeah.
Probably
So
would.
you would need a system that didn't have money to be able to have that equality. What do you think that
Funny how that
system's
works.
called?
Anarchy?
Maybe we'll learn about it.
It's not socialism.
Are losing out. Nowadays, between 40 and 50% of college grads are unemployed or working in a job that doesn't require a diploma, indebted at rates that completely overshadow their salaries. And the story's the same across the economy. For someone
it's like he's
working
throwing
at
darts
Amazon
at a
to make-
board and keeps missing like the target. Like, bro, this video is socialism for absolute beginners, not what late state capitalism is.
make as much money as Jeff Bezos does in just 1 year, they would have to work for 58 years. And that's just with his salary. If we start counting dividends, you'd be working every day of every year of multiple lifetimes just to catch up to Bezos' single lap around the sun. Clearly, it's time for an upgrade. Socialist.
Kill him.
Yes, guillotines. The French had one thing right, and it was guillotines.
Is this gonna be all about large spoons here? Are we gonna get large spoon allegories?
I think so. I think that's what we're gonna get. We're gonna get more spoons.
Look at this march of history and ask two questions. One, is there a better way to get the same results as produced under capitalism? And two,
why am I listening?
Why do we want the same results?
Well, that's what that's what they want with socialism. Is
I mean, I understand people are scared.
The same system, just socialized and
scared of certain things because it's like, how will I get my medication and stuff? You know, I mean, like, that's a different story. You know, it's like we don't want to take that stuff away, but does society have to be the same? What about a fundamental change to society? I mean, look at what the Industrial Revolution did. Was society changed by that? Was it before? Did people say, what is going to happen to our society? Yes, they did. It's called the Industrial Revolution for a reason. People died, you know?
Yeah.
And then I don't know who says it, but it's like, what happened to the employment rate of horses when cars were invented? And this is like an argument against AI, right?
Yeah.
Saying that like we'll be replaced by computers. Okay.
I mean, the funny thing about horses,
I think it might be Andrew Yang who says this, which he has good points, honestly. On like this specific notion of like just that AI goes a pathway and automation is a pathway to it. You know, it's like the only like remotely ballpark thing that he like is on point about. Fucking idiot, you know.
What is it? In other words,
I don't know what a
how do we
Luddite
keep the
is.
parts we like from capitalism, rising living standards.
Neither do I.
No, it needs to be explained to me. I need a video on Luddites for absolute beginners.
And cut out.
Don't worry, we will get 15 minutes of nothing.
Wait, what was the second point he said? What was the second point he said?
What
is it? So it was. Is it the same? It says the same.
How do you get the same results and
after
what is
under
it?
capitalism and what is it? Okay.
Out the parts we don't like. The exploitation, imbalances of power, and massively uneven distribution of those rising living standards.
Sounds like
I hate to break it to you, buddy.
That's not. That sounds like anarchism.
It's
bro.
not socialism.
Sounds like anarchism, bro.
The big answer for socialists lies in who owns things like companies. The argument goes that so long as there is just one, or at the most a few people who own our society.
Also, companies. Do we need them? Why do we have fuck companies? Get rid of them.
Yeah.
Fuck
them off. Get rid of them.
Collective
be able
state.
to make decisions.
Collective state, where everything is owned by the state, and you are subject of the state.
Well, I was saying like a collective state, as in like the workers literally own the business.
Oh well, that would be
like like a plumbers union. Like all the plumbers have stakes in making sure that like nobody is a shitty plumber. It's like it's kind of how like libertarians think that they can manage things through competition instead of cooperation.
Yeah, instead it's actually cooperation that does that, and incentives like people aren't going to trust you if
cartels
you're
cartels do that. Actually, a cartel is a better model here, probably.
And that's going to scare some people.
Well, I mean, look, OPEC is an oil cartel.
But to be fair, cartels are still not horizontal either. That's the other thing. Like they have a boss.
They're competing interest. It's like it's a zero sum competing interests.
Yeah. So I don't know. Let's have him explain socialism more.
I'm still waiting.
That benefit them and not us. Your boss, because he has been given the freedom to do so, will use his power to curtail yours.
Who gave him the freedom?
God.
Will always try to push your wages down as low as possible.
Money
Make
looks
you work
fake
the
as fuck.
longest hours you can. Make your working conditions as dire as possible. Because it's cheaper that way and rakes in more money for him and the other people who own the company.
Yep.
While he has to balance that with what other capital.
Interesting. Hold on. Luddite. Just people resistant to the Industrial Revolution.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But I thought it was like dumb people. Like that's always what I thought it was, but I knew it wasn't.
Capitalist will do and try to offer better conditions, hours, or wages. Every step he makes in the right direction has to contend with his profit margins. If something is unprofitable, even just by a fraction of a percent less, he can't do it. He can't risk some other company being more ruthless than he is and
it
undercut.
depends on the organizational structure. If a corporate organizational structure, yes, that would be true.
Yeah.
His business. The only choices that are on the table are the
Are
ones that make him
nonprofits not
wealthier,
businesses?
even if that means
Surely they would be.
Are we a
Surely
business?
Not right now. We're
We
not
need
really
that-
selling a
We
product.
need that fucking nonprofit status to come in.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, but
I think for-profit run corporations is kind of the downfall of the success of the corporation. I think it's just an inevitable, capitalism eating itself if you organize under that model.
Yeah.
And they
you're
all
always pushing more
conglomerate,
stuff.
bro. And then like the shit becomes shittier because it's so conglomerated.
Yeah, because it's all cost cutting at that point because they've got so much overhead that they need to maximize profit. And it's the same. It's the same problem. It's basically a drug, right? It's chasing the first high. It's chasing the dragon.
Yep.
That's what they're doing. They're chasing more profits. They see, oh, we got record profits this year. We got to make record profits next year and next year and next year. Oh shit, we can't make profits if we have too many people. Cut. And then more profits. Oh shit, cut. And then the company's dead because there's no more workers and they've got too much profit. And then the people at the very top take all that money and everybody else gets fucked. And then they get a bailout and now they've doubled their money and now they're multi-billionaires.
We need that 501c3, bro.
We really do.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Look at it.
means making you poorer or generally worse off in the process. Socialists
Yeah,
take
because once we get that, we can start talking to big companies to get us tax write-offs. that's we're going to exploit the system. To produce good journalism and help people.
Literally, like no modern company. YouTube doesn't make profit. Twitter doesn't make profit, but yet they all function. And somehow everyone who's at the top gets to take home checks, even though the company's not profiting. Right? That's the thing. Is like, why isn't Twitter a nonprofit? Where's their 501c3? It doesn't mean social media not being. I think social media should default be that though. Like, why is it run for profit? Like, even fucking like, I don't even care. Like, honestly, like as long as
problems.
Like, if we keep like, I'm not saying like get rid of Twitter or anything like that, but let's just say there's one that's just PBS. You know how it's partly financed by the state, it's supported and stabilized by the state, a social media platform. They would be able to do a lot more. They wouldn't need to fucking push ads down people's throats. They would still get ads because they would be like, it's brought to you by PBS viewers like you and our fucking what do they call the invest? No, it's like the angel investors. Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. It would probably fix a lot of the issues. Like right now, I'm on the verge of deleting Instagram because of the fucking ads. It's insane.
Stock of all these incentives and try to understand how we can change them. Instead of the most important thing being the capitalist profit, how can we incentivize things that benefit all of us, putting more options on the table than just the ones that make the guy at the top richer? And we have a lot of ideas on how we can do this, from central planning to free association between communes, to worker-owned cooperatives, to cybernetic management. However varied these ideas are, and truly there are a lot of them,
cybernetic management. Cybernetic would mean like that these people are like have implants in their brains, you know? Like cybernetics are a specific thing, my guy. Techno-futurism. Maybe he was meant that.
Maybe.
That the best way to figure out which ideas benefit everybody to the fullest extent is to let people decide for themselves. Give everybody control over what
Look,
ideas
guys,
we want
he
to
hasn't
happen.
explained it yet. You're jumping to conclusions. You don't know if central planning is state capitalism. He didn't spell it out for us yet. We haven't gotten the absolute basics yet. Still waiting for it.
And how. Instead of a few people at the top setting the rules of the game,
It sounds like
everybody
we're
should
getting
get a
there.
say over things like their working conditions.
Uh-huh.
Control over what gets done and how for everyone by everyone, not by some.
Democracy, a representative democracy is supposed to streamline that process. You're supposed to hold your local politician to
Well,
account.
you know, if they started the burger explanation, they'd explain how they just want democracy in the workplace as well. That's one of the socialist pipeline things that they say.
Yeah. I mean, democracy in the workplace is not.
I mean,
a
I've
bad
never heard
thing
of
to aim for.
socialism. I'm still learning about it.
Yeah, sorry. We're completely clueless. What is socialism?
Self-appointed class of millionaires and billionaires who get to boss everyone else around.
Millionaires and the billionaires.
You intuitively know that this works. How many times has your boss made a decision you know is in the wrong, but you're the one who has to live with it? How many times have you been told that there's just...
I don't know.
I quit my job over it because I don't
know.
take shit from managers because managers are scum.
not enough in the budget for a raise or for you to take that day off, but the company is raking in record profits. How many decisions are kept behind closed doors until
I
they
said
blow
the
up
same
in
thing.
your face?
You know what you should do instead of watching this guy? Listen to me rant, fucking unhinged ranting. Because clearly I'm better at explaining
with
this
50% less
ranting.
genocide approval.
50. Working on it.
You know, it's like one of the only funny Ricky Gervais jokes is like he's talking about how because like Nietzsche influenced the Nazis.
Yeah.
And so the joke is like Hitler sees him and he's like, "Oh, I'm reading your book. I love the book." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm working on another one." He's like, "Oh, what's it called?" He's like, "It's called The Jippos. Do we need them?"
You might not always have the answers to every problem your company faces, but if the solutions of
Oh no, he said that the bosses have power like 5 different times now because he's explaining capitalism, not socialism. But I don't know what socialism is.
those
Well,
at the top are
I
so
think
good,
because he's going to
why are-
explain state capitalism at this point, because we haven't. There's no French Revolution. There's been literally Karl Marx has not been mentioned.
are their decisions made behind closed doors? Why do they always
What's
make
your
them
top
better
genocide,
off
Jack?
and not you?
Rwanda.
Fucked up, bro. I can't believe you said that.
Do you like the no hesitation?
Does it count when the fucking Huns sacked Rome?
Actually, you know what my favorite ones are? The uncategorized ones that people don't recognize, like Chechnya.
Well, those would be these are the ones you support.
Support.
Yeah, what genocides do you support?
Aboriginal genocide in Australia.
Oh, come on.
Well, all the Woo Mows always bring it up, so I must.
Oh, they tell you that you do.
Oh, dude, it's the first thing they bring up when they find out that I'm Australian. They're just like, Aboriginal genocide. It's like, what relevance is this? Like, go away. I'm aware of it. Do you not think that I'm aware of it? I'm literally from this country. What do you want me to tell you?
You literally support the fucking Voice for Parliament movement.
Yeah, no shit. I was probably one of the most vocal ones. Like, and at the end of the day, people were like, why should I vote yes? I'm like, why not? Give me an actual good reason to not. And everyone was like, the Constitution, which they'd never thought about until 2 weeks before that day. And they will never think of it again. It's appalling. This country is a fucking joke.
Socialists understand that this isn't a system.
And this process is so inherently undemocratic, which is why it's always weird when we fucking talk about, which is why it's so weird when we talk about like how much better we are than like, you know, older organizations. oh man, we're so much better off than fucking living
fucking better than
a
you.
feudalist society. Like, come on, it's like, or we have a democracy in this country, unlike those other bad countries where there is no democratic process.
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
motherfucker, you
Clan
spend
Islands.
80% of your life inside of the fucking workplace, and another man you basically are not calling daddy is your daddy. Multiple.
Listen, don't associate us with the British. We may have their shitty little fucking bullshit in our flag.
This dude is sitting here talking about how like North Korea isn't bad because we have bosses.
Like, we have this shitty cunty British shit in our flag. But please don't associate us with it.
What's Coco Melon? Is that the show about the bald kid?
No, I don't know. It's the watermelon thing. Cocomelon is one of those degenerate kids shows now because no kids shows are actually worth watching. They're awful. I'm literally just going to show if I ever have my kids are just going to watch 2000s Nickelodeon. That's all they're watching. SpongeBob and American, what's it called? Jake.
I'm only going to make them watch The Triumph of Will on repeat.
And Kim Possible.
No, only the Triumph of Will for my kids.
Maybe the Powerpuff Girls.
Nope, only the Triumph of Will for my kids.
I don't know what that is.
The fucking Nazi documentary.
Oh, is it?
That the Nazis made? Yeah, like fucking Goebbels made it, and it's like a pioneer for like filmmaking and like.
I was gonna say it's probably a pretty good film, right? Because he was a pretty good filmmaker.
Define good.
Like thematically wise.
Yeah, so that's the thing is that we learn about it in like film school and stuff because of its advancements.
Wait, what?
Yeah, just like how we learn about Birth of a Nation because of its advancements and stuff.
No, you're gonna have to repeat that because I just saw this. Wait, this one.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense to me.
I did not know that, but that actually makes sense. Yeah, the Union Jack. The only reason that flag hasn't been burnt is because it was $300.
Yeah, Gaza Minnie Mouse, bro. We love that guy.
Wait, we have that, don't we?
Yeah. I got it somewhere.
You got it?
Somewhere. It's somewhere in here.
Well, men, as a matter of fact, they're telling you what you can wear, what you can't say, what you can't do.
Jihadi mouse.
The answer.
They're constantly telling you to do things that you don't.
What were you explaining?
Oh, the Triumph of Will and how we teach birth.
Yeah.
The Jazz Singer is another one. Like that's a blackface movie. We learn about all of this in like our intro to like media stuff. Like they teach it in like an appropriate way, you know. They'll be like, now this is controversial today, guys. This is controversial today, guys.
Because from what I know, Nazi cinema was actually like quite groundbreaking thematically, like cinematography wise, like style wise,
propaganda wise.
Yeah, like propaganda.
Yeah,
it's pretty wild.
And also think about it, at the time, it was like you go to the theaters once a week for like the news and the Tom and Jerry cartoons.
Yeah, which bring back that time. That's cool. I like the movies.
I'm good with the theaters dying, but also I want Netflix to die too.
Here, where's here? Wait, what? Is this guy Australian? Are you Australian? Well, Queen's dead, so
rip Bozo.
The monarchy. Actually, fuck them both. They can both die. Take the Governor General with you as well.
I want to fucking do, okay? And then they're making decisions on your life, like they're making decisions on your life in an inherently undemocratic capacity, and you're supposed to sit there and go, "Yeah, you know what? This is
actually." I did see the petition to change the flag. They were all awful except for the one with the silver fern in it, and I'm pretty sure they didn't pick the good one.
Flames of War would have to be revolutionary for filmmaking for it to be taught. It's an ISIS documentary made by ISIS. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And Robert Downey Jr.'s blackface in Tropic Thunder was kind of interesting like cinematically, because it was a satire of it.
Yeah. Okay. But
Three
listen,
layers deep. It's super interesting.
when I say blackface,
You're
have y'all seen what the jazz singer is, bro? Come on.
So I'm assuming you're talking about minstrel, like white
Bro,
lips. And...
wait for me to pull it up here. Okay,
I'm very
just
excited.
give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, that is not the same.
It's like the
definitely
first,
not the same.
It's like one of the first like audio movies that has like audio
Really?
in it. Yeah.
Interesting.
I think so.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not the same. And Tropic Thunder was a fantastically written movie. I think you'll find most people won't have an issue with it.
So it's a 1927 part talkie, and talkie means a silent film.
Yeah.
And musical drama.
Interesting.
So like, yeah, so they started doing this. You'll see it in other things. They synchronize the recorded music in the, and they lip sync it in the movie with the recorded music, which is still how we do musicals today.
Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, bit of a cinema side tangent there.
The plot was adopted from his short story, Day of Atonement.
Okay.
But I'm too stupid to make that decision for myself.
Yes. Correct, Hasan.
I'm too stupid to make that decision for the entire company. We can't get together as an entire company and make this decision ourselves on where the profits should go. Where should we actually, should we invest it back into the business? Should we invest it back into a better compensation structure? Should we invest it back into, better benefits? Nope, can't do that. You're too stupid. You're a fucking worker. Okay? That's why the managers have to do it behind closed doors. Because if they were to do it in front of you, if they were to do it,
I'm not familiar with the term.
The funk war edits. Do you know what funk music is?
No.
It's probably one of the best modern like electronic music, I reckon. I reckon it's great. But it's like the ones that like intercut with like footage like that kind of where it like hard fades in the beat.
We're talking about like NATO stream, like
probably, yeah. I actually haven't seen the videos, but I can assume what they are because I've seen memes with it.
speaking about like what they are going to
like Birth of a Nation is like a revolutionary film. Extremely racist. Literally the jazz singer is about a Jew who is immigrant Jewish family, launched a career as a jazz singer performing under blackface named Jack Robbins. So like it's literally him acknowledging he's doing blackface because they wouldn't even let black people have starring roles.
Yeah, that was literally the reason. And it was the same thing with women back in the day, back in like Shakespeare's day.
Birth of a Nation, they're all in blackface. But like this is literally a movie about doing blackface.
Jesus. NATO call funk cowbell music. We've made a mistake. We need to turn back.
do to you, you'd say, wait, hold on. I don't want that to happen. That's fucking bullshit.
The memetics have gone too far.
I should have a say in this matter. Why the fuck are we doing stock buybacks? This is bullshit.
I agree. Hassan made a good point. Stock buybacks need to go. Stock buybacks need to go. They should be outlawed immediately.
He made a good point. Does he get a pass for one?
He can have one cookie. He can have one cookie in the communist revolution. After that, he stars.
But he gets a pass for one of his cringe words if he says one. I think that's fair. So no skip on the next one.
We see some of that. We generated that value, right? No, wrong. That's why the capitalist dogma creates fucking workers, okay? They create servile workers, though, unfortunately.
John loves Biden's Kosovo
that makes anybody more free or makes things any more fair. Freedom is a two-way street.
Yeah.
I can't be free to do what I want.
He's talking about Bosnia, ending the genocide in Bosnia. I intercut that in a lot of shit. One of the best speeches he ever gave.
It is good. It is a really good speech. Yeah, calling Europeans savage dickheads. That's great. Just be like, you guys are so fucked that we have to step in to stop you from killing each other. It's hilarious.
To stop me from doing it. I can't be free if you make all my decisions for me. By all means, when something only affects you, you should be able to do what you please. But if things like my livelihood get involved, it's only fair that we all get a say. And it's becoming clearer to more people growing up today that their odds of living a decent life aren't as secure as they have been in the past. It's going to come down to a lot of luck whether you end up doing well for yourself and living what we might consider a normal life, even if you work really hard.
But workers are not owners, shareholders, though. Yeah, they're not. They're considered stakeholders. Okay, and the only thing that is considered in the process, where in the decision-making process, is actually shareholder value. Okay.
But even though we see how our current capitalist society is leading us down this unfortunate path, curtailing our freedom, or more generally, how the system benefits from things like high unemployment, poverty, and low wages, it can feel scary or even just hasty to jump to socialism for the answer. We can recognize the flawed incentives and inherent.
How do you mean jump to socialism? You haven't explained it for me yet, bro.
There's still 20 minutes. There's time.
He said jump to socialism. What does that mean? I'm literally stomping.
Still not know what to do about it. The historical record, after all,
there
hasn't
is
really
no
proved that an
moral
alternative system.
center in Europe. When? In the last 2 centuries? Or the French? Or the British? Or the Spanish? Or the Italians?
Works either.
Moved in a
At
way to
least that's
unify
what
that
we've been
continent.
told.
When
But
have they done
contrary
it?
to what is commonly
Tell me
believed,
why we
the
don't have
performance
a
of
moral
developing countries
interest.
in the
I've heard that speech so many times. I've heard it so many times.
period of state-led development was superior to what they've achieved during the subsequent period of market-oriented reform. There were some spectacular failures of state intervention, but most of these countries grew much faster, with more equitable income distribution and far fewer economic crises during the bad old days than they have done in the period of market-oriented reforms. Moreover, it is also not true that almost all rich countries have become rich through free market policies. The truth is more or less the opposite. With only
Name a rich socialist country.
Name a socialist country.
Venezuela.
a few exceptions, all of today's rich countries, including Britain and the US, the supposed homes of free trade and free market, have become rich through the combinations of protectionism, subsidies, and other policies that today they advise developing countries not to adopt. Free market policies have made few countries rich so far and will make few rich in the future. That's a quote from economist Ha-Joon Chang in his book 23 Things They Don't Tell You About Capitalism. There's more interesting stuff in there, and it's a pretty casual read if you're interested. And he's not even a socialist, so you don't have to worry about consuming commie propaganda or anything. He's just honest about the shortcomings of capitalism. So what does this mean?
So are we, but we don't lie to you about socialism.
What was that Dr. S. Seuss book you just recommended to me, bro?
It did look a bit Dr. Seussy, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a great book.
Is socialism just when the government does stuff? The answer is no.
What?
For starters, that question implies a lot of really horrible things. You think the DMV
They referenced
sucks?
the Protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
By 1.5% earlier this year, the cost of a cut to our PTO, our net annual raise is 0.2%. See, that's a perfect example.
Here, I'll answer what socialism is in 3 seconds.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
You gotta cut the
Just
side
like
of it. It hasn't been.
You just gotta know how to
just like
time it.
when Amazon decided to increase wages to $15, they literally did so not from the profit margins, not eating into the profit margins, but instead by restructuring the compensation agreement that they gave to all the fucking workers, right? What do? They took away your stock option. And some people, depending on where they were in the process, got a $15 minimum wage, but also on top of that, lost all the benefits they were getting in the form of stock options, therefore making less, like bringing in less income at the end of the year. That's how it is.
Just wait until the government takes over everything else. You think the government is screwing you now? Just wait until they have even more power. Obviously, a world of DMVs as
Who's screwing
dictators
me?
isn't what socialists want.
Whoa.
Who
Are we talking about DMVs? Because I talk about it all the time. DMVs are great, you know? as far as like the apparatus of the state, it should be apolitical, right? It should just be like the DMV.
Yeah,
the DMV doesn't care about my voter status.
This is true.
They're not marketing me to figure out, who I'm going to vote for. They just function. Right? So any state apparatus should just function. We shouldn't have to hold up government because fascists get near the budget, That's a misfunction of the state. Now, something else is going on, but I don't remember because I heard DMV.
In their right mind would defend something like that. Part of the problem is that
I just did.
How dare you defend the DMV?
I defended the DMV. Suck my dick.
That question is being asked in a pretty deceitful way. What counts as the government doing stuff?
You mean like giving us 15 minutes of conditioning and
who
prep
hates the
before you
DMV?
actually, what, socialists?
Northern Kosovo.
So does West Taiwan.
Sometimes government programs are measures for wealth redistribution, like Social Security, welfare, public libraries, and food stamps. Other times, it's basic stuff that every government, regardless of its economic model,
food stamps are based.
They're pretty cool.
Or ideology takes care of. Things like fire departments, garbage removal, sewers, or streetlights. In this list are also institutions like the police, the military, the FBI and CIA, courts, and prisons. Wherever you are on the political spectrum, there are going to be things on this list that you don't like and other things that you do. When you imply that socialism is when the government does stuff, and you're already primed to be wary of the word, your mind easily jumps to whatever thing the government does that you don't like, or that the present government does the worst.
This is more of the conditioning to be like, hey, socialism's not that bad. The way, centralized total control of your life and everything that you do is it's freedom. Don't worry. It's freedom. Trust me, bro. Trust me.
Hence the DMV and authoritarian stuff. But regardless, that's not what
is the
socialism
DMV
is.
Authoritarian?
Socialism is a society in which the means of production, factories, farms, offices, basically the things that produce for the economy, are held by all in common and subject to democratic decision-making, rather than that of a few individuals.
Socialism is
nothing more. While
Well, you just defined it for us.
Oh, and this should be called capitalism for absolute beginners.
While governments are one way to coordinate this ownership, it's not the only one. What's more, there's a deeper problem with this question. The way we think of government isn't absolute, empty of all context. As humans, we have a hard time imagining a world that isn't like the one we have now, which means we also have a hard time imagining
My guy, movies literally explore multiverses. To say that we can't imagine a world outside of our own is fundamentally dumb as fuck.
We literally, bro, this dude has never gone grocery shopping and thought about how he's going to fight when the villain shows up at the grocery store and he magically becomes the superhero of the day. This dude has never thought about how he's going to suddenly be in a band that's going to play in front of the entire school and they're going to think it's awesome. Come on, what do you mean?
What an idiot.
Governments could be different from the way they exist today under capitalism. And you already know what that's like. Companies pumping in billions to get some guy elected and in their pocket. Public services working on...
Yeah, how you fix that? You remove money from politics. You get rid of lobbying. Problem solved.
To name drop Keffels here, by the way, everyone, we're trying... I don't know who thought this up, but right now we need to make sure that Keffels knows that I'm based and I should come on her show. That's who we're targeting right now. But Keffels made a video about Second Thought where she shows like a secret Second Thought video that she has, and it's about him being like the Errol C and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Acknowledging all the atrocities that happened here under communism and stuff, and it's now like deleted. And like he totally wasn't communist until he met Hakeem.
Interesting.
Like it's a very interesting Keffels video. So
everyone, he's a grifter.
Keffels. So make sure everyone tells her that I talked about her on stream, and it's at the end of a 5-hour stream. So she'll be like, "Oh, he talked about me on stream. Where? I'm not going to tell you."
Yeah, watch the whole stream.
Yeah, it's only if she clicks through, she's just gonna be like, "Well, that was base. That was base. That was base. That was base."
Maybe not me.
Calm down, chinchillas. You'll be let out soon.
That definitely happens. that could definitely be clipped.
Oh, stop
razor
grunting.
thin budgets and being genuinely infuriating. The people you cast a ballot for not doing their jobs and getting paid quite a lot to pretend it's not their fault. Every election going to the lesser evil. The default vision of government we all inherit is one of incompetence.
Calm down.
But
hey, guys, calm down.
Biden wasn't just the lesser evil, my guy.
Bro, also, like, Biden is, like, actually, like, one of the few people in government who actually, like, showed up to work and did a job every day, you know? Like, that's like being like, Bernie Sanders never does his job. Like, come on, bro. He is, like, the one guy who, like, is there to work. He's not just, like, it's like he's in it for the game, you know? Noodles are tasty. I love noodles. Also, what's the deal with canceling Australian sushi restaurants?
Americans suck. That's why.
You know, the guy who led that cancellation was Puerto Rican and starting like a Japanese style restaurant.
Oh, you mean he used the outrage to further his own capitalist goals? Wow.
Yeah, because she was competition in the Japanese food market.
Interesting. That's called
it's like what's the
anti-competitive or whatever it's called.
Yeah, but at the food he was making, it's like irigami or something. You know, I'm saying irigami because it started with an I and it was a Japanese word, whatever it's called.
Is izakaya?
Izakaya, yep.
Yeah, it's an all-you-can-eat. That's all it is. And there's another one. Izakaya is all-you-can-eat. There's another all-you-can-drink one that's called something else that I can't quite remember.
Well, he's not starting that, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay,
but yeah,
I'm ready to learn about socialism now.
He should get lots of fines.
Unresponsiveness, corruption, and elitism. It benefits a select class of 1%ers and only tosses a few crumbs to the rest of us.
Are you talking about socialism?
Long spoons?
Is that socialism? Because that sounds like socialism.
The main promise that socialists have to keep is that we can turn this all
What
on
is
its head,
socialism?
that we can truly arrive at democracy, one that isn't awful and out of touch, by directly involving people in the democratic process at their job and stripping all the power away
I was
from
right.
billionaires
Finally, we have something. Finally, we have something. I said he's going to make this about making democracy in the workplace being explaining socialism, right? I said that a while ago.
Yeah.
We've now arrived there.
We finally got there.
Sit at the helm of massive corporations with the power to lobby democracy away, that we can coordinate
What's the
through
spoon
planning or
thing?
otherwise
Okay,
the production of things in such a
I don't
way
know.
that
It might have been a recording we did. We didn't go live with it, right?
No, it wasn't recording. You're right.
Yeah,
it was
we
the
just did
re-recording of
we
one
just
of them.
did a Second Thought recording yesterday where the propaganda video, and he keeps talking about how like the platforms and the scraps and stuff. And so like I brought up how there's this allegory of long spoons that appears in every religion that's basically about the allegory is that everyone has to eat with long spoons basically, and because the people in hell can't work together, they starve because they can't turn the spoons around on themselves. But people who go to heaven have a cooperative nature, right? It's not literally saying the spoons are there. It's a metaphor that this rabbi in ancient times was saying, like, this is the type of person that goes to hell. This is the type of person that goes to heaven. But from there, it's evolved over thousands of years in different cultures to the point where Jack was talking about a show called The Platform on Netflix.
Yeah.
And I started talking about long spoons, and then he shows me the trailer, and I was like, bro, this is literally the long spoon thing.
We quite literally came with the same point at the same time on the single stream from what he said, because he was such an idiot and couldn't explain it, that we both had to simultaneously, in a completely disconnected way, came to the same conclusion.
It'll be up eventually. Like, you know.
Yeah. It's actually, we played a whole trailer. We probably won't leave the trailer in there. But
no, it's fine. It's a minute trailer.
If you haven't seen the platform, I know I said that Netflix has pedo bait, but if you do have Netflix, watch watch the platform.
And then watch the pedophile show.
What a fucking whiplash. Don't pay for Netflix, but watch this. Actually, pirate it. Use Putlocker. There you go. Problem solved.
that we are producing according to our needs and desires, not for the profit of a select few. Profit-driven markets sometimes get this right, in all fairness, broken clock and all that, but are still very often terrible at delivering on our wants and needs. Hence why housing is so unaffordable for most people, why homelessness is all...
Do you want to know why housing is actually unaffordable? Because I can tell you why.
It's
I can tell you
capitalism.
exactly why. Well, it is
Capitalism.
capitalism, but it's
property
it's
conglomeration.
Yeah, it's a bunch of things, but like obviously BlackRock, Airbnb, there's massive companies. They're buying up housing all over the world because companies can just do that. Apparently, can just go into a country, buy up land, buy up housing, set rental prices, set property prices. Then you've got all these cunts with fucking investment properties, right? Who also just set their prices at whatever the fuck they want. Probably the price
Land
that
value
BlackRock
tax.
has set. And then on top of that, not only corporations can buy, specifically in Australia, new or developing land can be sold to foreign buyers. And China, because China, you can't buy property, you can only lease it for 100 years from the government. The government encourages Chinese people to go overseas and buy property. So we've got a massive chunk of the property market owned by Chinese people who don't even fucking live here. Right? That's why. So the market in Australia, I'm just using Australia as an example here, and I'm sure
Land
New
value
Zealand's
tax.
the same, right? Is that this country of 27 million people, 26 million people, whatever it is that what it's called? I have no idea what that is.
Land value tax.
Right, but this country of 26 million people, the housing market is not 26 million people capping it at a price. It's now 7 billion people capping the price at infinite.
Georgism video one. Hey, hey, what if we develop land, guys? There it is.
But that's why it's literally
Monopoly is a bad game.
It's expanding a domestic market to a global market, blowing out the value to infinite. That's pretty much what it is. People can't buy it, so corporations do. And then nobody buys it, and you get the Great Reset where you own nothing. There you go, a bit of
Eat the
conspiracy
bugs
for you as well. But
Eat the
not a
bugs.
conspiracy, actually true. Also, BlackRock and Vanguard own most companies in the world.
Always so high, why education is out of reach for millions, and why healthcare costs continue to skyrocket. The demand is there.
You know what I hate most about Monopoly?
It's Georgism.
Taxes.
It's about land
Capitalism
value
is
tax.
terrible at providing the supply. The mission set out by socialists is to deliver on the promise.
Where'd all my money go? Taxes.
That's literally
Capitalism.
Monopoly is
Capitalism
literally
can't
made to teach Georgism. It's literally made to teach the land value tax and Georgism. It's made to teach you that landlords fucking suck and buying up property as a conglomerate is bad. That's literally the point of the game.
That's so funny.
And so this capitalist company took this like socialist idea and they were like, hey, let's make this into a fucking game that we sell to families. And like it's literally a game that's supposed to be miserable, and somehow like everyone has their own version. It's like, hey, what city do you live in? Opoly.
It's so true,
Disney
though.
Opoly.
Actually provide to give you and your loved ones the security, the stability, and the good life that you deserve, and that is within our means to provide to all, were it not for a few leeches taking advantage of their undue power.
I don't understand why we wouldn't build up the welfare state to do this yet, because socialism hasn't been explained to me.
And getting in the way.
Like, let's say socialism was never capitalist. Let's say society was never capitalist, it was always socialist. What would be like the world be like? Would it not be technologically way behind because capitalism inspires innovation a lot?
The fuck are you talking about?
My friend, that is a lie told to you by capitalists.
Bro, the Soviets are why
Every
we have
single world team-
GPMs. GPS was invented by Soviets. The cell phones we have is because of Soviets. Would have happened eventually, but still.
The internet was America. Well, the internet was the U.S. Navy, wasn't it?
This whole capitalism inspires innovation, though. It's
yeah, it's complete horseshit. But to say
requires
that socialism...
repeating the formula until you run it into the ground. That's what it is. That's not innovative.
What it is. No, it's innovative once and then never again.
Well, it's innovative in the means that it's how do we cut wages from the workers? If we buy these machines, can we cut workers? That's where it's innovative.
But to say
self-checkout, for example.
Yeah. But to say that socialism would be innovative is a misnomer as well, because I genuinely believe that you would just get the same shit. It would just result in the same garbage.
Is there an Israel-Palestine monopoly?
I fucking hope so. If not, someone should make it.
I'll do it.
Innovation has come from
the box has to have a
people
bombed
who,
hospital on it.
have enough funds that they do not have to concern themselves with short-term profits and failure. The only thing capitalism does is unironically.
Oh, I forgot. I don't care.
Did he say something? Did he say it? I thought we were
Oh,
giving
he's
an
just like
amnesty.
capitalism is like. Oh, look, it says in the interest of time. He must be talking for like 20 fucking minutes.
Okay. I found Palestine monopoly and Jerusalem monopoly, but I haven't seen Israel
Oh,
Palestine.
look, they even fast forwarded it.
Here's a woman
In the
right
interest
now.
of time.
What's funny is capitalism.
I found a joke board. Oh, no, this is real. Somebody made a version of this. I don't know what it is. It's like Israel Palestine game. A board game. There's a first Arab Israeli war board game.
Is it Risk?
No. There's a
Actually
lot
tries
of
development
weird
the
shit
cheapest and
here.
fastest solutions rather than the best ones. The idea that without profit motive, we human beings are void of motivators that can't create out of passion, thirst for knowledge or advancement. Yes,
Oh
that
my
is
God, I don't
capitalist
care. Where's
dogma.
the video?
That's
I wanna
capitalist
learn about
dogma.
socialism.
That's it.
Holy shit,
We're
he's
closer to
talking
fascism
for like
right now than even
10 fucking minutes.
Yeah, no, I made those up. I made words like that up myself.
Of everyone
Not
getting
the
a
best
livable
source.
baseline to build upon. In short, no. Socialism is not when the government does stuff. You get to decide what gets done. You participate more directly than before in the decisions that affect
Socialism
your
is
day-to-day
when
life.
the government
Socialists aren't against
does
competition.
stuff.
We're also big fans of innovation, but we don't want to see competition and innovation being used as excuses to push most people towards poverty and make the lucky remaining few ludicrously wealthy. Still, this all sounds well and good in theory, but socialism doesn't work in practice, right? And here we have to pause.
What am I doing here in the middle of the ocean surrounded by frozen corpses?
Pause for a second and understand that socialism, like capitalism, exists on a continuum of policies and ideas. There is no fully capitalist experiment, just like there is no fully socialist experiment. Saying socialism doesn't work is as wrong-headed as saying capitalism doesn't work.
It doesn't.
More generally, though, it's not like there's a good experimental method to base
Both
that conclusion on.
have not had a good track record, I think.
Both suck. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know what does work though? A mixed economy. You fucking idiot.
Greystones.
It's not like we can take two countries, control for all their differences, and let them run loose with each economic model. No two countries are the same, start off from the same point, or exist in a vacuum.
I like that he used China and America. Like, what are you trying to compare? Fascism and fascism?
We can't compare country A to country B and call it a day. Socialist experiments often happened.
Oh, but you'll compare countries when mass shootings come into it, don't you? It's always Australia and America.
In countries that were poorer to start off with, and generally speaking, had to contend with a global economy managed by capitalist adversaries. If this were a scientific experiment, it wouldn't get published. That being said, we can look to the archives of countries that have experimented with mostly socialist economics and see how successful they were, despite the circumstances. One place we might look is Salvador Allende's socialist Chile.
Oh, God.
Allende was a socialist.
Wait.
Oh,
He
God.
doesn't like the Zapatistas?
Bro, huh? What?
He doesn't like the Zapatistas?
And no red fascists do. They all hate him.
Interesting.
Yeah, they all hate him.
Why? As soon as I found out about it, I'm like, what the fuck? This is like the best thing ever.
They literally were celebrating that ECLN dissolved like the current government, and they've already come out with the new system, right? It literally took 3 days for them to publish the new system.
Yeah.
And like there's funny tweets. I think like conspiracy bullshit maybe tweeted something where it's like before, after, and it's like they're doing like, this is why socialism is the best. It can be restructured now that like it's actually like not falling apart.
Yeah. It's good. I hope it works out for him.
Socialist who won the Chilean presidential election of 1970. In his few short years as president, and we'll get to why they were so short in just a minute, Allende brought incredible changes to Chilean society. He raised wages.
Did he get
Real
helicoptered?
wages increased by around 22% in the first full year of his presidency.
The original
He
9/11.
lowered taxes. 35% of Chileans were no longer taxed at all. He reined in inflation, lowering it by over 10 points. He funded massive housing programs.
It's actually
building
because
tens-
red fascists hate successful socialism. They want fascism.
Yeah.
Anything that
makes
diverts
sense.
from their solution and is successful, they
Is
hate.
it their final solution?
Basically.
of thousands of
At
affordable
mall,
homes
I held
all
a
across
bake
the
sale.
country.
A
Education
racist
also got a
bake
big
sale.
boost, and enrollment at all educational levels grew. Universities in particular were made
Bro,
free,
we're talking about
increasing enrollment
fucking Chile. We haven't had socialism explained, and now we're talking about how Chile was a socialist paradise, and then Pinochet came in. That's really what we're doing to wrap up this video, bro.
by nearly 90%. Hospitals and other medical centers were opened across the country, particularly in underserved, rural, and poor areas. Allende extended maternity leave, doubling it from 6 to 12 weeks.
But what
Chile
is
saw a dramatic
socialism?
decrease in poverty, and generally speaking, more people could more fully enjoy their lives. And interestingly enough, the bulk of this new economy was organized through Project Cybersign, a decentralized network of computers that would take anonymous, self-reported, and voluntary updates from workers in productive enterprises across Chile to identify areas where resources needed to be redirected.
That's funny,
The
though.
democratic economy in Chile was highly responsive to fluctuating changes, and Chileans reaped the rewards. GDP grew.
You probably want to see this, but I got a 6-figure job with
Source?
doing policy, regulatory work for one of the most progressive.
Did he just pause it to read a comment?
Yeah, he does that.
Unions in the country, and it's partially because of you. Thanks, Son.
I can't wait for this awful fucking response.
He'll
That's a
bring
complete waste
Star
of
Trek
time.
would be a better fucking
Thank you, good
explanation
shit.
of socialism than
7%
whatever.
It
this
literally
is.
would. It literally would. You
I mean,
kinda
I don't
doesn't
know what
matter that it's post-
socialism is. I'm still waiting to learn about it.
Yeah, sorry. This is communism. It's technically post scarcity, which is fine if you want to explain it because it's easier to explain it like that. And then you have to explain. It's like going, and Star Trek is a really good example because you could be like, okay, this is what communism is.
Nordic monologue.
Nordic modeloid. Oh my god. But like, yeah, so Star Trek would be a way better example to use because you could be like, okay, Star Trek, post scarcity, communism, right? No money, everything's free. You just zap it in the microwave and get teleported to a different fucking country, world, whatever. Then explain that capitalism versus Star Trek,
Yeah, that's why
socialism
I'm
is
more
the
of, like,
bridge.
I'm more of like a post scarcity type person.
Yeah.
I'm more of like, okay, if communism is like the definition of what we say communism is really is like kind of describing post scarcity. So
Mhm.
it's like I am for advancing to post scarcity because if there is capitalism naturally has to fall apart for post scarcity, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but like that's I just explained socialism better than this 30-minute video, right? And socialism's the bridge. That's it. That's all it is.
The
You need
project you
nothing
mentioned
more.
was yoinked by Star Trek. The chairs and stuff.
Ah.
The chairs that they had where they showed the like captain's chair. I thought they looked kind of Star Trek-y anyway.
Either way. Good explanation. I explained socialism faster than he could.
Mm-hmm.
First year, production by 13, and consumption by 11. By kicking out capitalist enterprises, not only did the Chilean economy work for more people, it worked better, period.
Source.
This kind of response wasn't welcomed by everyone, though. Allow me to pull quotes from a particular document, the Church Commission Report on Chile, one of the only documents released by the American government to the public about the extent of its intelligence agency's intervention in a foreign country. These are all things the US is actually admitting to.
Bro, that's a flex, by the way.
Why Hasan mad?
What? That's a flex. That's a flex. Putting in a
American
source.
activity was a factor.
He's never seen a source in his life. He's like, what
Bro,
the fuck
he's
is that?
flexing on us by providing sources. Did he really? Is that really what we're getting? Is that what we said? Uh-oh, here
He's
it
like-
comes. Here it comes. America's fault. Socialism would have succeeded in Chile if America didn't bomb him and put in Pinochet and give him helicopter rides. See?
Hassan seeing a source is like the gorilla being shown a phone.
You know when you put a mirror in the middle of the woods and they filmed like the animals reacting to it?
It's basically Hassan. Oh my god, a source jump scare.
In almost every major election in Chile in the decade between 1963 and 1973. In several instances, the United States intervention was massive. The 1964 presidential election was the most prominent example of a large-scale election project.
This was
the Central
literally, bro,
Intelligence Agency
was
spent
this
more-
literally all conditioning just to lead up to explain that fucking Pinochet was bad?
That's what it seems like.
Did we need fucking conditioning to come to the conclusion that Pinochet was not a great guy? Bro, what about the years of lead? Like, how about we talk about that shit?
Yeah, that would be too much work.
Oh, wait, it's because anarchists died there. That's why.
Ah, that's what it was.
more than 2.6 million, 24 million in today's dollars, in support of the election of the opposition. More than half of the Christian Democratic candidate's campaign was financed by the United States.
Oh no!
The
Somebody
most extensive-
financed an election campaign. That's against the law.
Not allowed.
Why would they do that, you think? Why do you guys think that America was doing that? That's so weird.
Look, Hassan got conditioned.
Tran did a
Look.
fucking video on.
He got conditioned.
This person is an enigma.
Why wouldn't they? Who financed the other election campaign? Do you think there might have been a cause and effect here?
That's interesting.
I haven't looked.
What's the guy's name? Allende?
Yeah. No, it's just.
I'll play. I'll just look it up.
Okay. I will never understand.
Period.
What the fuck is up with this dude, Jake Tran? Like, half the videos I watch of him are literally just straight libertarian garbage.
Oh, dude, Jake Tran is wild. I completely fucking forgot about this guy. Oh my god. Do you know about this guy?
Yeah.
Dude, he's a fuckwit. He's just, oh my god. He literally talks about how these people sell you courses, then sells you a course at the end of his video.
Yep.
Absolute
That's the best way to
fuckwit.
sell your cult. Is that
It's hilarious.
Is to condemn other cults and then sell them on a cult. Yep.
That's so funny.
Garbage. And then what? He's like actually defending. They're so.
Allende's popular unity government tried to maintain normal relations with the US. When Chile nationalized its copper industry, the US cut off support, okay, and increased its support to opposition, okay. Forced to seek alternative sources of trade and finance, Chile gained commitments from, guess where? The Soviet Union. 400 million put into Chile in 6 years.
Well,
The
that
US
sounds like more than the US gave.
The US department put in 115 million from
okay.
Eastern Europe and 65 million from China, while Soviet and Chilean popular unity sources put in a total of 620 million into socialist countries. Much of the
Who
credit
gave more money? Who did more imperialism?
that would be the Soviet Union.
Oh!
Interesting.
Okay, so now that we've
How
defined
very
that what imperialism is when give money.
Okay, here we go. Political and moral support came mostly through the Communist Party and unions of the Soviet Union. For instance, Allende received Lenin Peace Prize from the Soviet Union in 1972. You know what that sounds like?
I mean,
what's that Syrian
but
award
also,
that they give
it's
to
like,
shills?
But the thing is, yeah, it's the Assad Award, yeah. But like, bro, this is like seriously though, like the easiest one up. Like Pinochet was bad. It's like literally the same thing we do with Castro by pointing out Batista was worse. You know, like where you can be like, hey, Castro wasn't that bad. It could have been worse. It could have been Batista.
Allende is mentioned in the book. by the official historian and British intelligence officer. According to him, the book is based on a handwritten note by KGB archivist Defector. Andrew says the Soviets observe closely whether the alternative form of socialism could work, i.e., not state capitalism. So they basically spent money in Chile to see if actual socialism could
Well, he
work.
did frame it saying it was a socialist experiment, I think.
He did. That's a point for second
Batista
thought.
was an okay actor. All I'm saying is that it's an easy one up to just say Pinochet was bad, right? You can just say Pinochet was bad and then easily just go into why Chile was better before Pinochet. Right? You can do these types of things when there's such drastic regime change from like a dictatorship to another communist dictatorship, or away from a communist dictatorship into a regular dictatorship.
Holy shit.
You do it by saying the Soviet Union was better before Yeltsin.
Interesting. So the Soviet Union actually gave them a lot of farming equipment, tractors, wheat, condensed milk.
I mean, that's what the Soviet Union did, was wheat.
Interesting.
They probably stole it from Ukraine.
Probably. And then it says in the mid-1973, the Soviets approved a delivery of artillery and tanks to Chile. And then the coup happened and they redirected it to a different country. That's so funny. Okay, let's continue.
So fucking weird, bro. I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
What brain?
Extensive covert action activity in Chile was propaganda. It was relatively cheap. In addition to buying propaganda piecemeal, the station often purchased it wholesale by subsidizing Chilean media organizations friendly to the United States. The CIA supported or even founded friendly media outlets which might not have existed.
Oh my God.
Surely this doesn't
Not the
exist
voice
anymore,
of America.
I mean, you know, it's just when we have we certainly would never have an endowment for I don't know, democracy and freedom building or something.
This is haram.
Surely would never do such a thing.
Wait, are you saying Khrushchev's love corn?
Age,
that's more reason why this is
right?
Khrushchev house.
We would never. This would not be like a national endowment like that. That would not happen, right? We would not have free radio initiatives, if you want to call it that. You know,
he did it. He did it. I was just saying, watch out, the VOA, and he's talking about Radio Free America and Radio Free Europe, bro. I did it. I knew exactly where he was gonna fucking go with this shit. I'm still waiting for socialism to be explained for absolute beginners, bro. That's what I told this video was about.
Biden's bike pedal. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, free radio free. That would not happen. Obviously, you're so silly. What's next? You're gonna tell me that America's arm that does works under the State Department that does aid, for example, is actually a way for the CIA to sometimes sneak in arms to countries.
Crazy. Wait till you hear about the Soviet Union.
Them under the guys that they're giving them fucking bread.
Wait till you hear about what happened when the Soviet Union fell.
I mean, are we gonna act like as far as the imperialism goes and this type of shit, we're gonna act like the US is worse than the Soviets in this case?
I mean, America killed some people, but they didn't do multiple genocides.
LaRouche jump scare. I missed the LaRouche. Where were they?
Not sure.
A way for the works under the State Department that does aid, for example, is actually a way for the CIA to sometimes sneak in arms to countries under the guise that they're giving them fucking bread. No, that's so dumb. You're so dumb. There's no political capital that you could purchase in other countries by giving them aid. That's not a thing that could ever happen. What's next? You're gonna tell me that the
There you go, John. Elaborate.
What, has aid been used to smuggle weapons? Well, here's the thing. Has aid been used to smuggle weapons? Not necessarily. They kind of separate aid delivery, stuff like that. But they'll put a truck full of weapons in the middle of the aid delivery and say, this truck is also aid, but it will be a completely separate thing. So like you'll see this happen where they'll be like, they bombed the aid for the earthquake in Turkey, right? And they bombed like the usual place where they always bomb the IRGC supply convoy in that no man's land zone. Yeah. That's the type of shit you'll see. So they'll say that they'll smuggle weapons and say that it's with the aid convoy, mostly is how it works. Which, yes, the U.S. everyone does this. Not so much anymore. The U.S. just literally just gives them weapons directly now.
Yeah, just sells them. The arms sales.
Yeah.
It makes money. What do you expect?
The last time the U.S. like smuggled shit was like the Mujahideen. Plus, like I think it's like the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic are the big arms smugglers now. Ukraine used to be.
Yeah.
While they were ruled by Russia, it would go out of Odessa.
American, we're the Mujahideen.
American government literally tried to fucking build a fake Twitter in Cuba and then got their shit owned. And the express purpose of the fake Twitter that they built in Cuba was to subvert the Cuban government.
Okay.
No, that they would never spend money stupidly like that. Like they would never fund, I don't know, Cuban rappers with the hopes that like they could
wait till you hear about Loki, the rapper, and who funds him.
Wait till you hear about Joey Diaz and what he has to say about Cuba.
No, but Loki, he's a Palestinian like propagandist, right? He's
that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, really? The U.S. funded rappers in Cuba? Crazy.
Communist counter-revolution in Cuba,
if you want me to watch a video, you gotta send
them.
Put them on the list. Can't just be here recommending videos without links, okay? I'll forget everything that happened today when I fall asleep 10 seconds after we stop this stream.
Interesting. Yeah, send videos. Probably Twitter.
He got rated by MI5 back in the day. Good.
Rap music? That sounds like some silly bitch shit. Like what? They thought like Lynn.
This is interesting because we're actually going to do some stuff on Myanmar soon.
Yeah,
so
we keep trying to fucking do a fucking Myanmar stream, but everyone's so fucking scared about it because they don't want to look like they're idiots. And it's like, bro, most people don't even know what Myanmar is. Shut up and do the fucking stream, bro.
Yeah. And most of it is just going to be discussion anyway. And you can look it up on the fly.
Yeah, like I tell people like, go look at our fucking Gaza stream. I literally show you. I go, hey, look at all these tanks being clapped. What do we think about this? Like, come on. It's not like. But yeah,
Emmanuel
why hasn't
Miranda
the U.S. armed
fucking,
rebels in Myanmar yet? Why would we? What's the point? What do we get out of it?
Yeah,
there needs to be a cost investment here.
Was going to destroy Cuba. Is that what they think? I mean, they would never do that with taxpayer money, of course. Everything I just said, I said sarcastically. The American government can.
Really?
Every single thing that I just said is well documented. It's not even a fucking like conspiracy theory.
Shut up! We know
all the things that I've told you thus far.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up.
The United States' covert efforts to affect the course of Chilean politics reached a peak in 1970. The CIA was directed to undertake an effort.
You literally streaming a platform started by a rich capitalist who took a risk.
Shut up!
His risk was so fucking vast. Thank God. Except he didn't he bought this platform, you idiot. That bald fuck literally got like what, $250,000 to like what, invent the concept of a fucking internet library? Is that wow, revolutionary, dog? You know, do you just like go to your public library and go, oh,
I don't care, Hasan.
Amazon is,
oh my God.
You want to know? It's gonna hurt your feelings. Every day, turning around
a military coup in Chile to prevent the accession to power.
He's just
no,
not talking about anything.
Bro, I want to go to sleep.
Salvador Allende.
Gotta learn about socialism.
Summary, the
by
White
the
House,
end of this,
intelligence community, multinational corporations, and military wasted millions trying to stop a popular candidate getting elected in a democratic election. And when it failed, wasted another set of millions trying to depose the guy who had improved Chile by nearly every metric. Their first coup attempt in 1970 would fail. But 3 years later, the U.S. efforts would succeed. Allende was ousted as president, opting to take his own life rather than be captured when the Chilean army, topped up on CIA money, took over the presidential building. What followed was
He doesn't mention Soviet money behind Allende.
Yeah, no, of course
That's
not.
very funny. That's very, very interesting.
He also hasn't mentioned what socialism is.
No, he hasn't. I think he might have explained it once for the workplace.
We got democracy and workplace, and then all of a sudden we're talking about fucking Pinochet.
This, of course, is like
based,
one
right?
of the countless instances where where America has installed people exactly like this, or failed to install a person like this, or maintain their power, like in Cuba, for
the fascists there already
imprisoned, tortured, and
they
killed.
just backed him.
Yeah, that's what they always do. They don't pick people; they just back people.
I mean, they kind of do sometimes. I would say like Guaido is kind of one of those things.
Probably Guatemala as well. The bananas.
Yeah.
There's a few examples, obviously, but the majority of the time, I think it's probably easier just to back people. Just pick one that's going to give you better outlook for you. Yeah, because that's at the end of the day, that's all it is. It's just a risk assessment, and that's all they treat it as. I don't care how many people die. You know, America doesn't give a fuck. It doesn't even give a fuck about its own people.
I'm dying.
Everybody's dying.
Hundreds of thousands of people. And Allende's story isn't particularly unique. There are echoes of this story all around the world. Everywhere socialist alternatives started doing.
He's not even listening to the video. Have you noticed how he hasn't actually added anything of value to this video?
No, he's only commented on his own chat.
Yeah, he's only responded to his own chat. He has added absolutely nothing to the video. Nothing.
Well,
just added time.
The video hasn't added anything to itself.
No, that is true. That is very true. The overall waste of time.
We're gonna learn about socialism any second here.
We don't have a magic button to rewind the clock and try this again. We can't for sure know if things would have happened differently if by some accident of history, socialism had become our global economic model all those years ago when capitalism was born. But we can still try to imagine what we can do from
it would
this
be
point
exactly
forward.
the same.
It would be literally.
I say this all the time. It would be exactly the same.
It's a binary. It's the same fucking thing. Like the only way we're getting any change is leaving that binary, leaving left and right, leaving it. Just get rid of it. Bye. See you later. See you later. The whole system, fucking burn it to the ground. Capitalism, socialism, communism, get rid of it. Fuck it off.
Or advance beyond it to post scarcity.
Sure.
What's
use
closer?
it to.
What's closer? Hey, is the world on fire?
How about yours? You completely missed that.
I miss most things. It's the autism.
Let's see if the chat picks it up.
There's no doubt that this video won't have answered all your questions. Imagining a different world is a tedious thing to do, and there are a lot of concerns to be addressed. And it's also usually easier to ask questions about something in the future than turn around and ask those same questions about the system we have right now. If we were as critical with our present society as we are with that of the future, would we still choose it? In any case, I've put a link below to a short pamphlet put together by Verso and Jacobin magazine. Most questions people have when first encountering socialist theory are answered in a few short conversational pages. There's answers to questions about human nature,
Why don't you
property,
explain it?
authoritarian.
I thought, what is this? Is this the second Dr. Seuss ass pamphlet this motherfucker has recommended me in one video? Bro, I thought you were going to tell me about socialism for absolute beginners. Jacobin Omega lol.
Dude, this would be very funny. Do you know how funny it would be if like Turkmenistan or Uzbekistan was turned into like a pro-America democracy and just completely fucked with China? That would be hilarious. Or Afghanistan, democratize Afghanistan, then they got nothing. Pakistan, turn Pakistan into a democracy.
Pakistan technically is.
Sure, but like an actual
and
democracy.
they do, and all of them are fighting in Kashmir and shit. None of these.
But like that would work because China's using Pakistan to fucking build that road down to the water, right? That's bad. We don't want China.
The whole thing about we'll get into it on the stream when we do about Myanmar, but the China border is a big part of the developments that's going on there right now. Okay, anyway.
Communism, laziness, and other things that are typically concerning, answered in a fair way by people who believe in a socialist future. I'm one of those people who believes that a better world is possible. You've probably seen absurd caricatures of socialists on TV. The Red Scare never really went away. But I hope this video helps to show that we're pretty normal people.
No,
we
you're
just
not.
think that what we have right now isn't working.
It's
time to make a change.
Everyone
you
thinks
Kind of
it's
a
not
rant, so remember
working,
this
bro. Come on.
I'm fucking better than you.
Oh, look.
Chilean coup and underplays the fucked up local elite. Of course, the U.S. via the CIA had a role, but it's less than what it seems. Only speaking on the Chilean case because I don't know much in other places.
Yeah.
What you're experiencing or what you're explaining here is literally just every place where America has had a successful
Oh,
coup.
wait, you mean
garbage,
Hasan? Did
okay?
you just admit that America's role in all these coups is overstated? Did you just say that?
A doofus.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Or even continues to try to have successful coups. What do you think? The Chamber of Commerce didn't play a fucking significant role, backed by local billionaires
No,
in
they
Venezuela?
said insignificant.
Oh, wait, that's exactly what they did. It's always the local capital owners that go to Big Daddy America and say, hey, Big Daddy America, please, these guys are doing socialism. It's really fucked up, dude. Hey, dude, they might literally be fucking positive. They might feel positive about.
Yeah, I reckon you could probably make an argument to the US state that there's a fascist coming in and they would probably help you. As long as you weren't even if you were socialist, honestly, even if you were like a hardcore fucking red, I reckon.
We backed socialist regimes.
I know, and this is what I'm saying. I reckon that if you made a really good argument, like let's say someone from El Salvador made a really fucking good argument against the dude that's running it right now, right? Even though you don't really need to make an argument because he's literally got slave camps, but let's say someone made a pretty goddamn compelling argument. I reckon America might just, if you had a proper actual plan and a replacement and a way to go forward, America might actually help you out.
They don't really care. Russia. They don't really care about a plan. They just care about if the Soviet Union is there. And listen, bro, if you're gonna sit here and mansplain Myanmar to me, you need to show up to the stream to do it. All right.
We finishing the last minute.
The USSR. God forbid. That's how it works. Yeah, they say, America, I'm stuck. Please.
I support this.
Step America. Step all over me.
From an electoral politics position, this would be the closest to my position.
Me.
But I don't really have electoral positions.
Bro, I watched one fucking video that's like theory adjacent.
Theory
immediately,
adjacent.
all of you fucking nerds in the Discord, did you get like a notification in your Splinter Discord? The Marxist-Leninist Hasan Haters Fund, or the remaining.
All right, this is nothing.
We might do it. We might do Myanmar Wednesday or Friday, or both. Or we might wait. Oh, yeah, we'll see if it happens because nobody wants to show up because they're too afraid. All right, bedtime.
Goodbye.
What socialist regimes the U.S. supported? The big one that we point to is Ethiopia, the Derg regime. The Derg regime, the child soldiers trained by the Derg regime are like still used in Yemen today. There's Joseph Kony's Lord Resistance Army comes back to this Derg regime stuff. So there was these child soldier camps that they funded with refugees from Sudan in the regime under the Derg. And then the TPLF fought against them. And when the TPLF, Tito was kind of like non-position, but him as well. But when the TPLF knocked out the Derg regime, they even turned and were instantly America's friend there too. So and they even wanted to act like they weren't communist and stuff. And because the TPLF at its base form before they took over were very principled Marxist-Leninists and stuff.
And if you want to talk about the only communist with any kind of potential, it's Thomas Sankara.
Yeah,
and he was cut.
And also the Soviets, the people they backed weren't necessarily socialist adjacent or communist or things like that. There was a lot of fascists they backed, especially in the Middle East and stuff. If you look at some of the Iraq stuff, the what is the fucking family name that they fucking did? One of them, I forgot the name of them. We have a video on it though. I'm tired.
Yeah. All right. I think we're done.
Could you give us some of your political beliefs?
Kill everyone now. Condone first-degree murder.
I'm fucking better than you.
Bye.